Alessio Romano, doesn't like strangers. When his underboss, Leandro, brings his sister Caroline to stay at their home, since her parents can no longer protect her, Alessio is far from pleased. The last thing he needs is another complication. He's focused solely on building his empire and doesn't want any distractions. Caroline Dolce knows what she wants in life. After being brought up by vigilantes, Caroline wants to make a different path from the one that is set out for her. But when she moves into the Mafia boss's house, nothing is simple when there are mutual feelings between them. Hate and an uncontrollable lust. And neither of them want to admit that they love the taste of it. Book 1 of the King of Hearts series, Book 2, King of Chaos. Chapter 1. Alessio Romano. Boss, please, Liam heaves as blood drips from his forehead to and over his lips. It was a mistake. I smirk at his whimpering nonsense, pacing up and down in front of him as he kneels against the floor. Hands tied to his back and his face painted black and blue. There's one thing I ask when you join my empire, I say deeply, the soles of my shoes echoing off the wooden floor. And that is for loyalty. I didn't know what to do. He yells in despair, but I don't feel sorry for him. Anyone who purposely crosses me or stabs me in the back is not worth my time. Not now, not ever. He threatened me, he threatened my family. I couldn't just do nothing. My fist collides with his face again, and his blood splatters across the floor, saliva dribbling out of the corner of his mouth. He almost rolls over, but I grab him by the collar and keep him on his knees. I lower down and level my lips next to his ear. You're a liar, I snarl harshly. They didn't threaten you. You gave away the information voluntarily in hope for a cash reward. Isn't that right? Liam flinches from my voice and he shakes, hands trembling behind his back. Boss, I'm sorry. Please. Let me fix this. Let me do something to fix this. My foot lifts up and I boot him in the chest. He falls back onto his ass, crushing his hands. He whimpers at the pain and breathes heavily into the dirty floor. Why would I give you another chance when you were so prepared to fuck me over? I didn't know what to fucking do. I was scared. He sent me pictures of my family, saying that if I didn't. A laugh passes my lips. Scared? You're such a fucking liar. I don't like liars. Liam rolls onto his side. Get on your fucking knees now. He struggles to move into his original position, but after a few moments he gets there, blood covering every inch of his face. I grip the back of his head and force him to look me directly in the eye. For one, no one who works for me should admit fear or terror. You're a coward and a pathetic excuse for a man. I spit in his face. You are fucking worthless to me, to this gang. I should have gotten rid of you at the start. Pure horror crosses his expression. He already knows his fate, but he doesn't want to accept it. Alessio, please, he pants. I tut at his words, shaking my head. What gives you the right to speak my name? Boss, he chants as I stand from the floor and reach into the waistband of my trousers, pulling out my handgun. Liam's eyes go wide as soon as he sees it hanging by my side. No. He tries to wriggle away, but I raise the gun and aim it directly between his eyebrows. Boss, please. Don't do this. My eyes roll at his pleas, and I can't bear a single second more of this. I have things to do, and he's taking up too much of my precious time. I pull on the trigger, and the bullet shoots straight through his forehead and into his brain. A couple droplets of blood fall from the wound and into his eyes. Liam's gaze turns to one of numbness as his body collapses down onto the wood. For a moment, I stare at his lifeless body before disarming my gun and placing it back into my waistband. Merda! I curse under my breath before I glance up at the guards who are standing with their backs to the walls, hands tucked behind them, not looking in my direction. Merda shit. Clean this up, I gesture to his body. I've got things to take care of. Yes, boss, they both nod and get to work. I exit the warehouse and signal to my driver as I exit, pushing up the sleeves on my shirt as soon as the heat hits my skin. When I climb into the back, I push my fingers into my eyes and release a deep sigh, one that's been riding on my back since I found out that he stabbed me in the back. Loyalty means everything to me, proving your worth to me and to this gang. But I hate liars. I hate people who try to cover up what they've done wrong. How can we work together if there is absolutely no fucking trust? My patience is wearing thin today, and I could do with packing in the day and heading to a bar, picking up a woman who can satisfy my needs. But I know I have important things to do, and they cannot be put off any longer. Especially after all the mess Liam has caused. I'm dropped home 20 minutes later. My house is the only place on this earth where I can take a breath and relax. But not today. Today is not the time to be relaxing and slacking off. I head straight to my office and get on the phone to my suppliers across the country. There's a lot of explaining I have to do, and if they even let me off lightly, I'm still in deep fucking shit because of Liam's mistakes. A dead man's mistakes I am now paying for. Fucking traitor. There's a knock at my office door, and I can only assume it's Leandro, my underboss. He's lived with me here for the last couple years. The house is big enough that we have our own space, and we don't have to run into each other every second of the day. It helps to have him here, because we can work late or into the early hours. Leandro is the sort of person who I trust with my life. We've known each other for over a decade, and he is one of the smartest and intuitive people I've ever met. He's got us out of some shitty situations, but that's because he's level-headed. Some people say that he's the one who keeps me sane enough to not destroy this empire I have built. What? I call out and flick through my laptop. As expected, Leandro strolls through the door. "Hey," he says as he walks straight towards my desk and takes a seat in one of the chairs. Leandro has a certain look about him. Hands and arms covered in tattoos, titanium hoop through his right nostril, dark black hair that is slightly out of control, but it definitely scores him points with the ladies. "What do you want?" "I'm busy." "Geez," he breathes out harshly and rests his arms on the rests. "What the fuck is up with you?" I look up at him through hooded eyes. "I'm working, can't you see that?" Leandro rolls his dark eyes, and I resist the urge to shout at him. "Yes, I can see that. Thank you for pointing out the obvious. Why are you so damn grumpy today? If you've come here to bother me, kindly fuck off." He cracks a smile which showcases his white teeth, but he looks down at his lap and then back at me. "No, I've come here to tell you something." A groan escapes me, and I lean back into my black leather chair. "Go on then," I exhale drastically. "Please quickly enlighten me, because I have things to do, unlike some people." Leandro doesn't even pause, he comes straight out with it. "My sister is coming to stay with us." I blink once, then twice, definitely a third time. "What did you say?" "She's not safe with my parents. They can't guarantee her safety anymore. She's got nowhere to go, and if she's here, then I can keep an eye on her. We can protect her." "We?" My eyebrow shoots up in surprise. "You want me to look after your fucking sister?" "Look," Leandro uncrosses his legs and presses his elbows onto his knees. "It will only be for a little while. My parents got into a bit of shit. They need me to keep her safe, so I told her it's okay for her to come here." My eyes narrow towards him. Leandro loves to make decisions and fill me in at the last minute. I hate him for it. He thinks he can get away with everything, and that he can keep me sweet, but there will be a day where I break. I don't like strangers. She's my sister. My hand runs down my face and I shake my head. This is the last fucking thing I needed today. All I wanted was to come home and be alone, drink some whiskey in peace. But no, I cannot get a single day to myself where I don't have to think about someone else. And I don't know who she is. My voice grows louder than his. Leandro tuts at my tone. "She needs our safety. My parents wouldn't send her here unless they thought something would happen. She's my blood, she's my family." He hits his chest with his hand. I hold his stare for a couple of moments, and my lungs rumble out a distressed sigh. This on top of all the other shit I need to sort out. I swear things are never easy anymore. "Alessio, you won't even know she's here. You're barely here for starters, and she's going to be doing whatever she's doing at the moment, Leandro tries to explain, but this conversation is only making me more frustrated. She'll stay out of our business. My finger grazes down my stubble, and I clutch my jaw. You can't say no, she's my family. You don't turn your back on your family. It's my house. Our house. I scoff at his words, and he shoots me a warning look. Really? My name is on the lease. Don't act like you're a fucking idiot. He grumbles under his breath and settles back into the chair. Fake name, I correct. He ignores my comment. You know this is a joint house. My eyes roll into the back of my head, and I lean onto the desk with my elbows. Whatever, fine. I want this conversation to be over now. But don't let this change anything. She does not have any say in anything. She is here to sleep, and that is it. I don't give a fuck what you say. Leandro holds up his hand. Never said it was anything more than a bed. This won't be a permanent thing. Trust me, I don't want that either. Leandro pushes up from the chair and walks 2 steps backwards towards the door. He clutches the handle and pulls it back. He pauses and then turns to me suddenly. I swear, if you even go near her, if you even touch her or look at her the wrong way, I will fucking kill you. Don't even think about it, and you better tell everyone else the same. If you or anyone touches her, everything will be over. I promise you. His words are deathly, and I don't doubt he would kill someone for touching his baby sister. Leandro is a protective guy, but I can't help but laugh. The fact you think I'd go for your sister is comical. That would be a disgusting line to cross. I'd see your damn face every fucking time. It would haunt me in my dreams. Charming you think so, though. Good, he puffs out his chest. I hope you do see my face when you meet her, so you stay the fuck away. I clear my throat and look back to my laptop. I keep business and pleasure apart. She's your blood. That shit would be weird. This whole conversation is weird. Let this be over. You can go now. She's landing here tomorrow evening. I said this conversation is over, Leandro. Leandro slams my office door on the way out, and I find myself not being able to read a single thing on my laptop screen. I exhale a sharp and loud breath and extend my head up to the ceiling, resting my hands on my forehead. How has my day gone from bad to worse in a matter of seconds? I've gone from having to source a couple £1,000,000 to playing babysitter with my best friend's sister. This whole day has gone to fucking shit.
Chapter 2. Coraline Dolce. I'm not sure why my parents thought it would be a good idea to bring up kids whilst they're still living their vigilante youth. They have a lot of valid reasons for why they do what they do, but sometimes that can come at the cost of their children's safety. When I say children, I mean me, my 22-year-old self. They've always protected me since birth, given me extra security and guards so that nothing could happen to me. But a few days ago, I was informed that they cannot guarantee my safety anymore, and it's best if I go and live with my brother for a little while. He will be able to protect me more than they can. At this age, I just want to live a normal fucking life. No having to be looking over my shoulder at every given moment, in case I'm kidnapped and held for a ransom. I'm done with their dangerous lives, ones that can be taken at any moment with their profession. But what makes it worse is that my brother's is no safer. In fact, it's probably more dangerous. He's the underboss in a gang, or something to do with dangerous people. Just what I need: more gangs, more bad people, and murderous situations I can find myself in. Leandro has always lived life on the edge. Ever since he left home at 19 and joined the dark side, he's always wanted to do things that give him a thrill. And joining a gang was one of them. We've always been close, especially growing up. He was my big brother who protected me from bullies and nasty boys, even the nice ones. He threatened those who I actually liked, and they never came within 2 feet of me again after crossing my brother. I hated his protection as a kid, but now I realize it came from a good place. Now I'm going to live with him after not living with him for 5 years. Things are definitely going to be different this time around. Both of our lives have drastically changed, and now he's known as a dangerous man. All I want to do is study and become an astrophysicist and let my relatives' wild lives pass me. I don't want to live up to their achievements, if you can even call them that. Is wanting a simple life too much to ask for? When my plane lands and I make it through security with no hassle, I am picked up on the other end by my brother. He's changed so much since the last time I saw him. He's grown into a man. Tall and muscular. More tattoos than I last remembered, and since when did he wear jewelry? The Mafia changed him. I don't remember him having that scar slashed through his eyebrow the last time I saw him, but I don't even want to ask. He's wearing a grin as soon as I see him, opening his long arms wide, and I take a couple steps forward to meet his embrace. "Oh God," he mumbles into my hair as he wraps his arms around me. "It's been so long, Lex." "I know," I say into his shoulder and close my eyes for a brief second. "How are you?" "I'm good," he pulls back and analyzes my face. "You've all grown up, little sis, damn. You're not 12 anymore." I push his arm and roll his eyes, earning a laugh from him. "Whatever, you're still a pain in my ass. You saw me literally 2 years ago." Leandro looks down to my bags and slings my backpack over his shoulder and takes my suitcase. "How are you?" he asks as we walk outside to the car park. "Not bad," I shrug, my eyes resting on the setting sun which has lit up the sky into a beautiful tone of orange. There is only so much to feel when your parents start panicking and usher you out of their presence, because shit might go down. I can physically see Leandro wince at my words. "You know it's for the best, right? They wouldn't have asked this from me, unless they knew something was going to happen. They don't want you to get hurt, Lex." "Of course they don't," I cut him. "But I'm just done with it all. I want to be disconnected from that side of their life." Leandro gives me a side look, and we stop by a car, the driver stepping out to place my bags into the boot. I slide into the back of the sleek black BMW, and my brother moves in beside me. "You will never be apart from it," he says, and I already know. I wish I didn't have to be. "Hey," he snaps my eyes back to his attention. "Let's just forget about it, all right? You're here now, and you're free to do whatever you want in our protection." "I signed up to the Open University," I blurt out, and Leandro's eyes go wide. "You did?" I nod and purse my lips, staring out of the tinted window of the car. "Yeah, I've started studying astrophysics." "Wow," he swipes a hand across his brow. "I mean, I remember you always being interested in science shit, the planets and galaxies and whatnot, but I didn't actually think you would sign up for it." "I like to learn about the unknown." I turn back to him and greet him with a smile. "You know that I've loved it since I was young. Mom and Dad bought me that telescope, and I didn't sleep for like a month. Remember?" Leandro laughs and then nods. He leans forward to ruffle a hand on my head, and I push him away. "Ah, my smart little sister. You put me to shame, you do." "Get off," I swat his hands roughly. We soon pull up outside a large modern house, one with windows for walls and wooden-cladded materials. Pillars, a pool, and a tennis court. Of course they live in a massive fuck-off mansion, one that must cost millions. The driver parks outside the house in the car park, and before I get the chance to get out of the car, Leandro leans over to grab my shoulder. "Look, Lex, there is one thing," he sighs, and I narrow my eyes at him. "What?" "Alessio, he's grumpy as fuck, but he also lives here. It's our house and he is the boss, but please don't do anything to fuck things up or piss him off. It's in your benefit that you can stay." Leandro retreats a hand and pushes it through his dark brown hair. I quirk an eyebrow and shuffle back to examine his expression. "So you'd leave your flesh and blood to fend for themselves because of him?" He tuts at my response. "Obviously not, but Alessio says he doesn't like strangers." An unattractive snort escapes my body. "That's ironic. How did he ever create a gang? Just play nice." "When am I not?" I flash a sarcastic smile. "Lex, I am warning you." My eyes roll painfully, and I pop open the car door. "Leandro, I won't do anything to him or to you, I'm going to be busy studying and doing my own shit. Okay. Okay, he nods and steps out of the car. He walks to the boot and pulls out my belongings. An older woman wearing black clothes and an apron walks down the front of the steps. Harriet, can you put these in the spare bedroom for Caroline? Of course, Leandro, she nods and I shake my head. I can do it. I lean forward to grab the handle of my suitcase. Leandro moves it out of reach. That is why Harriet is here, he responds. Are you an idiot? My voice grows louder. She is a woman and my bags are fucking heavy. The least you could do is help. That's not how it works around here, Lex. You're gonna have to get used to it. I narrow my eyes at him and reach forward for my suitcase again. I can carry them myself if you're not going to help her. She might be your housekeeper, but Dolces carry their own, no? Leandro smirks in my direction and crosses his arms over his chest. I guess. Then great, show me the way to my room then. I follow Harriet into the house, and she takes me through the open-plan living room, one that looks out across the view of a beautiful shimmering lake and trees beyond. My arms handle my bags up the stairs before Leandro huffs out a breath and takes my suitcase for me. I smile to myself in success. Here will be your room, Caroline. Harriet turns to me before pushing open the door. Thanks, I tell her as Leandro dumps my suitcase behind me. You can go now, Harriet, thanks. Harriet is dismissed, and I push my things into the room. Even for a spare bedroom, it's pristine. A queen double bed with an oak desk and wardrobe, shutters on the windows which can be opened. All good. Better than home, I joke. Then I glance up at the ceiling, a camera facing the bed. Well, I cut myself off. Why is there a camera in my room? Leandro shrugs. There are cameras in every room in the house. They're needed for security. I turn my head to him in shock. But my bedroom, who has the access to it? Alessio does, but he doesn't access them unless he needs to. My eyes ping open. Are you crazy? Leandro, I don't want some guy watching me get undressed. He smirks to himself. It's cute that you think he has time to watch you get undressed, Lex. I'm sure he's seen hundreds of women naked. Been in hundreds of naked women. I don't think watching you is going to do much for him, besides bore him. I'm still blinking rapidly. Of course, every gang leader is a complete playboy. I wouldn't expect it any other way. I don't know if I'm okay with this. You're gonna have to be, he shrugs. It's for your safety. For all of our safety. Before I can say anything more, he takes a step back and gives me a glance not to press further. Maybe he's right. Alessio doesn't care about me, he cares about the safety of himself and his house. Leandro pats the door and beckons his head over his shoulder. I'll let you get settled in or whatever, ensuite is just through here, he points to the door on the left side of my room. Dinner will be served in 30 minutes, so be down for then. Sweet, I nod and he leaves me to it. Once I have removed my clothes from my suitcase and hung them in my wardrobe or folded them neatly into my drawers, I get changed into something clean, but in the corner of the room, away from the camera. Being on an aeroplane for 4 hours makes me feel sweaty and disgusting. Fresh clothes are needed for my own comfort and sanity. I glance at my phone and head downstairs. Exactly 30 minutes later, Leandro stands from the living room and turns off the TV. Sorted your stuff out? He asks as I reach the last step. Most of it, I nod once. Hope you're hungry. I smile and feel my stomach growl at his words. As ever. Leandro glances up at the top of the stairs, and I turn around to look at what he's staring at, and now I understand. A dark-haired man walks along the banister and then down the stairs. His head is held high and shoulders pushed back. He's wearing a white shirt which is tucked into trousers, and sleeves rolled up to his elbows. When his body loops around the middle set of stairs, he turns in our direction, and I notice 3 of his top buttons are undone. Then my eyes shamelessly float to his face, admiring all of his features. Strong jawline and chiseled cheekbones. Light stubble that covers his cheeks and jaw. I catch a glimpse of his tattoos on his forearms. They're nothing like my brother's. They're spread out across his skin, leaving gaps between them. He even has one across his hand, and I find myself clenching at his entrance. It's obvious he's the boss by the way his presence dominates the room with a certain type of energy. He reaches the last step and adjusts his shirt that is halfway rolled. He's stupidly tall, he almost takes up the whole room. Shoulders broad and spine straight. Leandro finally clears his throat to grab his attention, and his dark, mysterious eyes find my brother. Alessio, he starts. This is my sister, Caroline. Caroline, this is Alessio. For the first time, Alessio drags his gaze over to my face. He takes one look at me and his expression is already bored. Inside, my blood begins to heat, but I refuse to let his presence affect the way I am. Thank you for allowing me to stay in your humble abode. My tone comes out slightly sarcastic, which earns me a jab in the ribs from Leandro. I wince internally, but I don't react from his action. Instead, I just force a smile back at Alessio, who is looking at me like he wants to kill me. Never have I seen eyes look so fierce and full of hatred in my life. Alessio says nothing in return and loops around me like I barely exist. I turn to Leandro instantly, who raises his eyebrows at me, and I shrug. Tough crowd, I mumble under my breath, and he pushes my shoulder lightly. Play nice, I said. I throw my hands up in defense and follow Leandro through to the kitchen and then the dining room. I've never seen a bigger table in my life, especially considering only 2 of them actually live here. Food is already prepared and waiting for us at the table. Alessio sits at one end, and I purposely sit as far away from him as possible. Thankfully, Leandro sits beside me, so I don't look like a complete idiot. We plate ourselves up with lasagna and fresh bread. Leandro spoons his food into his mouth and turns to me. Was your flight okay? Yeah, fine. I nod and push my fork through the pasta sheets. He chews on his food and nods. How's Mom and Dad? I bite on my fork and give him a look. How'd you think? Yeah, fair. His dark brows push together as he ponders for a moment. I'm sure they'll call soon. My shoulders raise and fall quickly. Doesn't matter, they're clearly very busy. Leandro nods and then looks down at my plate. Eat? He points his knife in the direction of my food. I do as he says, and we remain silent for a few moments. Then I take the chance to glance up and then down the table, my eyes falling on Alessio's face as he spoons his food into his mouth. Eyes are firmly down and avoiding our gazes. I'm relieved in a way because Leandro was right. He is fucking grumpy, like he could kill at any given second. But men like him do not scare or intimidate me. I've met plenty of people like Alessio. They think they rule the world, but they're just deprived of life.
Chapter 3. Alessio Romano. I have had the busiest 5 days of my life, and when I come home, all I want is to relax, chill out, and be left alone in peace. But ever since Leandro's sister has come to stay, I can barely keep my shit together. Leandro said she would stay out of the way, and it would be like she's not here, but she is everywhere. She is every fucking where, and I cannot stand a single second more. This is my house, and now it feels invaded by strangers, whom I despise more than anything on this planet. Today, I had to compromise with an organized group that rely on us for steady income, a group of people I really didn't want to meet up with this soon. The outcome was not what I was expecting, but they've given us time to fix what Liam caused. I've already got people on the job because I can't think about this right now. I feel homicidal to release this inner rage. So when I come home late into the evening, and Caroline has her books and notepads stretched across the kitchen table, I almost lose it because I hate mess. I fucking despise mess. That's why this house is constantly spotless. She's treating my place like her own, with absolutely no respect for those she is benefiting on. I reach the fridge and she doesn't even acknowledge my presence. She ignores me and stares down at her books. Pen scribbling across paper, and then she scrolls through her laptop, glasses sitting delicately on her face. Never in my life have I felt so irked by something that shouldn't matter. But it does. It really fucking does. Leandro is nowhere to be seen, and knowing that she's here alone makes me even more mad. Like I'm dealing with her residence, more than her actual brother. I will not be a babysitter to anyone. I watch out of the corner of my eye as Caroline pushes her books and belongings even further across the counter. A pencil drops onto the floor, and she doesn't bother to retrieve it. She continues reading whatever the fuck she's doing. My teeth grit and I step closer, no longer able to keep this at bay. Do you have to do this right here? Caroline blinks and then finds my gaze. Her eyes light up sarcastically, and she flashes me a smile that makes me regret talking to her in the first place. He speaks. I ball my fists at my sides and tell myself to not react, but knowing she's in my personal space, she has no appreciation for what I've given her. Allowing her to stay, and she treats this place like a fucking barn. My eyes float down to her books, and I catch the words astronomy, astrophysics, and galaxies. I scrunch my face up at her textbooks she's studying. The dumbest thing I've ever seen. Why are you studying for a degree that you're never going to use? My words are harsh. Idiota. I mumble under my breath. Idiota, idiot. Her dark brows furrow at my question, and she swipes her glasses from her face, giving me a look that I don't like, not one bit. Because I like the idea that I can make something of myself, and not of what my parents can make for me. I snort to myself and fold my arms over my chest. Caroline's eyes keep on mine. That seems like a stupid idea when you already have so much in your family. You're really not street smart, are you? Caroline ignores my comment and flashes me a wicked smile. I think some people want other things on their vitae opposed to killer or drug trafficker. But if that works for you, then sure. She shrugs, but there's a glint of sarcasm in her expression. Your aspirations sure are astonishing. My hand hits the counter faster than I've ever moved in my life. The sound of my palm echoes off the walls and surrounds us. Caroline's body flinches, but she doesn't seem scared. The sound scared her, not what I actually did. She stares back at me and leans on her elbows, admiring me with those devious eyes that I absolutely despise. I can see her analyzing me, picking me apart, but I won't stand for her shit. Not in my own fucking house when I can throw her out at any given moment. I grip onto some of her papers underneath my fingers and scrunch up her work, my fists vibrating at the frustration deep inside me. Listen here, you fucking bitch, the words hiss through my teeth. You dare talk to me like that again, and I swear I'll. You'll what? Her ice-cold voice has my nostrils flaring in irritation. Lay a finger on me and see how my brother will take it. She drops down her tone and leans in closer to me. I know he's just as deadly as you are. Sabotage your own world and see how that works out for you, because there will be nothing left of it if you want to cross that line. I can feel my eye twitch painfully. The determination in her voice has me wanting to grip her hair at the stands and shove her into the nearest wall. She's not scared of me, but I want her to be. I want her to be fucking terrified of me. She has no idea what I'm capable of. But I know if I touch her, she'll go running to Leandro, and I don't even want to know how that will end. This is an impossible situation, because someone is going to end up dead regardless. I'd watch what you fucking say in my house, I growl out to her. You don't want to know what the consequences are. Caroline tilts her head, and a devilish smile covers her lips. God, you sure have some pent-up anger, don't you? All I have done is sit here and do my work. Don't forget you're the one who communicated with me. I was happy to ignore your existence. God, I want to fucking strangle her. She exhales a long and tired sigh. She checks the watch on her wrist and then pushes her glasses back onto her face. Now, would you mind? She leans over to grab the pieces of paper I have crumpled and attempts to straighten them out. I've got a test to prepare for. As she moves her hands back to her lap, my eyes dart down to her chest, arms squished against one another and giving me a perfectly good angle of her cleavage. Breasts carved to perfection in the tiny black long-sleeve top she's wearing. One that doesn't leave much to the imagination. And why the fuck am I even looking? I tear my eyes away and remove myself from the kitchen before I do something that I regret. Leandro is going to be the first person I speak to tomorrow, because this shit can't continue. If she wants to keep disrespecting me, fine. But there are going to be consequences, and I don't care what Leandro says. No one gets away with disrespecting me and shoving it in my face like a laughing matter. She will not get away with it. She will learn her fucking lesson. Caso. I can't fucking deal with it anymore, Leandro. Caso, fuck. It's not even been a week. Come on, Alessio. Give it a rest. Leandro shakes his head as he paces between the space in front of my desk. My teeth dig into each other, and my jaw begins to ache. You said it would be like she's not even here, but she is. She's everywhere. All the time. He tuts and rolls his eyes at me, an action that makes me want to slam his face into the nearest wall. You've been under a lot of stress, man. Shit has been going on, and it doesn't help that Caroline is here, but she's doing nothing. It's not like she can leave and go do her own thing. My parents have asked for her protection. My finger grip onto the edge of my desk, and I lower my head. When I come home, I just want peace. She told me she was only studying. I whip my head up to meet his gaze instantly. That mouth is going to get her in fucking trouble. I didn't say she was smart, Alessio. She's been raised by vigilantes, she has thick skin, she doesn't give a fuck. That's just the way it is. She's not here to cause harm or do anything. I'm sure you can put out for a couple more months. Months? My voice booms across my office, eye twitching irritably. Merda. Leandro swipes a hand down his face, and then adjusts the belt on his trousers. She's already here now, and we've got to make it work. We've got so much shit to sort out with Daxton and his nonsense. If that's not sorted, we might as well just kill ourselves before they fucking torture us. I turn to the wall, my fists itching to punch through the brick, but I stop myself. How has everything turned to shit so fucking quickly? We'll get this sorted, Leandro steps closer. We always do. It might get a little messy this time, but we will. And we're going to figure out who else betrayed our trust. We're going to make them pay for the shit they've caused us. Daxton threatened us if we don't get him his extra money, and the thought of giving him more of our money makes me feel sick. I push myself back into the chair, and I land with a thud. And I know Liam didn't work alone. He knew exactly what he was doing. Leandro shakes his head. And we will get Daxton the money. We have plenty of it. I grip onto a pen and stab it down into the wood of my desk. If Daxton backs out of our agreement, we can say goodbye to our most important business deal, and he could royally fuck us. We've got people working on it, all right. We will get him the money. Fuck Liam and everyone who has screwed us over. We'll get to the bottom of this and put things right. My head rests back onto the chair, and I look up at the ceiling. We better, because I am losing the will to live currently. I'm gonna head over to Jace's and see if there is anything new. I'll join you. Leandro nods and walks towards my office door. Okay, let me get myself sorted and we can go. He leaves and I stand from my desk, brushing down my shirt and tucking the back into my trousers. I retreat to my specialized cabinet and place a gun into the back of my waistband. Then I slide on my jacket and head downstairs. As I reach the bottom step, I retrieve my phone from my pocket and glance down at the kitchen, expecting to see Harriet, but it's not. It's Caroline, wearing the smallest fucking shorts I have ever seen and a tiny crop top. Her back is to me, but she's preparing something on the counter, although I'm not focusing on that. I'm looking directly at her juicy heart-shaped ass and the curve of her waist. Even her hips look like they're begging to be kneaded. I shake my head because I cannot believe these thoughts are invading my mind, and I'm allowing them. She's parading around in barely any clothes. A part of me hates it, but another part of me doesn't because I can't look away. Her golden tan skin illuminates against the black shorts and white top, her dark brown hair cascading down her back in a loose braid. God, I want to yank on that braid and make her apologize for running her mouth at me yesterday. Force her to say sorry for being a little brat, and that she shouldn't keep going the way she is, unless she wants to keep her precious hair. I want to see her squirm. I want to see her scared. Show her who is the boss in this house, and she can't fucking run her own rules. It doesn't work that way. Ready to go. Leandro's voice startles me from behind. He studies me with weary eyes, and then looks at what my gaze is on. Instantly, he pulls a struck look, one that looks lethal. You better not be looking at her like that. He warns me in a cold tone. Then tell your sister to put some fucking clothes on, and I won't have to be surprised by her entrance. I grumble under my breath, and rip myself away from the spot I've been burning a hole in. Leandro insults me behind my back, but I ignore him and head to the door. He follows, but drops the conversation because we need to focus on today. We need to find out new information for the sake of this empire.
Chapter 4. Coraline Dolce. I've been alone at the house all morning. Leandro and Alessio have stepped out for some business or whatever it is that they do. But that gives me some time to study for a test I have in a few days, and peace and quiet is what I need. Alessio doesn't like my presence, that's clear. I should probably care more, but I don't. He can scowl at me and curse under his breath every time I'm in his way, but I'm here because of my brother and I know that he will always have my back. I know that I'm not going to be here forever, and big scary criminal bosses like Alessio don't scare me. Hell, I even like toying with them to drop their egos down a notch or two. Sometimes their heads are so far up their own asses that I'm surprised they don't suffocate themselves. That's one thing I love about Leandro, he's still level-headed. Gangs haven't changed him, not that I've noticed anyway. He might look like a dangerous guy on the outside, with his dark tattoos and display of rings across his fingers, but he's still the soft brother I remember. Although I know he can be deathly. I remember watching him kill someone when I was 13, and he was 18. Bludgeon them to death with a meat cleaver in our kitchen. They were hunting down my parents and came across my brother instead. That's exactly why they trained us from a young age, how to defend, how to fight, how to survive. I will never forget the expression of the guy as he laid on our floor, half of his brains hanging out the back of his head. The smell of his blood still is a clear memory in my head. The thought makes my stomach churn because it was everywhere. Splashes of blood hit my face and cooted my hair because Leandro didn't know when to stop, not even when his skull was cracked open. Being 13 and seeing someone murdered definitely takes its toll on your own mental state. My parents forced me into therapy and counseling and everything in between, but it never stopped the nightmares. They told me it makes me stronger. That's when Leandro realized his love for adrenaline and dangerous organized activities. For me, it made me run in the opposite direction. I could deal without the worry of a stranger breaking into your house to harm your parents and anyone related to them. All I've wanted is to be different. But they told me I can't be out of their protection because I could be kidnapped or taken for ransom. So I stayed put and did what I needed to do so I could study for my university degree, something that I can achieve whilst being at home. At 4 o'clock, the front door opens and Leandro and Alessio emerge. I presume their meeting went well, as Alessio doesn't have a face like thunder, until he looks at me sitting at the kitchen counter. He really fucking hates me. Hey, Leandro dumps his jacket on a chair and prowls over to me. Your day been okay? I hum and tear my reading glasses from my eyes. Been studying for a test, what about you? Yeah, all good, he nods. Alessio walks behind him, but purposely looks away from my eyes and opens the fridge. We're going to head to the shooting range, actually. Wanna come? My hand folds over my blue hardback notebook and I smile. Yeah, sure. Could do with getting out. Alessio snorts and slams the fridge shut. I glare at him from across the counter. What? His dark and lethal eyes find mine. Do you even know how to shoot a gun? He's trying to patronize me, and it's not working. Do you even know who my parents are? Alessio's eyes don't move from mine. I don't know if he's trying to challenge me or tell me to back down, but I don't. Even though he's tall and he's broad and looks scary, he's not. I could break him down if I wanted to. He's just a person underneath all of that artificial armor. Let's go, Leandro's loud voice cuts through the air. I snap my eyes away from Alessio and focus on my brother. I'm gonna grab my stuff. Okay, he nods as I slide off the chair and head upstairs. I can already hear them speak in hushed tones, and I can't help but roll my eyes. It's his issue if he can't get used to a female in the house. That's his fucking problem, not mine. When I'm dressed suitably, we head outside and I slide into Leandro's car. Alessio is already in the front seat, and I don't protest because I want to get there in one piece. Time out of the house helps the day go by. I wouldn't mind it to go fairly quickly, even in Alessio's company. At the private shooting range, Leandro and Alessio brought their own guns, of course. They get set up at the stations and I follow. Leandro goes first and gets shots through the head, throat and heart without missing a beat. He's always had a lethal shot. I remember my father telling me he has a good aim, good precision and good execution. He's destined to kill people. Maybe he should have become an assassin, but I remember that Leandro likes to create a mess and brew up a storm. Silently killing people isn't his style. He's bloodthirsty just like my father. Leandro turns to me before Alessio and hands me his gun. Come on, sis, he beckons his head to the target. Let's see what you've got. Alessio laughs from behind me, leaning back in the stool with his arms cupping his elbows. I didn't want to focus on the way his biceps stretch around his shirt, but I can't help but notice. It's like the fabric is going to rip at any given moment. My fingers take the gun from his hands with my eyes still glued on Alessio's. I place the bullets inside and turn back to the target. Taking the gun off safety and steadying it between my hands. I hold it up and point it in the direction of the board. For once I take a slow and steady breath. Usually I just go for it, but today I wanted to focus, to breathe. If Alessio sees me fuck up, he won't realize my true talents. But knowing he's here puts a stupid amount of pressure on my mind, even when I don't care for his opinion. Then again, maybe I do. My hand raises ever so slightly, and I aim the gun at the target on the head. I pull the trigger and watch the bullet fly through the cross, then I aim lower and hit the throat, then I go lower and hit the chest. Directly in the heart. Bang bang bang. Jesus, Leandro slaps my shoulder and I turn to him with a soft, smug smile. You still haven't lost your touch, huh? I shrug. Guess some talents stick. Shame you never put it to use, he takes the gun back. I'm just not a big fan of murdering people, I flick my eyes between his. Unlike you. Leandro chuckles and pushes my shoulder. I'm not as bad as you think. Are you not? Alessio stands from behind me and takes out his own gun, filling it with bullets, and moves to the next station along. He does something similar to Leandro, but it's much quicker and precise. He does it once, and then he does it again without hesitating. His hands do not falter once. Even that stability has impressed me, but I'd never admit that to him. Not as bad as him, Leandro mumbles under his breath, but Alessio can hear because he shoots him a deathly look. Shut up, Leandro. Alessio's deep voice catches me by surprise. I almost forgot what he sounded like, because he's been so silent since we've been here. He's warning Leandro and I know they could both severely hurt each other if they wanted, but they're meant to be good friends, business partners. How far would one go to fuck up the closest person to them? Leandro tuts at his words and chooses to ignore him. He repositions his gun and shoots, aiming better than last time but not as good as Alessio. I always thought Leandro was skilled with guns, but I'd love to see what damage Alessio could do with other weapons. He sure knows what he's doing. He should do, after all, he's the boss. If he wasn't skilled even I'd be worried. They take their turns and Leandro gives me another go. I notice that Alessio doesn't watch but I still ace them anyway. At some point Alessio's phone rings and he curses at the name on the screen before answering. He steps away but his loud and dominant voice can be heard. Leandro turns to him, expression struck with concern. I furrow my brows and turn to my brother. Is something happening today? I dunno, Lex. He walks past me and approaches Alessio at the other end of the warehouse. He's shouting. Running hands through his hair endlessly, tugging at the strands, and then throwing his hands around in a frantic manner. Alessio ends the call with an aggressive tap, stalking back over to where we were positioned before. "We need to go," he growls out to Leandro. "What's happened?" he demands, but Alessio shakes his head. "We'll discuss it on the way, but we need to go now." Alessio turns to me, and I blink back at him with confusion. "Call Jerry and get him to send Caroline back to the house. She can't come with us and put the house on lockdown." "Lockdown? What's going on?" My anxiety spikes. "It's none of your fucking business," Alessio roars at me with raging eyes. "And I suggest you comply if you don't want your brains splattered across the floor." I suck in a breath, because he looks deadly. Leandro doesn't even back me up, so I realize this must be serious. My lips bolt shut, and I take a step away before I trigger him. Leandro rushes to his phone and instantly dials Jerry before packing up their stuff and heading out of the door. Alessio looks like the last person I want to cross right now. I know if I say something again, he'll shoot me dead on the spot. Angry veins are sticking out of his neck, and his jaw has been tight ever since he picked up the call. Something is definitely wrong, and it makes my stomach churn slightly. This is everything I hate about living dangerous lives. There are always dangerous consequences. Is it ever worth it? How do they even sleep peacefully at night? Leandro grabs my arm and cuts off the call with whoever this Jerry guy is. "Our driver is on the way, okay?" He holds onto my shoulders. "When you get home, everything is going to be locked and secured. There will be security guards there. Stay inside. Preferably in your room." My eyes are wide at his words. Is someone going to target the house? "Of course not," he recoils. "It's just for precaution. Don't be stupid now, I know you're smart. We'll be back later. Text me when you're at home and everything is locked." Alessio doesn't spare me another look. He climbs into the car just as another car drives straight towards me. "Get in," Leandro points to the black BMW. "I'll see you later." "Okay," my voice is quiet and I climb into the driver's car. I watch out of the window as Leandro speeds off out of the car park and down the street, tires screeching against the floor. Jerry greets me and takes me back to the house where I am ushered inside by multiple guards and told to stay in my room. My fingers punch out a text to Leandro, but he doesn't reply. I find myself pacing back and forth between the walls of my bedroom. Situations like this always make me feel sick. I've been locked in my room back home by my parents for my safety plenty of times. You have no idea if they're going to make it out alive. If the house is going to be a bloodbath. If the bad guys will win and you end up having your organs blasted across the floor. It's not knowing that gives me the fear. Not knowing what's going on, and I've had years of scenarios like this. Ones that leave me with nightmares because I cannot escape. I cannot fight, but I know in real life I can. And the thought of hurting or killing someone destroys me. I don't care if they're a bad person. I never want to watch someone take their last breath because I've caused them to die. Sometimes I don't know how I ended up in a family like mine. I couldn't be more different from all of them, and now I have to suffer with these consequences. I climb into bed and force myself to sleep. It's the best thing to do in these situations because it should be over by morning. And if it's not, that's when you panic.
Chapter 5. Alessio Romano. The last person I wanted to hear from today was Daxton. I don't want to hear from him ever. Not with all the crap that's been going on within my empire. I am seconds away from losing my shit. What the fuck did he say? Leandro demands, as we race to the location that he disclosed moments ago. I shake my head and grip the steering wheel tighter. He's ransacked one of our operations, holding them hostage until we get there. Shit, Leandro's voice echoes through the car. This is fucking bad. Daxton isn't the sort of person who will leave this situation without a little bloodshed, I grit out angrily, taking a sharp left. When can Jace get us the extra money so we can pay him off for a little while? Leandro digs his work phone out from his pocket. He said he's been working on it, but I'm praying it's soon. We're still not coming any close to who was working with Liam, why he leaked that information. Yeah, well, we've been a little distracted. I spit in his direction, my knuckles turning white from the force of my clench. Don't you think? What's that supposed to mean? I refuse to glance over at him, because I already know that look on his face. Your sister, I growl. She's been distracting you, she's been distracting us. If she wasn't here, this shit would be sorted. He slams his hand down onto the glove compartment. She's my fucking blood, I couldn't just leave her. She hasn't been distracting us. You've just decided to be an ass to her. She's willing to leave you alone if you leave her alone. I suppress a deep grumble, but I didn't have the mental capacity to have this conversation. We have bigger things to think about than his sister, one that needs to stay out of her business if she wants to keep her head in my house. We pull up outside the derelict warehouse. Leandro lines the belt of his trousers with handguns and I do the same, hiding them behind my blazer. We give each other one last glance before we step out, and we walk towards the warehouse. I share a glance with Leandro, and we head inside. My eyes find 3 of my workers on their knees, guns to their head. Fury almost blinds me, but I grit my teeth and stare up at Daxton, who has his hands tucked behind him neatly, back straight and chin high. Daxton might look like a ravishing guy, but he's nothing but pure evil. He's tall, similar build to myself. Dark black tousled hair and midnight eyes. He is covered in scars, but the most noticeable, the one across his lips that have healed and now left a thick white line across his mouth and chin. I don't even want to know the things he's previously endured. Alessio, he flashes me a bright fake smile. Leandro, so pleased for you guys to finally make it. Release them, I point to my men. If you want it out with me, then have it out with me. This isn't on them. Daxton tilts his head slowly and works his way towards me. I notice Leandro's fingers twitch. He's ready to reach for his gun any given second, but I realize that we're outnumbered as it is, especially with our men on the ground and guns to their brains. But what's the fun in that? I grit my teeth. We gave you your money last week, I spit out. I don't recall you adding on my interest that I wanted for being cut short with barely any explanation. He walks towards us, and my back turns rigid. You think you can get away with having my money stolen, and not think that you have to pay me back with interest? His dark-holed laugh echoes across the room, only for his men to laugh in response. My eye twitches, but I don't let him see how much he's currently irking me. We'll get it to you, Leandro's voice cuts over their pathetic laughter. By Sunday. Daxton stops laughing instantly and snaps his head in his direction. Sunday? What makes you think that I can wait until Sunday? It's Sunday or nothing, I snarl at him. He steps forward and I step closer. I watch as he reaches for his gun in his belt and I do the same, Leandro releasing his own at the same time at me. We point our guns at each other, taking off the safety and showing our determination. Daxton's dark eyes zero in on mine. I lower my breathing. He doesn't scare me. Having a gun pointed at my chest doesn't scare me, though my heart pounds against my ribcage at the adrenaline running through my body. We both know he's irrational, but he wouldn't destroy this when he knows we bring him in so much money in return. Shoot me and you'll get nothing. My voice is so dark that I almost don't recognize it. Alessio, Alessio, Alessio? He shakes his head with a bitter smile. You have no idea what game you're playing here. I bite down on my gums. We got you your money. We'll get you your interest, and this will never fucking happen again. He hums and stares at me down the barrel of his gun. You're right, he sighs sarcastically. This won't ever happen again. Not when your empire is fucking lousy, slipping through snakes that betray their own kind. He's laughing again. I'm embarrassed for you, Alessio. If we're done here, Leandro barks before I snap. He knows me too well, and we all want to go home tonight without wounds or dead members. Then there is nothing more to it. Sunday, you'll get your money and this will be finished. Got it, Daxton? Daxton tilts his head towards Leandro and lowers his gun. He grins like a madman, but I ignore the feral look in his eyes. Only I get to tell you when it's finished. He glances from Leandro to me, before beckoning his men to lower their guns and head out. We watch them carefully as they leave, sizing us up as they do. Inside I'm shaking with deep frustration. I wish this shit never happened. Leandro checks on our men before sending them home, organizing a meeting in the morning so we can discuss what happened before we arrived. But right now, we all deserve to go home, drink half a bottle of whiskey, and pretend the last hour never happened. We climb back into our car and head home. Alessio, Leandro's voice floats through the car. Alessio. What? He stares at me, but I don't look at him. You're about to turn this fucking car over. Chill out. I scoff sourly at his words. Chill out. Don't you fucking dare tell me to chill out. We will get him the money by Sunday, Leandro says. We have a job Friday. It will carry us through. But we have a fucking mole in our empire, someone who is prepared to fuck us over. They did it once, and they'll do it again if we don't knuckle down and find who it is. I find myself hissing through my teeth. And tear them apart until they tell us what we need to know. I don't care whose fingers and genitals I'll need to cut off in the process. Fanculo questa merda. Fanculo questa merda, fuck this shit. Leandro clears his throat and rolls up his sleeves, flashing his tattooed arms. Then tomorrow with the meeting, we will crack down on this shit and we won't stand for it anymore. This will destroy us, Alessio. We need to be harder on them. This shit is serious, and either of us is going to end up dead. I turn to look at Leandro, who is already holding my stare. And if they know Caroline is staying with us, his voice is hoarse. It could change everything. They won't find out, I promise. We keep our business to ourselves. They better not. He focuses his eyes on the road. I can't have her in my protection and fail her. She doesn't deserve this shit. She's never been a part of it, never wanted to be a part of it, but she has no other choice, and I feel like a shitty brother for even dragging her into more danger. I pull up to our house and make our way through the gates, parking the car in the underground shelter. We get out of the car and make our way into the house. Leandro goes upstairs to check on Caroline, but it's late, and I desperately need something to wash down this rage. Once I'm in the kitchen, I notice one of my canters is on the side, the top popped open, and a glass that hasn't been put away in the dishwasher. My eyes begin to burn, because I know Caroline must have touched my drink. My whiskey that even Leandro doesn't touch. No one touches because it's mine. Before I know what I'm doing, I race upstairs to find Leandro speaking to Caroline in her room. He catches my eyes and then narrows his gaze when he notices my expression. Soon Caroline emerges in the doorway. Who gave you permission to touch my stuff? I growl at her. She recoils from my tone. What are you talking about? I stare back into those stupidly mesmerizing brown eyes and forget how she looks for a second, even in her skimpy pajamas. My drink downstairs. You've touched it and left the fucking evidence on the side. It was one drink, she exhales slowly. You guys were out, and I couldn't sleep. Do not touch my stuff. Leandro presses a hand to my chest as I inch closer, pushing me away from his sister. Neither of us have glanced away from one another. She's challenging me, and she knows exactly how to push my buttons. Leandro has no idea what she's capable of. Okay, let's calm down. Leandro's stern voice isn't good enough for me to stand down. You have no fucking respect for us, for this house. He pushes my chest even further. That's enough, it's been a long day. Caroline, apologize. I watch as her mouth hangs open in shock. Apologize. I did. Lex, his voice ripples, silencing her. Alessio is right. Just because you live here doesn't give you the right to touch his things. If you want your own stuff, we can order it in. It's not a big deal. Caroline's big brown eyes stare down at her brother. She folds her arms across her chest before turning back to me. Then she forces out a fake smile that I wish I could slap off her face, but I keep my fists tightened at my sides. I'd never lay my hand on a woman, unless they wanted me to. I'm so sorry for touching your stuff, she says through gritted teeth. When Leandro glances away from her, she has the nerve to stare me directly in the eye and scoff at my blank reaction. I step away before I lose my shit, especially after everything that happened today. God. She fucking infuriates me. I hate that she's not scared of me. I fucking wish I could fuck that attitude straight out of her. Maybe she'd listen then whilst my cock punishes each and every one of her holes. When I shut myself in my office, I scold myself for having such thoughts of Leandro's sister. But sometimes that's what they need to get themselves in line. A long, hard, deep fucking until they're silent and only my name is falling from their lips. Fucked into submission and can barely stand the next day, leaving their legs shaking and memories for days because of how sore they should feel. My cock grows in my pants, and I want to rip out my own throat for becoming hard over this. Hard over thinking of fucking her when it should be the last thing I do. That and killing her because she's so damn aggravating. She brings nothing to my life but irritation and a distraction that we don't need right now. I dig my hand into my pocket and fly through my contacts, falling upon Janelle. I haven't seen her in weeks, but I need a release, and I know she could be here in less than half an hour. She's usually desperate and great when I need my dick wet. It doesn't take long for her to come to the house. I grant her through the guards at the gate, and she walks through to my office. She knows the deal. She's done this plenty of times before. "Hey, handsome," she grins from the doorway before pushing it behind her. I notice that her blonde hair is a lot longer than I remembered, probably extensions. She's got a deep cherry red lip gloss across her mouth, dark eyes covered with thick lust. I know that she's not really my type, but she's a good fuck, and that's all I can think about right now. My arm loops around her waist, and I tug her towards me harshly. She yelps out but smiles. "Wow," she purrs and presses a hand to my chest. "I missed you too." I ignore her comment. I didn't miss her. Nor will I ever miss her, but I guess I could say I miss her pussy. "Come on," she tugs my hand. "Let's go to your bed." My head shakes at her. "No," I heave out. "I can fuck you good right here." She pouts at me. Her lips are big and perfect for visuals. It's clear that Janelle likes being enhanced, with the tits and the lips, even her fake tan. But she still looks good, and she knows it. She owns it, and her confidence does wonders for me. Why not? Because you know I don't do that shit. I growl out before taking a fist full of her hair and bending her over my desk roughly. "But I can take you just fine with you bent over." Janelle exhales a soft grunt as I hoist up her dress, finding her soaked beneath. I like that I have that effect on her, on most women. Sometimes they're probably fucking me for my power, but I don't care. As long as I get what I want, then I'm happy. I reach for a condom in my drawer and rip it open before pulling down my trousers and lining it against my cock. Then, before Janelle can prepare herself, I plunge deep into her, gripping her shoulder as I bury my cock deep inside her wet pussy. She cries out instantly, the desk rattling at the sounds of her moans, working in perfect rhythm. Fuck yes," she cries out. My teeth grit down painfully as I release my rage on her body, digging my fingers into her hips, knowing full well I'll probably leave bruises, but I know that's the kind of fucking Janelle loves. I thrust powerfully, pounding her over and over until she's a moaning, withering mess. My hand comes down on her ass, leaving the plush skin bleeding a pink stain. The pleasure begins to build up inside, and I move faster, harder. My eyes glance up and I stare at the light from the hall. She never closed the door properly, and now I can see the soft light leaking in. Between the gap of the door, I spot a figure, and I instantly know who it is. Standing there, watching me fuck away like it's the most extraordinary thing she's ever seen. Caroline doesn't move. I don't even know if she knows I can see her. But she stops to watch, and I find myself smirking, ravishing my cock inside of Janelle continuously until I'm sure my desk is about to snap in two. For some unknown reason, this makes me closer to a release, growing harder. She's watching me, and she's not moving. I have no clue why, but it makes me want to explode. I almost forget that this is another woman I'm fucking. Her eyes give me a spark I didn't know I needed. Suddenly, Caroline jumps away when she realizes that I've noticed her. But she was busted a long time ago. I continue to smirk to myself until I finish in the condom and pull myself away from Janelle's sweaty body. She pulls herself up from the desk and pulls down her dress, flashing me a lazy smile. Wow, she exhales, still trying to catch her breath. Bad day? You should go, I say as I throw the condom in the bin and tuck myself back into my trousers. Her mouth hangs open in shock. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm serious. She scowls at me and stumbles away from my desk. You're a fucking ass. You've got no respect for women. You know that this is strictly sex, nothing else. I never implied anything more. Fuck you, Alessio. I watch as she walks towards my office door and walks herself out, muttering inaudible things under her breath, but she's the last of my worries. I couldn't give a fuck what she thinks about me. Later, I take myself to bed and find myself tossing and turning, feeling severely dissatisfied with everything.
Chapter 6. I shouldn't be thinking of what I saw last night whilst I lay in bed, but I can't help myself. It's been a while since I've had any action for myself, and watching Alessio go at it last night with an unidentified female had me stuck in a trance. Those long, hard and powerful thrusts. The way she whimpered for him. The way he grunted in response. Alessio fucked her like she was his possession, and part of me shuddered as I watched his broad shoulders tense and relax. Slapping of skin echoed across his office. His tattooed body and rock-hard abs. I can admit that he is a sight to look at, even if he's the most infuriating and arrogant man I've ever met. I knew that I shouldn't have been watching, but I couldn't help myself. For a moment I didn't realize that he could probably see me, lingering there, watching. But when I came to my senses, I flew away back to my room and climbed into my bed like nothing just happened. Now he knows I've watched him pound another woman, and I wanted to see it. I curse myself and force my eyes to shut so that I can sleep and pretend like nothing happened tomorrow morning. Depending on his reaction. When the morning rolls around, I find myself downstairs with Harriet. She offers to make some breakfast, but I tell her I can make my own. I've got nothing better to do, and I certainly don't want to be waited on. Soon Leandro comes downstairs and fills up a cup of ice water. What went on last night? I ask as he rubs a hand into his eyes. Don't worry about it, Lex. The less you know, the better. I frown, but maybe he's right. When my parents got me involved with their shit, I didn't want to know about it. I just wanted to live in peace. So maybe I do need to keep my nose out of it and pretend that I'm none the wiser. Okay, but are things okay? Leandro tenses for a moment as he approaches the fridge. Yeah. They are? He's lying. It's so clear when he lies because he pauses, he can't face the music. But I decide not to press, I'm not in the mood for it right now. All I know is that I'm hungry, and I've got work to do later. Then he turns around to the counter, glancing at Harriet, who is already making something for him to eat. Honestly, Lex, it's better if you stay out of it. For the sake of the Empire and our work. I hold my hands up in defense. I didn't say anything. You guys do what you need to. Leandro nods at my answer and perches on the chair beside me. Jace is coming over later, he says. My eyes widen in shock. He is. Jace has been one of Leandro's good friends from school. They both used to get into trouble together. Thick as thieves. I haven't seen him for years, but I remember how they used to protect me, walk me home from school, and made sure no one gave me a hard time. He's pretty much my second brother at this point. Although I haven't seen him in years, it'll be like a long-lost family member. That's if he can recognize me from how much I've grown up. Yeah, he nods. Alessio's called a meeting, but we need to go over things first. He's popping by soon, and then we'll be leaving to address the others. Okay, I'm excited to see him. It's been a while. I finish my breakfast as Leandro does something on his phone. Work most probably. Alessio doesn't join us when Jace waltzes through the front door. He's barely changed, he's only got bigger and maybe a smidge taller. But that shaggy blonde hair and dark gray eyes remain the same. Holy shit, Jace cracks a smile as I stand from the kitchen counter. Caroline? I open my arms as I walk towards him. He does the same and lifts me off the floor into a hug, his strength holding me tight. Hey Jace. God, he exhales before placing me back onto the floor. It's been a hot fucking minute. His eyes glance over my face, my hair and my simple lounge clothes. Fuck, seems like it was only yesterday where I shoved that guy into the wall for trying to look up your skirt. My eyes rolled gently. You didn't just shove him into the wall, you battered him so hard he lost his teeth. Jace shrugs like it's nothing and Leandro falls at his side. Can't have people trying to take advantage of my little sister, huh? Leandro cups a hand on his shoulder. Have to say you did good on that one. We walk back to the kitchen island where I perch on one of the stools, and Leandro laps up the breakfast that Harriet has prepared, Jace already helping himself to the leftovers on the stove. So what's going on back home, Lex? He asks, shoveling in a rasher of bacon into his mouth. I shrug. Same old shit, I murmur. That's why I'm here, of course. Jace frowns as he turns back to me. Leandro said. One of their missions didn't really go to plan and they targeted the wrong person, I admit. They were given misleading information and they fucked up. Now they've got targets on their heads and said that I have to come live here because they can't guarantee my safety anymore. He winces. Well, that's fucking shit. They're getting too old for this stuff now, I grumble, winding my dark hair up into a bun with a clip. I think they need to leave their youth behind and learn how to live a normal and safe retirement. Leandro chuckles and shakes his head. Yeah, right, he scoffs. Dad would rather die than live a boring life. I close my eyes and glance out of the window. But they're not as agile as they once were. Sometimes you need to give up these things. Go tell that to them then, he gives me the side eye. Tell me how it works out. My finger raises to flip him off across the counter. Where's Alessio? Jace asks. Leandro shrugs. Yesterday was a bit of a stressful day. Wouldn't put it past him to have a bit of some time in. Pretty sure he brought some girl back last night. I find myself sucking in a silent breath and glance down at the counter. Shit, yesterday that bad? My eyes float to Leandro, who then looks at me. He shakes his head. Not here, later. I resist the urge to roll my eyes, but I glance away and stand from the stool, clearing away my plate and cup. Speak of the devil, Jace says from behind me, and I already know Alessio has made an appearance without having to turn around. You're early, Alessio grumbles. That makes a change. Came to see Caroline, Jace admits, and I finally turn away from the dishwasher to face Alessio. His dark eyes are already boring into mine as I twist to face the group again. Charming of you to pay this brat a visit, he spits in my direction. But each to their own. Alessio, Leandro practically growls. I find my teeth grinding into my jaw. I'm surprised you have anyone willing to work for you with that range of vocabulary. Brat, really? I sometimes wonder if you ever went to school to get a proper education. As soon as the words leave my mouth, Jace stifles a laugh from beside me and then fails altogether. I don't dare look away from him as his eyes narrow and his chest tightens with irritation, even his fists begin to tighten. Two can play that game. Right, Leandro rasps through the tension. Let's head to your office and get this sorted before the whole house is brought down. Leandro nudges Jace to follow them upstairs, but Alessio is staring back at me like he wants to put a bullet in my brain. I find myself smirking to myself, don't give what you can't take, in which Alessio can take nothing because he is so far up his own ass. Alessio, my brother snaps in his direction, and I watch as he stalks away, jaw clenched with frustration. I smile to myself and turn to Harriet, who is clearing up Leandro's mess. Is he always such an asshole? I ask. Her bright blue eyes flick to me and she shrugs. I'd rather not comment on Mr. Romano. I just work for him. Fair enough, I sigh and grab my university work from the living room. They will most likely be gone for the rest of the day, and I will have to keep myself busy, despite knowing I've got another test coming up. It's late into the evening, and I've been tucked away in the dining room where no one appears to visit. It's quiet and peaceful, and it gives me the most perfect view of the shimmering lake that looks so beautiful, but I know it will be absolutely freezing at this time of year. When my eyes begin to burn, I pack my things away and head for my bedroom. Before I even get a chance to exit the dining room, something grabs me by the throat and shoves me into the window. I drop all of my books and pens, papers flying across the floor. My heart thrashes in my chest as I glance up at Alessio in a black shirt rolled up to his sleeves and the top buttons undone. His hand takes my throat tightly and holds me firmly against the wall, not allowing me to move. His eyes look vicious, deadly, but I don't let him get a reaction. He deserves nothing from me, not even a flinch. I stare back into those pitch-black eyes and keep my head held high. Despite how his aftershave suffocates me, and his large hand makes me quiver at the knees. I hate myself for thinking this way. You dare speak to me like that in front of Leandro or Jace again, and I will fucking destroy you. My lips quirk and I shake my head in his tight grip. You'll destroy me? His expression twists into something sinister, but I keep myself composed. I'll make you regret coming to stay here altogether. A laugh escapes my lips before I grab his arm by surprise, and I shove him off with all the strength I own. He doesn't move much, but his hand slips from my throat, and I shake my head, hooded eyes beneath my long lashes. You do not scare me. Men like you do not scare me. Well, I should scare you, he spits lethally, flicking his eyes between mine. I should fucking terrify you. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it already. Something snaps inside of Alessio, and he steps closer again, caging me against the wall with his heavy body and tall stature. I don't know who is breathing harder, because I've never known that I want a death wish. Especially from someone as arrogant as him. When he leans in closer, I physically see the red in his eyes. It's written across his face, and he's not very good at hiding his emotions. So much anger for a man who runs his own empire. How does he ever get anything done without burning it all to the ground? So many things flash behind his eyes, and I'm not sure if he wants to strangle me to death or fuck me like he did with that woman yesterday. I can't breathe, and I can physically hear his heartbeat outside of his chest. Or is that mine? Holy fuck. After a few moments, he steps away like he's debating what he's about to do. I find myself smirking at his cowardice. I straighten myself out and lean down to collect my belongings like the last 30 seconds didn't happen. Oh, and if you're going to fuck people in your office, I blurt suddenly. I suggest you shut the door if you want some privacy. I'm not going to let him have one up on me with this information if I don't address it first. Alessio flexes an eyebrow, a gesture I didn't think he would make. I thought you quite liked the show. You stopped for long enough to get a good look. I narrow my eyes towards him. Yeah, a good enough view of your tiny cock. I'm lying. I didn't get close enough to see what he's packing downstairs, but I can't have him win this silly debate. He saw me, we both know that. But now it's all deny, deny, deny. Alessio tips back his head and exhales a long laugh. Tiny? Is that what you call it? Or is it because you don't want to admit that it turned you on? In your dreams? My dreams? He's laughing at me now, and I scold myself for becoming flustered. My body is sabotaging everything. Principessa, I don't need dreams. I can fuck whoever I want, whenever I want. Principessa, princess. I grip my belongings closer to my chest and huff out a breath. That is not a flex. Is it not? His large arms are now folded across his chest. He's analyzing me. Trying to pick me and my weak argument apart, but he doesn't get to turn this around on me. No, I spit. You're just a man who probably has intimacy issues. Can't get a woman to spend time with you that isn't in your bed to save your life. His eyes glaze over with darkness. I'd watch that fucking mouth of yours. This time I take a step forward and lower my tone. You're not going to do anything. Alessio's hand grips the edge of my jaw and forces me back into the window again, my back hitting it with a dull thud. He yanks at my mouth and forces his thumb between my lips as he studies the action. The tightness on my jaw now begins to ache as he stares at me with an unknown desire. Oh, I fucking will, and I'll enjoy every damn second of it. I shove him away once more and tell myself to calm down. My eyes tear from his and I walk away from his presence, even if he makes me feel tiny against his broad body. I don't look back as I head upstairs and straight for my bedroom. Once I dump my books down onto my bed, I turn and run a hand through my hair. My skin is flushed. Everything is flushed, and I want him to get out of my head.
Chapter 7. Alessio Romano. I've got new information, Jace informs me, placing a hand down onto the warehouse table. And I think you're gonna want to listen to this. I peer up from the paperwork on my desk. Go on, I gesture for him to speak. Liam wasn't working alone, he starts, and I lean forward in my chair, placing the edges of my elbows onto the edge of the desk. I've been digging. I've been listening to people on the job, and I heard someone mention that they've been approached by an outside gang to leak information of Daxton's operations for a big wad of cash. My eyes mold into frustration. I know that he didn't work alone. Who? I bark. Aaron. I flick my eyes across Jace. Aaron. He's been with us for years. A member that I thought I could trust. Are you sure? I lower my voice. Jace nods and folds his arms across his chest. 100%, he says. He wasn't spreading it, but he told another member. I couldn't hear what they said in response, but by the sounds of things, he could easily do it again if you don't take him out. I low growl, rumbles in my lungs. Good work, Jace. All part of the job, boss, he nods before taking a step back and pulling his phone from his pocket. I've got to go and meet Leandro at the next location. All good here. You can go, I dismiss him. I'll deal with Aaron later. Jace pauses for a second. I tilt my head slowly. What are you going to do to him? What he deserves. He blinks once and then twice. Fair enough, he rasps. See you later. When he leaves, I find myself staring down at my laptop with heavy eyes. I have no idea why people have decided to turn on me, on this empire for some stupid payout. They get more benefits being in this gang than stabbing me in the back. Especially when they're begging for their lives, when they've got the money that they will never be able to spend. I organize with my guards to bring Aaron to the warehouse instantly, having set up one of the rooms with plastic sheets. That's all I'll need for this, and he'll know exactly what line he's crossed when he's tied to a chair having a conversation with my fist. Boss, I hear from above me. My eyes collide with one of my guards, arms neatly tucked in front of him as he stands before me. He's ready. When I stand, I remove my blazer and slide it onto the back of my leather chair, rolling up the sleeves of my white shirt. I knew I should have worn black today. Now, not only will my hands be dirty, but it will stain this shirt. One of my favorites. I nod at him as we pass, and I take long strides to make my way down the warehouse hall. My hand presses against the door that already has 2 guards standing inside, Aaron tied to a chair in the middle of the room. He squirms and splutters in his mouth gag, wrists twitching against the rope on the chair. His eyes are burning with fury, and then fear once he sees me. Settling back into the chair, as I begin to loom over him, eyeing him up into silence. Pure silence. I place my finger inside the mouth gag, and I rip it from his lips. Do you know why I've brought you here, Aaron? A breath through his nose passes. No, he grunts. What the fuck are you doing, Alessio? Since when do you call me by my first name? Aaron's eyes are hooded. He's trying to put on a front, but it's not working. I can see how terrified he is in his expression. Face becoming pale, eyes dilating. What is this about? Did you work with Liam? What? Liam, I fold my arms across my chest. Did you work with him? Aaron opens his mouth and then shakes his head. No. I don't understand the question. I snort at his ignorance. Well then let's make this simpler. Did you feed information to another gang to give away one of the locations for a partner of ours? His eyes widen for a split second, but he masks it quickly. No. Liar, I grit out. I didn't. My fist raises and slams into his face, knocking his teeth into my knuckles. Ruby red blood is now pouring down his face, over his lips. Don't lie to me, Aaron. You'll only make this worse. Aaron begins to pant, spitting out the blood onto the floor beside him. It's not what you think. He heaves slowly. Ah, I begin to pace up and down in front of him, tucking my hands behind my back. So you did lie to me. Alessio, please, he begs. I hit him twice as hard, blood splattering across the plastic sheets and down his neck. He grunts, and then gargles his mix of spit onto the floor again. You really don't learn, do you? He chokes back a cough, squeezing his eyes shut. There is more to it. What? I say, analyzing my fist. I sigh, and study my knuckles cloud with red patches. He's the last person to be wasting my good fist on. This guy, he straightens his spine into the chair. He threatened to hurt my wife. He threatened to kill her, in grave detail, if I didn't give the information away. Who? I spot directly in front of him. Aaron winces as he opens his eyes to look at me. They're already building with purple bruises. He knows I can punch harder than what I've already given him. I don't know who it is. He disguised his identity. My teeth grind into one another. You're either lying or covering for someone. No, boss, he pleads. I promise I'm telling the truth. I had no other choice. How did he blackmail you? Aaron inhales slowly, and when he takes too long to speak, I launch my fist back onto his nose. The bones crunching below my hand, more blood coating the floor and my knuckles. He groans loudly. He's trying to catch his breath, but I don't care. I grab his shirt and yank him in the chair, my eyes flicking between his with a deathly glance. Tell me how he blackmailed you. They sent me messages on my phone, and then pictures of my wife out and about, he whimpers quietly. The voice was disguised but said I had to do it, or he'll hurt my wife and film it, and then send it to me. My hand releases his shirt, and I dust off my hands. Why didn't you come to me about it? They said not to, he shakes his head. I didn't do it at first, but the pictures got worse, and the descriptions got worse, and I had no other choice. I draw backwards and fold my arms again. Where is your phone with the evidence? He took it, he gestures to one of my guards behind him. What's the password? I ask, as the guard digs the phone out of his pocket. I walk around him slowly. He attempts to glance over his shoulder but ends up wincing at the pain as I take his phone. 322,456. 322,456. I repeat in my head. What is the first thing that is taught when you join my empire? He was going to murder, What is the first thing that is taught when you join my empire? I repeat, but louder. My voice booms across the empty room. Aaron blinks back at me. He swallows harshly and shakes his head. Loyalty. Loyalty, I flash him a forced smile. That's right, and what didn't you give me? Alessio, she's my family. And we're your family too. I roar at him. He flinches from the loudness of my voice. Do you know what you've cost me? What you've cost all of us? Aaron looks up at me with his bruised eyes. And I do it all again, to save her. Before I know what I'm doing, I have my hands on either side of his head, and I twist aggressively until I hear his bones crack into dust. A heavy growl ripples through me as I drop his head, and it falls to his chest instantly. I stand trying to breathe as deeply as I can, before I lose my shit. But he's already dead. My empire won't come second to anyone. Cazzo, I grumble as I stare back at his dead body. Call Reg to dispose of the body, and clean this all up. I order the guards before leaving the room. If someone is blackmailing my workers, then I'll have to dig harder to find the culprit. They could fuck over everything before it's even started. And then for certain, it'll be a bloodbath until I've got my revenge. On the way home, I inform Leandro and Jace with the new information. It changes everything. They might have been blackmailed, but things could have been done differently. And now Daxton has a hit on our heads because we need his interest money, and soon. As soon as I come home, I head straight to the shower, removing my clothes and disposing of them so they cannot be traced to anyone. I take my time, thinking over every little possibility, but I end up seeing red, so I change my thought process. When I'm out of the shower, I get changed and head downstairs, ready for a quiet evening with a glass of whiskey to keep me going. Except when I enter the kitchen, I hear music blasting. That's an understatement. I'm sure the floors are vibrating. My eyes glower when I see Caroline standing in the kitchen, glancing into the fridge. Her long dark wet hair is cascading down her back, with a white towel clung to my body. I don't want to look, but I have to. She's directly in my eye line. Right where I want to be. She doesn't hear me walk up behind her because the noise that she calls music is so fucking loud. My fists clench, my knuckles sore from earlier, but I don't stop myself from walking straight up to her. A heaviness in my chest that tells me I have no patience for anything else today. Not when I wanted time to myself. In my own fucking house. The only place I can get peace and quiet until this feral creature arrived. My hand reaches forward, and I take her damp hair between my fingers. I yank, and she gasps in shock until I twist her face towards mine. Those big brown eyes for a second are frightened, and it releases some chemical inside my brain. The first time she's been truly afraid. But when she notices that it's not an intruder, it's just me, she blinks it away in a second. I suggest you respect me inside my own home, and turn off that god-awful music and put some fucking clothes on. She places a hand to my shoulder and pushes me off, eyes glimmering with annoyance. Maybe you're the one who needs to put their dick back in their pants, she grunts with a rough push. I barely move, but I applaud her efforts. When I glance between her eyes, I notice they're a lot darker than they were a few seconds ago. Her heart is rattling, and I can feel the heat of her body radiate to mine. I hate how amazing she smells. Fresh clean. Ready for ruining. I shove her back into the fridge, my hand wrapping around her throat. I told you what I'd do if you keep running your mouth. I'm sure she shudders beneath my touch as I tower over her, hair sticking to her bare shoulders and dripping down her arms. No, actually, you didn't. Her confidence radiates through her, and I've never been challenged by a woman who wants to keep her life. Well, maybe I should fucking show you so you stop acting up. I can't hack it anymore. I physically can't. Anger has been fueling since this morning, since the second she walked through that door. Enough is enough. Before she can open her mouth again, I pull her by her throat and press her into the counter, face down. She huffs out a breath as the towel drops to the floor, my eyes roaming her bare skin for a moment. Then when they settle on her juicy round ass, I almost choke. God, I want to sink my teeth into her flesh. Leave a mark for her to remember this moment. But instead, I smooth over her ass with my hand and slap her hard. She gasps, suppressing a groan. I do it again, painting her skin red with my palm print. I bet you're fucking wet, I mumble as she quivers into the counter. She's no longer resisting against my hold. She presses herself into the counter on her own accord. Sluts like you are always wet for a good spanking. Fuck you, she spits until I cut off the last syllable with another slap. Her throat hitches, and she releases a breath. You think you run the house. But I run the house. You live here. I practically own you. I slide my hand down the backs of her thighs, slipping between them, but I don't touch her core. Instead, I feel the slickness between the tops of her thighs, and I know for a fact she's not wet from the shower. My cock rose inside my pants, pressing against the fabric of my trousers. It hurts because she looks so good like this. I'd love to tie her up and fuck her into submission. Maybe that would finally shut her up. My eyes glance over naked body, submitting to me, bent over the counter like a good girl. Skin rising in goosebumps as I trace her wetness with my fingers. I wonder how much her pussy is actually pooling when her legs are this wet. I bet you look good on your knees, I say huskily. I'll never get on my knees for you. A dark laugh erupts from my chest. You wait and see, Principessa. You'll be begging for more once I'm done with you. Her fingers curl over the edge of the counter, whimpering as my fingers edge higher, but I still don't reach her core. Ragaza sporka, I purr as she drips with wetness. Razaga sporka, dirty girl. My mouth opens to say something more, but the sound of the front door opening alarms us. I release the grip I had on Caroline's hair, and she pushes up from the counter, scrambling to pick up her towel and wrap it around her body. She can't look at me, but I know it's because her cheeks are tinted pink, and she shamefully enjoyed every second of what just happened. She doesn't want to admit it. I know the way she looks at me. She hates me, but I can't ignore the clear lust in her eyes. Leandro waltzes through the door on his phone, slowly turning his attention to us. Then he spots Caroline, who is practically naked, and scowls at her. Fucking hell, he groans. Caroline, go and put some clothes on. That's what I told her, I grumble under my breath as he approaches us. Caroline looks to her brother, lips parted as she pants quietly. Without another word, she walks away from us and heads straight upstairs. Leandro turns down the music and turns to me slowly. What the hell was that? I shrug. Being a brat again. He huffs out a breath, warning me to be careful with what I say next. She treats this house like a fucking hotel. I know, he agrees. I'll talk to her. My eyes study him carefully, praying that my erection disappears within the next 10 seconds. He'll have my guts sprayed across the floor if he finds out what I just did to her.
Chapter 8. Coraline Dolce. I don't know what the fuck just happened, or why my body betrayed me like that. He had me pinned to the counter, but I didn't even fight it. I didn't even attempt to push his heaviness away as his fingers trailed my thighs with intent, the way his palm left a print on my ass. It's still burning now. I can feel his brand on me. Now I'm in my room, clutching my towel to my body that is borderline hyperventilating. My skin is ready to be set on fire. If I strike a match down my arm, I'm sure I'll go up in flames. I'm still shamelessly thinking about the way he tugged my hair roughly into his embrace, spoke deeply into my ear with low threat. I shouldn't have been turned on. The thought of his danger shouldn't have turned me on. But it does, and I hate myself for it. I hate that my thighs were slick. I hate that his slap made a small moan escape my lips. I hate that I liked when his fingers dug into the flesh on my hips. When I'm finally alone, I rest my forehead on the door and take a silent breath. Trying to regain my dignity, including the fact Leandro walked through the front door and we were seconds away from having our heads blown off. But despite my brother almost catching us, my mind wanders back to Alessio each time. He's haunting me, possessing me, and I have no way out. I know he'd be a good fucker. I've seen him in action. He doesn't hold back, and a part of me wants to be on the receiving end. Some girls like it rough. Sometimes I think I'm sick for liking it rough. Fuck Lex, I murmur to myself and take a step away from the door. Get yourself together. My heart's still pounding whilst there is a continuous ache between my thighs that has me quivering. I can barely stand. I make it towards the bed and perch on the edge, my towel still intact. My body tingles from the grip of his hands, the roughness of his voice. I squeeze my eyes shut because I am about to detonate. Before I know what I'm doing, I release the towel and press my back into the bed. I slide my hand down the center of my stomach, dipping between my legs where I am soaked to the core. No shocker there. I gasp when I brush my index finger across my slit, biting down on my lip to be quiet. They're both home, and I don't want either of them hearing. Not when I know I have to do something with the level of my hormones. 2 fingers slip inside me and I arch my back. Images of Alessio pinning my throat down to the bed invade my thoughts. I don't even push them away. I'm too far gone to fight my fantasies. I plunge my fingers in and out quicker, until I'm biting down on my lips so hard that I draw blood. So close. I'm so close. I'm imagining Alessio's strong arms, the way he railed that woman into oblivion. If only he could dig his fingers into my skin, leaving bruises, using his teeth to graze marks across my body. I haven't been fucked for a long, long time. This is the next best thing. Even if I have to do it myself. Before I know it, I'm floating across the edge, orgasm hitting me so hard that I'm gasping and choking. Coating my fingers with my wetness until I am shuddering, leaving me sensitive. My fingers pull away, and I stare up at the ceiling. That is the first and last time I get myself off thinking about Alessio. I've already crossed a line that should never have been crossed. Leandro would never forgive me for this. God knows what he'd do to Alessio, and I don't want to hang around to find out. No more thoughts about him. None at all. This is the final straw, and I won't let him suffocate me anymore. It stops. It stops here before things get out of hand. I need to stay away from him, as far away from him as possible. I sit up and clutch the towel around my body. My eyes falling to the wall, to window, to the ceiling. My mouth falls open when my eyes snap to the camera. That fucking security camera that is aimed directly at my bed. I grind my teeth into my jaw. Idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. I take one look at it and glance away, pretending that I didn't notice, that I'm not raging with fury inside. He might not look at the footage. Leandro said it's for safety. I bet Alessio has 1,000 other things to do than check on security cameras, if he doesn't need to. I close my eyes in defeat as I wrap my body back up in the towel, reach for some clothes, and head to the bathroom for some privacy. When I shut myself away, I flip off the door and internally exhale a scream. Fuck this stupid house. A few days have passed, and I've stayed well out of the way of Alessio. Even Leandro hasn't been at the house much. I know they've got a lot on their hands, but a quiet space meant time to study in peace. The test I've been preparing for was this morning, and it went pretty great. Until I get my grades next week, but I've been working my ass off for it, and I should get the mark that I deserve. It's not like I've had anything else to do whilst I'm here. Boredom doesn't even cut it anymore. I poured myself a glass of wine as soon as I finished the test, a bottle of wine that Leandro purchased after my run-in with Alessio about his whiskey. Well deserved. It tastes even better with relief. The door to the house opens and I find myself frowning. I know Leandro and Alessio aren't meant to be back until later tonight. But when Jace pops his head round the door, I exhale a slow breath. Hey, I push off the kitchen counter with my wine glass in hand. Hey Lex, he offers me a big grin. How are things going? I nod in his direction and walk towards the door. Same old, same old. What about you? He shakes his blonde hair away from his eyes and untucks his hands from his pockets. When he doesn't say anything straight away, I slant my head to the side. Shit been going down? Jace breathes through his teeth sharply, then laughs. Probably best not to discuss it without Alessio, if I want to keep my eyeballs. Controlling much? I take a sip from my wine glass, and Jace's gray eyes follow the action. He has too much power, he crosses his arms over his chest. Which is why I refuse to cross him. I scoff silently. He knows what he's doing. Precisely. My eyes flick between his slowly. I draw my lip in between my teeth. Hey, I catch him by surprise. Do you want to go out? He tilts his head slowly. Out? Yeah. I trail off. Out. Out. Jace drops a hand from his chest and runs it through his hair. Lex, you know we can't. My expression drops, my lips twitching downstairs. But why? I've been stuck in this house for weeks and I'm bored. What will one night do? I'm praying his silence is him deliberating my offer. Jace was always Leandro's party partner. He loved going out, having fun and then causing mayhem at the end of the night. It was what he was notorious for. I get that things have probably changed since I knew him back then, but what harm is there in having a little fun? Cost me an early grave, he responds, and I roll my eyes. Oh come on, I step closer. You have a gun, right? We can go to the less obvious spots, if that's even a thing. I want an excuse to go out, get dressed up, and have a drink. I have an exam that I completed to celebrate. Jace's face lights up. Really? Yeah, I flash him a grin and down the last few drops of my wine. Well done, Lex. He grips my arm gently with his warm hand, proud that one of us actually turned out all right. I chew on my lip, swaying between the balls of my feet. So shall we go out? Jace closes his eyes and angles his head up to the ceiling. He groans. You are such a bad influence. Of course you're related to Leandro. Please? I came to grab some papers, he drops his shoulders. My eyes focus on his, pleading with puppy eyes. But do they need you to go back? No, but... Please? Jace stares at me for a couple more moments, and then he sighs, so deeply that I'm sure my expression has convinced him. You know I can't say no to kind manners. I grip the glass between my fingers and lower it to my side. Alessio and Leandro are out, they don't have to know. We can be back at a reasonable time. I just need a few hours out of the house. I want to celebrate. Fuck it, he huffs out a breath. Fine? My soul almost shoots out of my body, but I jump up on my toes and wrap my arms around his neck tightly. Thank you, I mumble in his ear. You are the best. And you won't regret it. I promise we'll have fun and I won't be a nightmare. Jace chuckles lightly. I'll hold you to that. As long as I don't get my balls chopped off. When I pull back, I rest my hands on his shoulders. Do you know when they'll be home? Late, he nods, and I step back, being careful not to drop my empty wine glass. Which is the only reason why I'm allowing this to happen. He checks the thick silver Rolex watch on his wrist. I study him carefully, praying he doesn't go back on our deal. I've already figured out what I'm wearing, so we could leave in the next 40 minutes if I hurried. They'll probably be back around 1 in the morning, he pauses. If we go out now, we can be back before then. I flash him a grin. I'll go get ready and be as quick as possible. There is wine in the fridge with my name on it. Jace chuckles. No, it actually has my name on it, I say as I glance over my shoulder. Leandro wrote it on there, so I don't go around stealing Alessio's shit. I'm on it, he salutes before I run upstairs to start getting ready. My stomach can't hack the excitement inside me. The first time out in forever, and I trust Jace. He wouldn't want anything to happen to me, and I know we can keep it tame if we want to. Back home before 1? We can do that. I'm sure we can without getting caught. Jace takes me to a luxury bar in the city. He knows people who let us in, so we cut the queue and go straight to the VIP section. I haven't had priority like this in a long time. Not since it was my 18th birthday and my father allowed me to go out. There were at least 4 guards following me around. Leandro couldn't make it, but I still had fun. It reminds me of that night. Music blaring through the speakers, the bass booming through the floor. Women dressed up in heels. It even gave me a chance to take my YSL heels, that have been sitting in my wardrobe for years, for a spin. Jace guides me to the plush black leather seats, where he orders over a waiter to get us some drinks. I'm not sure what he decides to order, but considering he's taking me out, I don't protest. Soon 2 fancy cocktails make their way to our table before Jace can even get himself comfortable beside me. He takes his drink and urges me to take my own. Cheers to you, Lex, he says, and I clink my glass with his. I've always known you're smart and you'll get far in life. Thank you, I say gratefully, bringing the colorful liquid to my lips. I take down a small sip, and it tastes like heaven on my tongue. So tell me what's been going on at home, he says, leaning back in the leather seats and drags his ankle across the tip of his knee. The music is so loud that I have to shuffle closer. Jace glances down at my bare legs. He's already complimented me tonight, and it's the first time in ages I've put effort into my appearance and felt truly beautiful. The power of makeup and a stunning dress. I clear my throat and brush my dark curled hair away from my face. Not much to tell. They fucked up, and now I could be a target. I want to tell them that maybe they should pack it in. They're clearly not as sharp as they used to be. Jace nods and then smiles. But I do love them. They did a lot for me. He shouts, drinking down his cocktail. Oh, good old Riley and Spike. Shish, I lean forward and whip my head over my shoulder. My eyes widen at his casualness of speaking my parents' names. My parents who are known murderers, ones that have blood on their hands. Anyone could hear. Anyone could know who they are. Jace covers my hand with his. Calm, Lex, he shakes his head. You're safe with me. I've been trained by Alessio and your brother, remember? I wouldn't put you in danger. I suck down a breath and stare back into his gray eyes, ones that are now being covered by club lights. I know. So did they not give you any indication as to when you'll go back? My head shakes slowly. Not really. I didn't even get to say goodbye to them. I was ushered out of the house by their housekeeper because she was informed before me. That's how much I feel like they don't care about me. They never tell me shit. I always find out things through everyone else. I'm always the last to know. Like I've been shoved into a box. Jace's face falls into a look of sympathy. I'm sorry, I had no idea it was that bad. I avoid his gaze because talking about it hurts. And I hate anyone seeing me upset. I wasn't brought up to cry or show emotion. I was brought up to be thick-skinned and strong. Those words have been drummed into me at such a young age that I can't even remember the last time I cried. I didn't mean to bring it up, he leans closer. I just wanted to make sure things were okay. Yeah, I rasp. Well, they're not. Jace nudges his arm into mine. Then let's ignore all that shit, he says with a supportive smile. Fuck them. Fuck Alessio. Even fuck Leandro. I laugh at this. True, I exhale. I want to ignore everything. Just for one night. And just for one night we will.
Chapter 9. Alessio Romano. When I get home, it's dead silent. Which I expect for almost 2 in the morning. After the day I've had with Leandro, I need to sleep more than ever. My eyelids feel like they've been peeled back, and they begin to sting. I carry myself to sleep, expecting to fall into a coma, but I don't. I'm almost too tired to sleep. My mind wandering with 1,000 different thoughts on what happened today. No matter how hard I try to switch it off, I can't. I huff and twist in the sheets until they're coming away at the edges of my bed. Fuck. My chest heaves. I'm so fucking tired and I just want to sleep. Even for a single second. My phone beeps loudly from beside me, my eyes pinging open at the sound. I know that sound very well. The security alarm for this house. I rush to grab my phone, the screen lighting up the dark room. I flick my eyes to the time, it's 3 a.m. No one should be trying to get into the house at that time, when everyone is already in the house, sleeping. Before I know what I'm doing, I grab my gun and try to scroll through the security app for the footage, but it takes far too long to load. Cazzo, I curse under my breath and take off the safety latch and climb out of bed. As I reach the top of the stairs, I keep my eyes peeled and my breathing quiet. I don't know who the fuck is trying to break into my house, but they're about to die. They're about to see what it's like to cross a boss in their own home. The door clicks open, and suddenly I am raging. How did they make it through the door with such ease? It's locked from outside with only facial recognition to let you in. My feet pound down the stairs, ignoring the fact I'm in nothing but my boxers at this point. I hold my gun in front of me, aiming towards the door as I reach the bottom step. Only for Caroline to stumble in with her black stilettos and tiny dress. Jace is straight after her, telling her to shush. I have my gun ready at them, my finger almost on the trigger. I take a silent breath. I almost pressed it. I almost shot at them. What the fuck is going on? I bark at them, and they both jump out of their skin. Caroline finally turns to me and hiccups, suppressing another laugh. She's drunk. No, she's not drunk. She's fucking wasted. Jace grips her arm to stop her stumbling into the wall with those ridiculous heels. I was ready to shoot you both dead, I growl, and finally lower my gun. Jace can barely meet my eyes. He knows he's done wrong, like a dog who can't admit to their own mistakes. Oops, Caroline says with a smile. I guess we were too loud. Mission failed. I watch as Jace sucks in a sharp breath. How he thought he'd get away with this, I'll never know. Jace, his name bellows across the room as he finally looks at me. What the fuck were you thinking? He opens his mouth, only to shut it a few seconds later. His hand releases Caroline, and she hits the wall with another laugh. Her eyes are red, she's been drinking far too much. The fact they even left this house without protection is the stupidest thing he could possibly do. Caroline is our biggest weakness. If anyone knows she's here, it's game over for all of us. She's an instant target, and it will destroy Leandro to know that anything happened to her, especially when she's not one to fight. She doesn't like violence. Alessio, Jace begins to speak, but I wave a hand at him. I don't care anymore, I rasp, my chest heaving. Go home before I do something I regret. Jace turns from me to Caroline and then nods. I got her home safe. He backs away with his hands up in defense. Nothing happened to her. She was safe the whole time. Leave, Jace. He nods once more before offering Caroline a smile. She nods back at him, but her dark hair falls in front of her eyes. Once the door is shut, I march straight up to Caroline, placing my gun back on safety and placing it down onto a ledge. Caroline's eyes study me for a moment before she pulls back and analyzes my bare chest. Her gaze dances from tattoo to tattoo. Wow, she slurs slightly. You're like a doodle book. She glances at the wall and snorts at herself. Doodle book, she repeats. You're drunk, I state harshly. Her deep brown eyes find mine again, and she regains her composure. Yeah, and what about it? My jaw clenches and I take a step closer. She looks at my chest and then my bare arms. What the fuck were you thinking? I say under a hushed tone, not wanting to wake up Leandro to see her in this state. He would hit the fucking fan. Worse than me. You don't leave this house without protection. That is the first thing Leandro told you. Caroline huffs out a breath and attempts to walk around me, but I don't let her pass. Instead, I bury my hand in the back of her hair, and I tug as I tower over her, making sure that she listens to every word I say. She stares back into my fury-burning eyes. This could have fucked up everything for us, I say through gritted teeth. I deserve to have fun. She attempts to shove me off, but she's far too weak, especially with all that alcohol in her system. I can do what I want before I'm too old, and I can't do any of it anymore. Her eyes are bloodshot, but I know she means every word. Right now, I couldn't give a single shit about what she wants, about the fun that she wants to have. She could ruin everything for me, for this empire, by being immature. You could have put us all in danger by being so idiotic. I lower my voice and watch as her expression drops. You're completely ignorant to the bigger picture here. This isn't going to be all fun and games. This is serious. Caroline rolls her eyes. Bore me later, she slurs again. I have a headache. When she pushes out of my hold and attempts to slip off her shoes, that's when she truly sways. She can barely keep herself up as she walks past me. I shake my head with disbelief. She has no idea. Absolutely none. If you think I'm done with you, you've got another thing coming. She scoffs and turns around to me, running a hand through her long curly hair. What are you going to do? Spank me again? I would be a liar if I said the thought didn't cross my mind. Or the fact she went out looking so? God, I don't even want to say it. Women in dresses are goddesses, but Caroline in a dress, holy shit. I don't even want these thoughts invading my brain. Not when she's drunk, not when I'm this fucking angry. No, my jaw tenses. Much worse. Caroline's lip flicks, and it sparks something inside me. Then she walks back towards me, slow, tortuous steps. She leans up onto her toes to get some height on me, stabilizing herself now. She presses a finger to my jaw, running it down the bone. Sometimes, she whispers, and I'm not sure if I'm breathing. Sometimes I think you're all talk. Too afraid. Too angry. I study her carefully as she watches her own finger grazing down my stubble. Go on, she urges, her whisper brushing my skin. Tell me what you do to me. She's testing me. And goddammit, if she's as wet as she was the other night then. Fuck, I need to stop. This is getting too much. Her eyes fall to my lips, and then she notices I'm not going to speak. That devious glare along with that pretty little smirk has me choking on air, but I refuse to let her see me past my blank stare. See? You're a pussy. My hand is now latched around her throat, and she gasps, her pulse beating against the tips of my fingers as I lean over her. I roughly push her back into the banister, back hitting it with force, but she doesn't wince. Her eyes are brighter than before. Does she want this reaction out of me? Don't fucking call me a pussy. I stare her down at her with a newfound rage. Don't you dare disrespect me like that. She swallows, and I feel her throat clench beneath my fingers, a small breath falling from her lips. You want to know what I'd do to you, huh? I growl, slipping my other hand into the back of her hair and tugging until she's raising her chin, exposing her neck. Her breathing becomes heavier, her heartbeat almost visible through her chest. Or the fact I'm staring down at the perfect curve of her cleavage, pushed together by that figure-hugging dress. A dress that is about to haunt my dreams without invitation. I'd rip that skimpy little dress off you. I lower my lips and graze them down her jaw, listening to her pant. I'd force you onto your knees, and I would fuck you in every single hole until your little knees are black and blue. I'd keep you here all night until you tell me that you're sorry. Sorry for putting us in fucking danger. Caroline's eyes flutter shut, those plump lips part, and she shudders. Girls like you need a rough hard fucking to know who's in charge. I grip her hair tighter and she exhales a low moan. You act all tough. I'd like to see how well you take it when my cock is deep in your ass and your skin is painted with bruises. Her lips quiver for a brief second, and I swear she almost relaxes into my aggressive hold. And take advances on me whilst I'm drunk. She whimpers so quietly. It's like she's silently begging for it without saying please. Her body language is speaking 1,000 different things right now, and it's sending my mind into a frenzy. Even my cock is beginning to grow hard in my boxers. That's one thing I would not do, despite my reputation. If you were mine, maybe, I grumble into her skin before she flutters those lust-driven eyes open to me. But you're not. I release her neck and she rubs the skin where I had been holding her. So, go to bed before we both make a fucking bad mistake. She stares back at me, almost dumbfounded. She's drunk. I doubt she's even going to remember this tomorrow. We'll go back to hating each other. No matter how many times I've thought about fucking her into submission. On her knees. I'll never get on my knees for you. I smirk to myself. She's wet. I already know she is because she's staring back at me, wishing, hopefully wishing that I do what I said. God, she's fucking gagging for it, and it's a sight I never thought I'd be desperate to see. All that backtalk, all that sass, and she wants me to fuck her like she belongs to me. Merda. I curse to myself. This is beyond reckless. Go. To bed. Caroline. I tell her again under a dominating growl, because I don't trust myself if she doesn't. She bows her head slowly and takes a steady breath. Then she pulls away from the banister and carries herself upstairs, stumbling on some of the steps until I hear a door slam at the top. I push a hand through my hair, completely ignoring the pressure building in my pants. I know I can't have her. She knows she can't have me. Yet this chase feels like something I can't control. Something that is in fact controlling me. Forbidden fruit is always the sweetest, and by the looks of things the most dangerous.
Chapter 10. Coraline Dolce. It's been a hot minute since I've been this hungover. I almost forgot all the side effects that come with drinking. The dry mouth, nausea deep in my stomach, pounding headache. It might have been worth it for having a fun night with Jace, but right now, I want to die. Fuck, I groan as I roll over in my bed. I didn't even manage to take my dress off last night. It's now bunched up around my waist, the straps twisted around my throat and my tits nearly popping out of the neckline. I attempt to pull it up, shuffling myself beneath the sheets. My eyes dart to my bedside table. Fucking great. No water. I've completely self-sabotaged myself. Idiot. I sit up in bed and rub my eyes gently. Oh yes, and my makeup is still on my face. I hate myself. I glance down at the black smears across my fingers. No doubt it's all across my skin. I bury my head back into the pillow and drag the sheets across my head, desperate for the drilling inside my skull to go away. My tongue stings like I've licked a stinging nettle. Just thinking about what I was drinking last night makes me want to run to the bathroom and empty my stomach, but I keep it together. I always feel worse if I vomit after a night out. I'm stronger than this. The door to my room opens so loudly that I flinch under the sheets. I don't even want to know who it is. I can't deal with a normal conversation right now. What the fuck were you thinking, Caroline? Leandro growls and I wince. I take the pillow under my head and place it on top of my face, grunting softly into the material. The sound of his voice makes me want to jump off a cliff, far too loud and too angry for whatever time it is. When did I even get home? Shit. Maybe I was a lot more drunk than I suspected. Not now, Leandro. Please. My lips press to the pillow, muffling out most of the words. I hear footsteps, and then my pillow is ripped from my head with heavy force. My eyes clamp shut to hide myself from my brother. He is the last person I want to talk to right now, besides Alessio. You're not 18 anymore, he shouts angrily, and I huff out a breath. And you need to start acting like it. This is not the way Mom and Dad raised you. Fucking immature, Caroline. He rarely calls me Caroline, and right now he's acting like my father does when he's frustrated at me. I tighten my jaw and crank my eyes open to find Leandro standing over my bed, arms folded across his chest and eyes focused and irritated. So what? I went out one night. He shakes his head instantly. You could have put yourself at risk. You could have brought back potential threats to this house. You need to think about these things, Caroline. I know you're smarter than this bullshit. But I didn't. Nothing happened. My stomach flips inside me, acid running around my veins at all those fruity cocktails. I almost gag just thinking about them. I need a shower. A cold shower. Leandro pinches his nose out of frustration. That is not the point, Caroline. I push myself up from the bed, staring him down through my blurry gaze. You don't have to act like Mom and Dad, please spare me this shit. I got enough of this at home. I could barely do anything without being yelled at. Fuck this. I never chose this life. And I'd never force someone to be in it if they didn't want to. Is it too much to ask for a normal life to live? I'll never know. I will act like Mom and Dad if you're living under our roof. Alessio is fucking furious. You could have caused a massive security breach, and with everything that's going on right now, we don't need anything else to deal with. You have no idea what you could have caused. His nostrils flare, voice dropping down a notch or two. I blink rapidly to stare at him through my mascara-smudged eyes. I'm sorry, okay? I mumble. I wanted to go out. I'm bored being stuck to this house. I wanted some freedom, and to celebrate completing one of my exams. This isn't my fault, being here isn't my fault. If you want someone to blame, blame Mom and Dad because they're the ones who got us into this mess in the first place. They don't care about us, they only care about themselves. Leandro's jaw ticks as he listens to me speak. For a few moments, he remains silent. He knows it's true. They've always prioritized their jobs, the killing, the revenge. They never wanted to grow out of it to give us better lives. You need to apologize to Alessio, he says, completely ignoring my comment about our parents. He said you were giving him attitude last night, and it's not on, Lex. You need to be responsible for your actions. My eyes close and I sigh. Fine. Anything to get him to go away. I'm being serious. He doesn't move. You apologized to him. He literally said he was ready to blow your head off because he didn't know who was trying to get in. I know, I nod slowly. Then go apologize, he points to the door. This won't be settled until you do. I stare at him for a few moments, until he nods and leaves me alone in my room. After a few minutes, I pull off the sheets and drag myself to the bathroom, shredding my dress and climbing lifelessly into the shower. The temperature is set right somewhere between warm and cold. Thinking about a hot shower right now makes my head spin. I'm already dehydrated as it is. I don't need a reason to pass out. When I'm clean, makeup-free and in fresh clothes, I look at myself in the mirror. Eyes bloodshot and skin a little flush, but underneath I can see how pasty I'm looking. In need of some good food and a glass of water. I glance once at the door, contemplating if I should go and apologize right now or after I've eaten. Leandro will lose his shit if he knows I'm up and ignoring his pleas to make things right with Alessio. My teeth bite down on my bottom lip as I close my eyes and exhale a long breath. Fine. I guess it's time to suck up my pride and apologize for what I did. I exit my room and walk down the hall towards Alessio's office. For a moment I pause outside the door, raising my knuckles, but I don't knock at first. I wait because I need to regain my thoughts. Everything that I'm going to say without giving him the satisfaction of him thinking he rules what I do. Then when I finally pluck up the courage to knock, I step back as if he can see me. Come in, he shouts from the other side. I press my hand to the door handle and push it open. My eyes fall upon Alessio behind his desk, a standard black shirt rolled up to his elbows which flash off his veiny forearms. The first few buttons undone, showing off his tanned skin underneath. When I find his eyes, I suck in a sharp breath. Memories of last night come crashing back to me in the blink of an eye. The things he said he'd do to me. I silently gasped to myself. The things he said he'd do to me. If you're going to apologize, I suggest you do it properly and not stand by the door. His deep voice has me shivering down to the floor. I drink in his dark eyes and watch as his mouth falls into a soft smirk. He knows I'm thinking about last night. God damn me when I'm drunk. Stupidly horny. Stupidly confident. But I straighten my spine and clear my throat. I walk into his office and shut his door behind me. Slowly I glide towards his desk, but not close enough that he could lean over and touch me, even though he's slouching back in his chair. I watch as Alessio's eyes move from my own and down my comfy attire. God, this is the last thing I want to do. Never in a million years did I think I'd be coming to his office to apologize. I know for a fact he's going to be eating this up. I'm not going to apologize for wanting to live my life, I say boldly. Alessio's eyes narrow. I guess I'm sorry for potentially causing a security breach. Alessio breathes out through his nose harshly. You guess. He stands from his chair, reminding me of his impressive height. Right now I feel like the size of a pea next to him, especially considering how delicate I'm currently feeling. I might as well be splattered against his shoe. When he steps away from his desk and takes long yet agonizingly slow steps around his office to settle in front of me, I don't lower my chin even if I know he's trying to intimidate me right now. Now he's standing inches from me, staring down at my glum expression. He raises a hand to grip my chin and I don't flinch. I keep my eyes trained on his. Attempting to keep my breathing calm, despite the feeling of his cold fingers against my skin. His fresh aftershave has me tingling until it's wrapping itself around my lungs and crushing me. Bastard. Why does he have to smell like $1,000,000? I want to douse him in petrol to rid him of this mouth-watering smell. You think you're smart but you're not. You have no idea what you're messing with when you do something like that. I pull back slightly but his hand doesn't move. My eyes narrow in his direction, and I can't help the smug look across my lips as I analyze him. Worried about me? Quite the opposite, he snarls like he's in disgust. His forehead wrinkles with his response. I'd be worried about your brother, and the state of this empire if anything happened to you. I bite down. Charming. Alessio's eyes flick between mine slowly. I don't care for you, Caroline. You're just here so Leandro doesn't tear my head off. I don't care for you either. I straighten my spine and move away from his grip. Amusement flashes past his eyes at my words, and inside I begin to panic. I've never seen him look remotely happy or entertained. All I know is those evil glares and cold eyes. Now heat begins to prick the back of my neck as he smirks at me, a smirk that says he's ready to play. Really? He dips closer and I swallow thickly. Because it seems the other night you did when I felt your wet thighs. You couldn't help yourself, could you? Or actually, you did. You did help yourself. With all the alcohol that's still in my system, it takes approximately 1 second for my face to burn up in raging flames. Heat radiating through every crevice of my body as I stare back at him with a newfound anger. You shouldn't have watched that. I grind my teeth into one another. Suddenly I'm finding it very fucking hard to breathe. That was private. The corner of his lip twitches, and he's got right under my skin. Just like he wanted. Or am I making sure that the people who are living in my house are safe? Especially after the possible breach last night. I had to check all the footage just in case. When he folds his arms across his chest, extenuating his broad chest and muscular arms, I don't even want to look at him. None of it. Not when I feel like I'm seconds from blowing up at him. He watched me masturbate. He took away my privacy. I want to yell every curse word at the top of my lungs. You're kinda cute when you're angry. He studies my face, which I'm sure looks like a bonfire right about now. Povera principessa. Povera principessa, poor princess. I want to poke his eyeballs out with my thumbs until they're so far in his brain they will be nothing left of them. And you're kinda cute when you're fucking dead, I spit in his direction. He flashes me a smile. A fucking smile. How dare he? Oh Dio, he widens his mouth to exhale a short laugh. Threats really fucking turn me on. Say more. Oh Dio, oh God. My jaw almost snaps at the pressure. Fuck you. I like getting under your skin, Principessa. It's a nice place to be for once. His eyes sparkle with the adoration of annoying the hell out of me. Not so fun being on the receiving side, is it? I huff out a breath of air through my nose before I do something that's going to land me on my back within 3 seconds. There is no doubting Alessio's strength. He could snap me like a twig if he wanted. I bet he's done a lot of things with those hands, but boy, I wish I could fucking show him how he makes me feel right now. Before he gets the chance to irk me any more than he already is, I turn from his tall stature and walk towards the door. Gripping the handle and ripping it open as I storm down the hall and enter my room. My eyes locate the camera on the wall, and I growl silently at it, fury blazing behind my eyes. I grip the desk chair and drag it across the room, placing one foot and then the other onto the seat. As my arms reach up and take the camera between my hands, I grip at the base and grunt as I rip it from the wall with one swift movement. Then I throw it to the ground with a loud crash, pieces of plastic and wires shattering across the wooden floor. Adrenaline is pumping around my body, like I've been given it free through an IV. I have no idea where this strength has come from, considering how weak my arms feel from last night, but my mind will not back down. Not for a second. You can go fuck yourself, I grumble under my breath. And your stupid camera. You'll be paying for that. Alessio calls loudly from down the hall. My eyes are hooded as I whip my head to the door, chest heaving unevenly. I raise my finger to flip him off, even though he can't see me. I resist the urge to scream this house down, but I won't give him that satisfaction. This is far from over.
Chapter 11. Alessio Romano. Despite everything going on at home with Caroline, I had to keep focused for my meeting today with Daxton. Leandro managed to get together the money that he wants for his stupid interest, but I'm intrigued into what else he's going to say. Losing Daxton as a business partner could be extremely dangerous for our own income. He helps us bring in a lot for my empire, and I know we do the same for him, but currently he doesn't trust us. Not one bit. A part of me knows he wants to let loose for what we did, or what someone in my empire did, and shed some blood. Daxton is deadly. Has always been known for being deadly. I've heard countless stories regarding his love life. The women that he's killed, the men that he's tortured, the things that he's done to innocent people because they seem to inconvenience him. Which is why I feel like I tread on eggshells when I'm around him. I had to keep my mind clear for this meeting, razor-sharp focus, and think about what I'm saying before I say it. I'm not scared of Daxton, but I'm terrified of what he could do to my empire that I have spent years building up, growing connections with other businesses. Everything could go to shit with the click of his fingers, and it is the last thing I need right now. I hate myself for even being distracted, but with Caroline in the house, it's fucking inevitable at this point. When she stumbled home with Jace late a few nights ago, I lost my shit. Completely. But when I checked the security footage the next day, I didn't purposely mean to go so far back in time. I stumbled across Caroline's little playtime with herself. I knew I shouldn't be watching, but I couldn't help myself. And what makes it all the better is that it was straight after I bent her over the kitchen island and spanked her ass raw, her thighs slick and wet. Now I know she enjoyed what I did to her, despite her mouthy reaction. She went back to her room and played with herself directly in front of the camera. Oh boy, what a fucking sight it was. And as soon as my eyes fell upon the video, I knew right then that I had leverage over her. Including how fucking horny she was when she was drunk, almost begging me to fuck her. Part of me wishes I could have a quick look inside her mind. I'd love to know what goes on in her brain when she looks at me, when I roughly grab her hair. She mouths off, but inside she wants it. Oh, she wants it so fucking badly. If only Leandro knew her dirty intentions, and mine. I shake my head because I find myself thinking of her far too often. And right now I need to keep my composure, I need to focus. I need to think about how I am going to address Daxton, without his need to draw his gun and threaten me into something I don't want to do. Daxton might have as much power as I do, but he's a man that I want to keep happy. He is irrational. I have to be smart before my brain is splattered across the wall. When I get into my car, make sure that I have the money in the front seat. I drive to one of the locations of our joint warehouse. We both promise not to bring any of our men, but I guess I'll see how far that goes for him. Both Jace and Leandro know where I am, but I told them I'd check in with them later after the meeting. If anything goes sour before then, at least they have my location. But Daxton is smarter than killing me. He needs me, as much as he hates to admit it. I get out of my car and make sure my gun is loaded and tucked away in the back of my trousers, my blazer hiding it. The bag of money in one hand. I adjust the sleeves and stroll towards the warehouse, a place that Daxton likes to specifically use to get information out of people, but I won't let that information deter me from getting this done. My hand presses to the rusty door of the building. I step inside and take one look around at the boxes piled up to the ceiling, chains hanging down and plastic sheets everywhere. Ah, Alessio, Daxton's deep voice echoes across the warehouse from behind me. You made it. I stop walking and stare ahead, keeping my composure. Slowly, I turn around to face him. Daxton's hands are shoved into his trouser pockets. He's smiling at me like some smug bastard, but I don't react to his presence. He is in fact alone, and has no weapons in sight. But I don't always believe everything I see. He's definitely got a gun in the back of his pants, like I do. You always have to come prepared, even with your business partners. This industry is unpredictable, even at the best of times. I have your money, is all I say in response. Daxton's head tilts and his dark eyes float down to the bag in my hand. Glad to see that you're good at taking orders. He's trying to belittle me, but I keep my expression as hard as granite. I walk forward a couple of steps and hand him the bag. Daxton drags his eyes back to mine and studies me for a few seconds. I try my hardest not to look at those scars that cover his face, but it's harder than I expected. He takes the bag from my hand and unzips it without looking at what he's doing, eyes still on me. Cold. Lifeless. Then eventually, he glances down at all of the money in the bag, and he nods curly. I hope it's all here, Alessio. Because I don't want to have to tell you the repercussions if it's not. It's there, I snap, my voice echoing off the walls. Daxton's mouth curves evilly, and I hate that look on his face. I've seen him do it to plenty of people before. Sick fucking prick. Ah, how long have we been friends, Alessio? I angle my head at him and scowl. Friends? He tilts his head back and laughs, the sound snapping through my ears. We've known each other for almost 8 years, safe to say that we know each other pretty well. Don't we? We're business partners. Nothing more. Nothing more. He fakes shock. I watch him carefully. I hate him when he's like this. Sometimes I just want to put my gun to his head and end it all. He might be a good partner to bring in money, but he is a flight risk, or we'll end up with our hands being chopped off and sent to our families. We've worked together for a long fucking time, he comments and straightens his spine. We've been through a lot together. It's a shame you feel like you can't call us friends. I try to keep my expression neutral. It's proving difficult when I just want to get the fuck out of here. Keeping Daxton happy has been my priority these last couple weeks, and if I don't need to be in his presence, then I won't. Daxton huffs out a sigh when I don't respond. I know your father would have wanted us to be friends. My jaw tenses. Don't you dare bring up my father. Amusement sparks in Daxton's eye, and it sets something off in me, but I keep myself composed. I don't want him to get a reaction out of me. I know he loves to wind people up because he's twisted. Why not? Daxton now begins to pace. He was a great man. When I don't say anything, Daxton stops walking and turns to look at me, studying my expression. He fakes a pout. Oh, did I hit a nerve? We didn't come here to talk about my father, I grumble. You have your money. Everything should be sorted between us now. It won't happen again. You're right, it won't. His voice drops down a notch or two. Because if it does, there will be absolutely nothing left of you and your empire. His eyes level with mine as he stares me down. It won't happen again. Daxton raises his nose and nods. Time will tell, Alessio. Time will tell. We're done here, I comment before taking a few steps back. We can talk about the next job lot when we can. I don't wait for Daxton's response. I turn as quickly as I can and head towards the same door I walked through. When I reach my car, I don't look back or glance around as I shoot out of the derelict car park and head straight home. Thoughts of my father are still on my mind. My fingers grip onto the steering wheel with frustration. He knows how much talking about my father irks me. He does shit like that on purpose because he likes to see people squirm. He finds their weaknesses and he plays with them. When I get home, I call Jace and Leandro to my office straight away, no matter what they're doing. I half expect Caroline to be parading around the kitchen, half naked or with her books spread across the counter, but she's nowhere to be seen. I haven't seen her since she ripped the camera from her bedroom wall and smashed it to the ground. I already hired someone to come fix it, but Caroline hasn't been hanging around as much as she usually does. A part of me feels like the house suddenly feels a lot colder without her presence, and I hate myself for even thinking that way. It's dull, silent, and gives me too much time to think about my own problems. God, I need a fucking gallon of whiskey to get me through this day and these crazy thoughts. How did it go? Leandro doesn't bother to knock on my office door as he swings into the room. I glance up at him from my laptop and suppress a grunt. As you expect Daxton to be. He took the money, more threats, but I think we can keep him at bay for now. We're still no closer to finding out who's been ratting us out. Have you heard from Jace? Leandro waltzes to the chairs in front of my desk and hums. He's on his way over now. I watch as he tucks his shirt up to his elbows, flashing off his ink skin. Good? I grumble before looking back to the screen in front of me. The room is quiet until Jace makes his appearance, But at least he has manners and knocks. Leandro thinks he owns this place because he lives here, yet this is my space that I need for my own privacy. What's been going down? Is the first thing he says. I flick my eyes up at him, and he perches down beside Leandro. Daxton is literally on his final straw with us. I state, "Have you found out anything else, Jace?" His light eyes fixate on mine. "Still looking, boss. But things have died down for now. It might have been only Liam and Aaron. But there's still someone out there blackmailing my men." I lean forward in my chair, glancing between them both. "And we need to get to the bottom of it, before even more people start stabbing me in the fucking back." I maintained Aaron's passcode for his phone. "Did you find anything on there?" Jace nods. "I found the texts and I ran the numbers, but whoever did it is smart because it's untraceable. No number, no name, no IP address. Nothing." I curse something under my breath. "Did you hand it over to Ray?" Ray is our tech expert, and he's never failed me before. Jace falters for a moment. "No," his throat clenches and I frown at him. "I haven't." "Well, could you do that this afternoon?" He keeps his eyes on me for a moment too long, and something doesn't feel right. "Of course, boss." He shakes his head. "Sorry, I should have done it before." "Right, well, I've got work to do," I mumble. "Leandro, you're due at the warehouse in 30 minutes. Leandro nods his head. "Yeah, I just wanted to speak to you about something first." Jace stands up from the chair and nods at us both. "We'll go over it and see Ray." "Anything else you need me to do?" I stare up at him for a few moments as he lingers by the door. Something like worry or concern flashes by his eyes, but I shake it away. Maybe see if Liam's phone could also be obtained. It's probably down with the archives. "Right away, boss," he says before heading out of my office. My brows are still bunching up as he walks away. "Do you think he's acting weird?" "Probably because you still didn't give him a lashing for going out with Caroline. Think he's waiting for it." I snort to myself, then remember I didn't. I've been far too fucking busy to care about him right about now. As long as he does his work, reports back to me, that's all I want from him. Minus taking out Caroline and almost causing a security breach. Leandro watches Jace leave before he turns to me. "What is it?" I glance back to the paperwork and laptop in front of me. "I've got shit to do." "Well, it's Caroline's birthday on Tuesday," he says, and I fling my eyes to his. "And after everything she said about being kept here, not going out, even with our parents, I've decided to take her out on her birthday, with security and everything, so you don't blow your head off." I move my head slowly backwards. "Taking her out for her birthday, huh? She deserves to go out and celebrate as much as the next person." "I don't celebrate my birthday." "Yeah, well, you're weird." Leandro leans forward to press his elbows to his knees in the chair. I clear my throat. "Where are you going to go?" Leandro shrugs. "Not sure. Somewhere local. Somewhere we trust, but anything will be good enough for her." "Is that all good? Because I don't want you trying to blast me in the forehead when we stumble home in the morning." When I glance at Leandro, I find myself readjusting in my chair. "If you wish. Is it just you two going?" "Jace probably too," he says. "I'll come." Leandro's expression twists from shock to horrified. "You will?" I shrug simply. It's been a while since I've been out. I need a break of my own. The room turns silent for a few moments, until Leandro huffs out a laugh and stands from the chair. "All right," he nods his head. "Sure. I wasn't expecting it, but sure. As long as you don't use your backhanded insults on her. It's her fucking birthday, and I don't want to see her upset." "Upset?" I laugh to myself. Caroline never gets upset. She might not be smart with that mouth, but mentally, she's strong and I am yet to crack her. She's almost indescribable at this point. "I promise I won't upset her on her birthday." My voice dips with sarcasm, and Leandro shoots me a look of warning. "I'm coming for the drinks, change of scenery. Nothing more." Leandro nods and walks towards the door. All right. I'm going to the warehouse. See you later. Let me know about any updates. Will do. And then he's done, and I'm left alone wondering what the fuck I'm thinking going to Caroline's birthday when I'm supposed to not give a single shit about her. I press a hand to my forehead and curse myself. Idiota. Chapter 12. Alessio Romano. Tuesday flies around far too quickly for my liking. I barely had the chance to acknowledge that it's Caroline's birthday, probably because I've barely seen her in the last 5 days. It's obvious that she's avoiding me, all because of the footage. All because I finally got under her skin. Maybe I chipped away at her a little bit after all. I agreed to go out for her birthday tonight. A part of me wants to turn around and say I'm too busy, but another part of me wants to go. A part that I don't want to admit to myself, for my own sanity. But it's still a night out with two of my closest friends, workers, whatever you want to call them. I deserve a drink too, especially after these past weeks. It's been a non-stop shit show and I'm ready to have a night off. Even if nightclubs are the worst places alive. I prefer bars, quiet, dim lighting. Not overdressed women with flashing lights and pounding EDM music. It reminds me of being a teenager, and some of these people clearly haven't grown out of that phase. Caroline, on the other hand, she's pretty much still trying to live out her youth. With the background that Leandro told me about her parents, about rarely being allowed to leave the house because her parents are known and wanted vigilantes. I understand why she wants to go out before she gets too old to do so. A knock at my office door stirs me as I shuffle away some paperwork. Leandro emerges before I say anything, but the door was already slightly ajar, so I let it slide. He's wearing a smart navy shirt with a few top buttons undone, flashing off his tattooed chest. The sleeves are rolled up to his elbows, and the hem is tucked into a pair of black trousers, belt clung to his hips. You ready? We need to go. I pull back in my chair, hearing it squeak below me. I'll have to fix that later. Now. I check my watch. It's barely 8:30. Leandro hangs on the door handle and rolls his eyes. Look, we don't get a say in the birthday girl's orders. It's the way it goes. Since when? Since she was born, he shrugs simply. We need to go. I huff out a breath and stand from my desk. Give me 15 minutes and I'll be ready. All right, he nods once. We're downstairs. He walks from my office and I head to my room before showering, changing and styling my wet brown-black hair. I push back the strands before some fall over my forehead. I take one look in the mirror and adjust the collar on my dark shirt, grabbing a jacket on the way out. I head downstairs, laughter filling the space. Something weird pangs in my chest. Laughter is extremely rare in this house, especially when it's normally only me and Leandro who live and spend time in it. But now it warms the house, making it feel alive rather than cold and dead like it feels most days. Too busy with work. Too busy spending time at the warehouse. Too busy arguing with our partners. As I make my way downstairs and loop into the kitchen, my eyes are drawn to the three of them standing around the counter, all drinking an alcoholic drink of some kind. Caroline's back is to me, my eyes fixating on the cobalt blue tight dress she's wearing. It outlines every curve, line, and bone in her body. Matched with a pair of sleek black high heels, elongating her smooth golden tan legs. I inhale a sharp breath as I glance over her ass that is poking through the fabric of her dress, hugging it to perfection. Holy fuck. My cock twitches against the zipper of my trousers. Alessio, Leandro says, startling me. I snap my eyes away from Caroline and turn to face him. Finally, you're ready. Yeah, I nod, catching my breath after feeling like I've been winded. When I walk towards the counter, Caroline flicks her dark curly hair over her shoulder and takes one glance at me. She pushes up from the kitchen island, and I get an eyeful of the front of her dress, those dark, mysterious eyes that are framed by long, thick lashes. I thought I'd like seeing her far more from the back. I'm sick, I know. But goddamn, her Carolina-crafted face that I know possesses characteristics of the devil inside. So fucking intoxicating that I don't want her to stay away. Intoxicating, yet beautiful. Beautiful. Caroline tears her eyes from me, as if she didn't even notice me standing here, and something inside my chest is left hollow. Eli is waiting outside for us, Leandro mutters before downing the last of his whiskey. Better head out, we said we'd be there 10 minutes ago. My eyes still haven't removed themselves from Caroline. I probably shouldn't be staring at her in the presence of her brother, but I can't help myself. A part of me churns knowing that almost every guy inside the club will be doing the same thing I am. As we leave the house, I follow my gaze of Caroline's body because she refuses to look at me. I haven't even said happy birthday to her, but it's obvious she doesn't want to talk to me because of the security camera business. Maybe I crossed a line, but I don't care. I needed her to stop acting like she runs this town and I got what I wanted, although now everything seems off when she's not there to bother me, to challenge me. Surely I'm going out of my mind to want her silly distractions. Cazzo. I'm definitely going crazy. We climb into the car, and Eli drives us into town. I presume Leandro booked Nexus because it's the best club near us, and we know the people who own it pretty well. I listen to Jace, Leandro, and Caroline giggle away like teenagers in the back, reminiscing about their past nights out. When they took Caroline out for her 18th birthday, they purposely avoid talking about their night out the other day for Jace's own sake. When we get out of the car, Leandro holds the door open for Caroline and helps her out as she steps onto the pavement. I can't keep my eyes off those silky legs. How would they feel wrapped around my head? Wait, what? I grind my teeth into my jaw and glance down as we head inside, being met with bassy music that echoes off the walls, bright colorful lights that flick across the open gallery room. Leandro and Jace walk Caroline to our booth that is already ready for us. Bottles of Yordanov and Dom Perignon littered across the table with fancy glass flutes and cups. Caroline's eyes light up and she exhales a squeal. This is amazing, she grips Leandro's shoulder. I love it. Thank you. He bundles her into a tight hug, making her look tiny compared to his large frame, even in those heels. When he releases her, I step forward and open my mouth to say what I should have said when I see her, but I chicken out at the last second. I swipe a hand through my hair, becoming frustrated with this current hold that she has over me. Jace leans forward and pops the champagne open and pours us all a glass before standing and raising them in the center. To Caroline, he cheers. May you have the best and a bright 23rd year of life. To Caroline, Leandro nods and I quickly mutter under my breath. We sip from our glasses and Caroline thanks us, still avoiding me at all costs. God help me. This is going to be a long night. Having to watch Caroline parade around in that tiny little dress with a bright smile cascaded across her lips and eyes full of love is a new form of torture. I sit in the booth like a grumpy old man because I am far too old for this. At this point, Leandro has ignored me and is focusing on Caroline, making sure that she has the best time. Good for him. At least someone's trying. Part of me wishes I never agreed to come. Why did I even agree to come in the first place? I watch as Caroline slips off to the VIP bathrooms, my eyes spying Jace and Leandro as they're deep in conversation. I purposely wait a couple of minutes before pushing up from the black leather sofas and head towards the hall where the bathrooms are. Just as I loop the corner, I spot Caroline strolling straight towards me, walking with one foot in front of another like a fucking supermodel. In this moment, I've never wanted to sink my teeth into her curved attributes more than this second. Caroline's dark eyes flick to mine. She attempts to walk past as if I'm no one but a stranger, but I step in the way and grip her wrist gently. Let me go, she demands. No, I shake my head. She huffs out a breath and attempts to break out of my grip, but I only hold her tighter. I just wanted some alone time with you. She flexes a dark brow. Alone time with me? Fuck. Has the world actually ended? I ignore her blatant sarcasm because I probably deserve it, but I miss this spark in her. The fighter, the cursor, the firecracker that has caused me so much distraction and friction that I actually want it back. My head lowers, and she backs up into the narrow corridor wall. Her eyelashes flutter up to her eyebrow, staring at me with a newfound hate. I wanted to say, "Happy birthday." And with 2 hours to spare, she snorts to herself. "Congrats." I huff a slow breath. "Look." "Alessio." She shakes her head, and I've never heard her speak my name, especially not from lips that are painted in a soft nude with a rich gloss across the top. So glossy, I can almost see myself in the reflection. I think we both got ahead of ourselves. I'll promise to stay out of your way, if you promise to stay out of mine. My mouth opens to protest, and I stop myself before I say something that makes her think I actually care about her. Because I don't. I care about getting my dick wet. Now I'm staring at those lips which had those soft moans falling from them. I can't ignore the sounds, the whimpers, the calls for a deeper release. "Good," she nods and pushes past me. "I appreciate you coming tonight, but you really didn't have to." She walks away, hips swaying unintentionally to the music that vibrates the walls. I run a hand over my face and head to the bathroom, giving me a chance to take a well-needed breather and recharge. I should go home. I shouldn't have come in the first place. When I come back to the booth, Leandro and Jace are sitting down sipping from their glasses. Leandro nods at me when I sit beside him and lean forward to down my own drink, trying to ignore the shitty music that blasts through the speakers. "You good, man?" he asks. I nod. "Yeah. All good." My eyes float from the bar to the other booths, the club now filling up with more people. I frown when I don't spot Caroline, and I know she shouldn't be walking around alone, especially if someone recognizes us. "Where's Caroline?" I question, attempting to keep my tone bored. Leandro raises a hand and points at the bar where she's tucked behind another man, tall and grinning at her like a Cheshire cat. "Talking to that guy." My fists ball at my sides as she touches his arm and laughs at something he says. I glance around once. It's obvious how much she catches everyone's eye in the room. Once you look at her, you can't look away. I grimace as he steps closer, and her eyes sparkle at the unknown stranger. "Are you okay with that?" I spit towards their disgusting show of affection for everyone to see. Leandro releases a morbid sigh. "Not really, but she can do what she wants. As long as the guy treats her with respect and doesn't get too handsy, or he'll feel my gun at his temple. He'll feel my gun down his throat." My eyes blink at my rapid thought. "I thought you'd be up there ripping him from her." "Nah," Leandro shakes his head. "She's an adult. She's allowed to make whatever mistakes she wants. And besides, it's her birthday. If she wants to chat to some guy, it's all on her. I can't keep her locked up like our parents did. It's not fair." I study the guy as he tilts her chin up to meet his gaze. Now they've become extremely close. "I guess," I mutter under my breath. "She looks irresistible in that dress. I knew no man would be able to stay away." Then he pulls their faces closer and brushes a kiss across her lips, eyelashes fluttering her cheekbone as she closes her lids. She's smiling, beaming, and then blushing. Something unsettling churns inside of me at the sight. Gentle, soft, careful. Everything I'm not. Nothing with me would be sweet and caring. I can't do that shit because it's not in my nature to preserve, take my time. It's in me to claim, to be rough without warning. Caroline is right. We should stay the hell away from each other before I ruin her. Before I make her into a mess that even she can't clean up, and I need Leandro by my side. Without him, I'll have nothing, and no woman is worth ruining that over. Despite how much she has tattooed herself into my mind. I know for a fact that when I get home, I'll need some time in the shower to get rid of this frustration and lust that I absolutely despise. This is a petty phase. A phase because I want to claim something that I know I can't have. A chase that is forbidden, and I want to feel the thrill. Nothing more. Deep down, I want to taste every part of a hateful fuck, with Caroline on her knees and submitting to every inch of my body. All that aggressive teasing and harsh banter. I have to get it out of my system, and shamefully, my fist will be the only thing helping me tonight. But a part of me knows I won't be able to get her out of my system until I claim her for myself, until I get a taste and I can get the fuck over her and her stupidly intoxicating presence.
Chapter 13. Coraline Dolce. This morning I felt a little rough to say the least. Not nearly as bad as the night when me and Jace decided to go out. I had a good time. It's been a while since I celebrated my birthday with Leandro, and I enjoyed every second of it. Even when Alessio decided to come, which baffled me completely. But I try to push him to the back of my mind. I remember telling him that we should stay out of each other's way, because whatever is going on between us needs to stop before we start something that we shouldn't. We can't. Physically. As much as I've been craving the idea of a deep, aggressive fuck, I'll have to find it from someone else who isn't Alessio, even if I've been dreaming of it since I saw him fuck that woman against his desk. Even when I had my hand between my legs thinking about him. It's beyond dangerous, and I know I'll be playing with fire. Blazing fire. I've been outside for the last hour in the garden, looking across the beautiful still lake. It's a deep blue, almost the color navy. The trees reflect in the water, nothing moves. The air is so silent, which brings me peace, even if my head is still feeling a little delicate from last night. My eyes trail along the words of my notebook. I press my glasses a fraction of an inch up the bridge of my nose. I shouldn't be studying right now, but I have nothing better to do. Not when this place feels incredibly lonely. I wish I had friends. I wish I had the honor of even making friends, but that fantasy is long from me. Not when I have to be under protection and watched at every second of the day. My stomach churns when I think back at how neither of my parents have bothered to phone or to check in with how I'm doing. God, I feel like a dumping ground dispose of waste here. My lungs exhale a long sigh, and I pull my glasses from my face, rubbing my eyes with my palms. You good, party animal? I snap my head to Leandro as he approaches me at the outside dining table. A small breath escapes my nose as I watch him shove his hands into his jacket pocket and walk towards me with long strides. Yeah, not bad. You? He glances down at the paper on my desk and quirks an eyebrow. He doesn't say anything about me studying, but instead he draws up a chair beside me. Fine. Did you have a good birthday? I hum and hug my arms around my body. Yeah, I did. Thank you for taking me out and making it special. I'd be a terrible brother if I didn't celebrate your birthday with you. My eyes flick across his gaze, and I force a smile. His head tilts slowly, and he shuffles closer, resting his arms on the table. What's the matter? Can I be honest? Leandro nods. Of course. I inhale and glance out at the still lake. At least it will give me a small sense of calm. I guess I feel slightly isolated here sometimes because I don't have any friends. I can't leave, and Alessio fucking hates me. Mom and Dad haven't bothered to call, and everything just feels like a shit show. Lex, his voice is low, quiet. Why didn't you say something? You're busy, I admit. And it's fine, but some days are just a little exhausting. Even Harriet doesn't want to speak to me, that's how bad it is. Leandro's lip flicks upwards. Harriet has been told to work, not talk by Alessio. I roll my eyes. She's not a fucking robot. I mumble under my breath. I know, he agrees. I'm sorry about Mom and Dad. They've not made the effort and it's shitty from them, but I presume they're sorting out the mess they've caused. They didn't even wish me a happy birthday. Leandro's dark eyes falter for a second. I'm sorry, Lex. Don't apologize for them. I chew on my lip and ignore the anger that sinks inside me. They probably didn't even remember, nor do they care. I wish I got out when I had the chance. I hate myself for not leaving before shit got bad. He places a supportive hand on my knee. I wish things worked out better for you, but they will get better. Will they? Leandro swallows as he watches my expression. Soon, he promises, but I don't believe him. But for the meantime, I promise to take you out more, get you out of this house when I can. It won't be like this forever. One day you're going to soar and forget about this time in your life. One day. He nods confidently. One day, Lex. You're gonna make us proud. By proud, do you only mean yourself? Leandro stifles a short laugh. Even if it's only me, it should mean everything. Thanks, Leandro. I grab my glasses again. Remind me to come to you for moral support. He claps another hand over my shoulder and stands from the chair. I've got to head out and won't be back till later. Need to check on something for Alessio. Are you gonna be okay? I force a sarcastic smile. Yep. Just me and these riveting books. This time he ruffles my hair like we're children, and I swat his hand away. Study well, I know you're going to ace all of your tests. That's why everyone always called you the brainy one, and me the thick as shit sibling. You weren't thick, I shake my head towards him. You were smart, you just chose crime over education. Leandro laughs loudly. It echoes across the back porch, and it seems so familiar that a part of me relaxes inside. This might not be my home, but with my brother never far, it's like a home from home in a strange way. The bad life chose me, sis. He says with a cunning smile. My eyes roll. Yeah. I'll see you later. Bye. I wave him off before facing my work again. When his footsteps echo into nothing, I chew down on my lip and glance across the breathtaking scenery again. I hope he's right. It won't be forever. Once I'm done with studying, I head downstairs to the kitchen and make myself a smoothie. I try making small talk with Harriet, but she yet again ignores me. I frown at her bluntness, but I guess she doesn't want to get on the bad side of Alessio. I know that no one is home, because I heard the door close hours ago and not a single sound since. With my freshly made smoothie, I head to the living room and curl up in a ball, smothering myself in blankets, and I put on a movie. I'm not really fussed with the movie, I just want time to move quickly. Oh, the things I would do to jump on a plane and head to Spain or Portugal and live out my life in the sun. New life, new friends, new experiences. A part of me thinks why I didn't follow the same path as everyone else in my life. I could be lethal. My father always said I could be a good weapon, whatever the fuck that means. But another part of me wants to not have to keep looking over my shoulder every 5 seconds, because being a gang leader or vigilante, or any person involved in organized crime, never has a time to stop and relax. They don't know such a word. The front door cracks open, and I turn to see who it is, curiosity getting the better of me. I should have known better. Far better. Alessio strolls into the house, sleeves rolled up to his elbows and his jacket slung over one arm. Even his dark hair is a mess, tousled even. I've never seen him look so unsettled. Usually he looks pristine, despite what's going on in his life and empire. He slams the door shut and I flinch from the sound. His eyes fly to mine as he watches me across the hall on the sofa. For a split second he roams them down my bare legs before clenching his jaw and strolling further into the house so I can no longer see him. I roll my eyes and catapult myself back into the soft pillows. When the movie is over, I head upstairs and climb into the shower. Taking my time with washing my hair and then washing it again, leaving in a mask for 10 minutes whilst I exfoliate my body and shave parts of me that I shouldn't bother to shave, but I'm far too bored to care. I step out of the shower and wrap myself up in a towel and quickly dry my hair with the spare towel, finally letting my strands drip down my back. My hand presses to the door handle, and I emerge from the ensuite into my bedroom. My eyes almost deceive me when I find Alessio sitting on the edge of my bed, his sleek black handgun between his fingers. My fingers grip onto my towel as I back into the wall, staring at him with confusion. What are yo? He stands from the bed, stretching out his tall frame. I've always known how much taller he is than me, but at this moment in time, I feel like the size of a peanut, especially with that deathly glare in his eyes. And why the fuck is he holding his gun? Alessio stalks towards me and cages me between the wall, his eyes as dark as onyx as he stares me down. Tight jaw. Heavy chest. Narrowed eyes. Are you pleased with your little performance? My face scrunches up at his words. What? He takes my throat by his hand and pins me to the wall with force. I can hear my heart pound in my neck against his fingers, and I know he can feel it too. I told him once that he doesn't scare me, but right now my body is betraying me. Last night, he snarls. Did you do that on purpose to get some kind of reaction? My eyes widen in utter shock. Last night? He's caught up on last night. I can't help but laugh desperately at his aggressive words. Are you that obnoxious? I straighten my spine and stare him directly in the eye. Those sinful eyes. Oh wait, I should have guessed. You think that the world revolves around you. A loud thud punctures my ear, and he lands the gun directly next to my head, a low growl rippling from his chest. I'm startled by the noise, but I refuse to flinch. I refuse to back down from his intense stare. Don't fucking play with me. I suck in a loud breath, and he presses his hand further into my throat, holding me hostage. I was just doing what I wanted to do, I say through gritted teeth. I admit, maybe I needed a distraction from Alessio's presence. Maybe I needed to get my tongue down someone else's throat, so I didn't have to think about the way his eyes roamed my dress and my legs, and all of my attributes like lasers. Hot fucking lasers. Alessio laughs sarcastically, but it's still deep and thick like the devil, sending a shiver down the center of my spine, until I'm nothing but a bag of bones inside. You wanted to do him? My hand raises to push his shoulder, but his grip doesn't budge, neither does the gun that is pointed at the wall beside me. I draw in a breath of courage and lower my gaze, keeping my eyes focused and my breathing even. I don't want him thinking he's affecting me, not at all. Maybe, I grind out. Alessio's eyes flash with rage for a split second, nostrils flaring before he composes himself. A slip of his true emotions? I've never been so damn confused. He pulls the gun back from the wall an inch before resting the cold metal tip against the edge of my jaw. A small gasp is sucked from me at the feeling. I have no idea what's going on and why he's trying to threaten or tease me with a gun, but my body is vibrating. It's submitting to a thrill that I didn't abide to. Despite how fucking handsome he looks when he's angry, I could only imagine how hard and fast he fucks when he's furious. My eyes flutter shut at the pathetic thoughts. They never stop. They never fucking stop. Maybe? He grumbles, studying the action of his gun against my flushed skin. You went after some 4-foot skinny idiot to put on a show for the rest of the fucking club? I grit my teeth so hard I almost crack my jaw. I huff out a harsh breath through my nose, frustration and pure anger radiating through me. What, did you want me to pretend it was you? Alessio's eyes are back on mine within a second. They glaze over with something that I don't recognize. I know how much he hates it when I challenge him, and it fills me with excitement knowing I can get under his skin just as well. I twist my head towards the gun, with his hand still wrapped around my throat. A surge of boldness, a boldness that I adore about myself, rockets through my soul as I open my mouth at the angled gun. Should I have done this to him? I whisper under a breath. Then I lick the front of the barrel with my tongue, keeping my eyes glued to Alessio's. They're beyond dark, beyond midnight. Possessed almost as he watches me. I lick the cool metal, the tangy taste invading my taste buds. My throat chokes out a low hum as I wrap my lips around the barrel, and I slide it into my mouth. I have no idea if the gun is loaded, or if he could blow my brains out any given second, but I don't think about that. Inside my blood is roaring and I only see him. The way he's looking at me, like he has no idea where I have come from. He watches me as I begin to suck off his gun. It's slow and fueled with so much frustration from his confusing advances. This is probably the last thing he was expecting today. He most likely wanted to put me in my place because I live in his house, but not today. I own him today and his fucking gun. You're a fucking crazy bitch, he heaves, clenching his jaw. I pull the gun out of my mouth, the coldness almost burning my tongue. Should I have done that to him? I dip my voice lower. No. He growls harshly. I straighten my spine, still holding onto my towel desperately. My breasts have become pebbled beneath the material at my own actions, and I don't even want to think about what's going on between my legs. My mind wandering to X-rated thoughts. Of his cock specifically. How big is it compared to the barrel of his gun? Fuck. I squeeze my legs together, causing the tiniest amount of friction. Then what should I have done? I flutter my lashes up to him. Slowly I drag my gaze down his body, to his chest and then his trousers. I wish I could see if he was hard, but he's wearing black trousers. Should I have crawled into your room and done it myself? I almost don't recognize my own voice at how seductive and teasing I've made it. I don't know what I'm playing at, but I don't want to stop. I can't stop. It's far too much fun to mess with the boss, the man who has threatened me with his dominance more than one time. Alessio pulls away from me, shaking his head like he's been snapped from a trance. He lowers his gaze and looks to the floor. I can't even read him right now because his presence now makes me feel cold. Without another word, he backs out of my room, leaving me alone against the wall, clutching my towel to me. I frown at the space he was just occupying. What the fuck? I mutter under my breath. A hand presses to my forehead, finding myself burning up. I close my eyes and rock my head back into the wall, exhaling a long and needed sigh. I'm going to need to get laid soon before I start sucking off more guns for the attention of Alessio. And I can't even believe I admitted that. Get me out of this fucking house.
Chapter 14. Alessio Romano. I can't remember the last time I laid in, past 7 a.m. The action feeling severely alien to me, but I clearly needed it after what happened yesterday with Caroline and my gun. Fuck. I'll never be able to look at the gun in the same way again. She's confident, I'll give her that. But I didn't think she was downright crazy enough to put my gun in her mouth that could have been loaded, could have been off the safety latch. But when she did, oh God. Those eyes lit up like a fucking Christmas tree, and she watched me with deep lust. Toying with me. Playing with every bit of dignity that I have left. I hate that she circulates my mind at the most inconvenient of times. I don't even know what I was doing in her room, with my gun between my hands. The night before got to me. Seeing her with that guy, latching her lips onto his, having weeks of teasing me with her poisonous mouth for her to turn around and say that we should stay far away from each other. I've been in near-fatal car crashes that have given me less whiplash than this. My head is fucked. It has been for a long time, and Caroline has to come in here and make everything 1,000 times worse. Even my fingers have been twitching to knead her skin, dress her with marks that leave her with temporary reminders of how much she likes to piss me off. When I get showered and head downstairs, I greet Leandro, who is eating breakfast that Harriet has prepared for him. We agreed to a day at the warehouse. Being out makes us more productive, and I know that I can get more paperwork done in the meantime. Jace is still cracking down on the mole, who is slipping beneath the cracks. I know he has information today about Liam and Aaron's phones. I pray there are some details that could lead to us digging out this traitor. It's about time too. You reckon Caroline could tag along with us today? No. I don't even have to think about my answer, it's always a no. I told Leandro that she will not mix with our business, no matter if they're related or not. She's the last thing we need at the warehouse, no more distractions. For my fucking sake. Look, Alessio, he places down his fork and swallows whatever was in his mouth. Lex needs to get out. It's not healthy to keep her here like some well-trained house dog. She's bored, and soon she'll go out of her mind. We're only going to the warehouse. I wouldn't even chance taking her somewhere dangerous. My eyes slice across his like a guillotine. I said no. Leandro sucks in a breath. She's safe with us, Alessio. But it's not just that, I snap. She's not meant to be mixed with our business. We said that from day one. And she'll keep to herself. Then what's the point of her coming? Because she's fucking lonely, Alessio. Have you thought about that? My jaw tightens, and I resist the urge to roll my eyes. Aren't we all fucking lonely? She'll sit and do her work and keep quiet, he tries again. Just a different change of scenery might make all the difference for her. I'm asking you for one thing. Just one. I flick my eyes between them, digesting a huff from my lungs. If she dare pipe you. She won't, he cuts over me. I promise she won't. When I stare at Leandro for a few moments, I wonder if I'm turning soft. But I guess, as my work partner, I don't want him to be in a bad mood when we have so much work to get through. Fine, I grumble. But this won't be a regular thing. He waves his hand. I didn't say it had to be. Just for today. I'm worried about her. Worried about her. That's news to me. When Caroline works her way downstairs, she avoids my gaze at all costs. She smiles at her brother and begins to make breakfast for herself, completely ignoring what happened between us yesterday. It irks me, but I don't really know what she'd do to greet me other than scowl or make a sarcastic remark. A part of me just wants her to look me in the eye, because I need something other than those lusted-filled stares to leave my memory, in replacement of these calm eyes instead. But yet, she won't bring herself to even glance in my direction. She's wearing nothing more than a jumper and a pair of leggings. Very different dynamic to her towel, or that tiny little dress that barely left anything to the imagination. But part of me feels like she's less confident like this, stripped back and raw. No makeup, hair in a high ponytail. Oh, how I'd love to wrap my fist around those dark chocolate strands and yank as hard as I can. I decide to stop looking at her and make myself some coffee as Harriet runs around trying to clean up her mess with so many people in the kitchen. Once we're fed and it's time to get to work, we take my car to the warehouse. Caroline is quiet, which is odd for me, but I choose to ignore it. It's early. No one likes a morning person, and I definitely couldn't deal with her at every moment of the day. When we reach the warehouse, I greet some of our workers on the way in, as they deal with our external clients at the same time. I head upstairs to the main office, and Leandro tells Caroline where she can do her work, well away from my desk. She slips on her glasses, and I grit my teeth at the way she draws her books out of her bag and props herself up at the table across the other end of the room. She might not be near me, but I can see her, in my direct vision, and she is every man's worst distraction. Leandro slaps a file down on my desk as I scroll through my laptop. These need to be done again, he mumbles, and I scowl at him. What do you mean, again? Harv said they're wrong. I scoff and press a finger to the file, shoving it back towards him. It's not wrong. Tell him to check again. Leandro inhales sharply at my stubbornness. Fine. We work in silence for about 30 minutes, until I see Caroline stretch her hands up above her head, flashing a sliver of flesh between her leggings and her jumper. Golden and tan, despite the crappy weather currently. As she lowers her arms, she turns in my direction, catching eyes at me from across the room. For a moment, we both just stare, like we're staring into oblivion. She narrows her gaze, but I don't shift mine. I keep my head low, but my focus on her eyes through those light-framed glasses. Leandro exhales a long sigh, which snaps my eyes back to his. Caroline's lips curl in the distance. My fists begin to tighten on the desk as I turn to him, and he locks his phone and places it down. Jace is gonna be late. Why? Usual nonsense. I grunt out an inaudible response and glance down at my work. The door to the office raises a knock, and we all turn our attention to the sound. Come in, I shout, and suddenly the door bundles open to find one of my workers. He's panicked. Almost too panicked, and heat spikes my neck uncomfortably. Boss, he pants. He's here. I stand from my desk. Leandro does the same. Both of us reach for our guns. Who? Behind him emerges a tall figure, dark hair and those deathly eyes. Hello, Alessio. How lovely it is to see you. Blood surges through me aggressively as Daxton makes his presence known, two of his men behind him. Bigger and better than ever. I clench my jaw and don't take my eyes off him. Not that I'm panicking, knowing Caroline is a few feet from him and he hasn't seen her yet. Fuck. I fucking told Leandro this would be the worst idea ever, and now we might have possibly fucked everything up. What are you doing here? I growl. You're not allowed to just show up on my property without invitation. Daxton quirks a brow and steps into the office. Leandro turns stiff in front of me. I know he's thinking the exact same thing I am. Caroline. I don't dare look at her. I don't dare make her known, and she's smart for keeping quiet and not moving an inch. I was just coming to. His body rotates into the room. Then his eyes fall on Caroline, and he releases an animalistic grin. Something that churns my stomach with disgust. I grip my gun tighter. I will blow his head off if I have to, and I'll deal with all the consequences later. Who is this pretty little thing? Finally, I can look at Caroline as she sits in the chair, glasses still on. She stares at the man as if he's not even fazed her, and this is probably the worst reaction she could have because I know how much Daxton likes to play, until his victims are shaking with fear. But Caroline isn't afraid of men like me, or like him. She remains blank-faced, and part of me wants to scream because I know she's acting tough, but now is not the time to do that, especially with Daxton involved. Keep her out of it, Leandro barks in a low voice. She's not part of anything. Our business is our business. Daxton's eyes don't remove from Caroline's, and I wish this situation never had to come about. He steps closer, she doesn't flinch. She still does nothing. Expression bored. After what feels like an eternity, he finally turns to me and Leandro. I'm sure I can see Caroline take a breath of relief, but I wouldn't put money on it. I'm here because it seems we have another problem with your empire. What are you talking about, Daxton? There is no problem. We settled our debt. We moved on. He tilts his head back and laughs coldly. Not only have you lost my money and taken a stupid amount of time to get it back, someone is running their mouths to my soldiers. I narrow my eyes and quickly glance at Leandro. He shares the same dumbfounded but harsh expression as me. During this time, Daxton decides to step closer to Caroline, sitting in the chair quiet and reserved. Leandro raises his gun and aims it at Daxton, just in time for his men to draw their own at our heads. I've been in plenty of situations like this, but not with my underboss's relative involved. Not when one mistake could lead to bloodshed over an innocent. Don't you fucking come near her, Leandro bellows across the office. Daxton's eyes remain on Caroline, sizing her up. He glances from Leandro to Caroline and again. Ah, he says, the penny finally dropping. Siblings, I see. Brotherly love, that's cute. I said step back. His eyes gravitate back to mine, lowering his gaze that mists over his face. If you don't get your empire in check, I guess I'll have to make some adjustments of my own. You're clearly distracted by her precious presence. Leandro growls. Don't threaten me. You don't call the shots. He snaps, veins popping out of his neck. Not when you fucked up. Not when you owe me, and I owe you nothing. I could shoot her dead right now. Now it's my turn to raise my gun, aiming it for the center of his forehead. This has nothing to do with her. His eyes light up, as if this is some silly game of cat and mouse. But she has everything to do with you guys. This could be fun, couldn't it? The room drops to silence, guns aimed at each other. Caroline is still acting as if she's just sitting in a coffee shop, and this is the usual drama that goes down at lunchtime. I don't know where she keeps her composure. She's built like a steel tank. Nothing phases her, and that terrifies me. Leandro is shaking. He's so angry, but his gun is still. Ever so still. If a single thing happens, he grumbles. It's game over. I promise you that. We gave you the money, I back him up. Daxton exhales a morbid sigh. After weeks of demanding it. I'm not some petty charity. If you've come here to taunt us with bullshit, I suggest you leave. His eyes flare, but he nods, then looks to Caroline again. Nice to know you're in great company, darling. Caroline's lip curls in disgust, just a fraction before she's back to staring at him like a stone figure. Daxton gives us a once-over before he exits my office, his men trailing behind him. I lower my gun, even though my chest heaves as I stare at Leandro. I grab my phone and order my workers downstairs to let me know when he's left the premises. Leandro rushes to Caroline asking if she's okay, but she bats it away like nothing even happened. I lower my phone, and Leandro organizes for Caroline to be sent back to the house with a chauffeur and a shit ton of security. When she's packing her stuff away, Leandro walks towards my desk and I study him with hooded eyes. I told you we shouldn't have brought her. You're a fucking idiot, Leandro. I mutter under my breath. His eyes shoot me down. The last time I checked, you didn't care for her. My jaw tightens at his words. I don't, I mumble. But this messes up more shit for us than you realize. We stare at each other for a moment, until Caroline clears her throat. I have no idea what's going on in her mind, but it makes me think, what else has she seen to be totally calm and collected about this? Leandro takes her home, as I linger in the office for a couple more hours. I despise Daxton with a passion, and I know this isn't going to be an easy ride, especially when he's now got a new target if anything happens between us. And he's not going to make this easy for us, he's going to make it feel like hell.
Chapter 15. Coraline Dolce. Men like Daxton are a different type of breed. You have people like Leandro and Alessio who you know are deathly, but at least they have some normality inside them. Daxton is literally a man crafted by the devil. The look in his dark, misty eyes as he studied me, taking his time to flick over every inch of my face, drinking down every little detail until there is nothing left to inspect. It was like he was trying to get in my mind, break down those walls, but if I learned anything from my parents, it's never to show emotion. Even if the most terrifying person you have ever come across aims a gun at your head, don't flinch. Don't even think about giving them the satisfaction of begging or pleading, or even a single tear. I was brought up to act tough, even if inside I am screaming at myself to do something other than stare blankly at someone who could kill me in a matter of seconds. Daxton didn't necessarily scare me, but his gaze, the tone of his voice, even the way he walked into the room. His presence alone made me feel uncomfortable, and I realized that Leandro and Alessio have a lot of history with this guy. And now things are about to change. I shouldn't have been there today, and maybe that was my fault, but sitting inside and staring at the same four walls is fucking depressing. I wish I had a friend. I wish I had anyone I could speak to that wasn't Leandro. When we get home, Leandro is on the phone, I presume with Alessio. He's stressing, but I keep quiet because I know the last thing he needs is me piping up with some opinion. They know better. I've never had to deal with gang leaders alone like this. I sit by the kitchen as Harriet makes me a late lunch. I don't even protest this time because I need a moment to sit down and take a breather. Things always catch up on me later than at the time, and right now, I need an ice-cold glass of water and some breathing space. Leandro exits his call a few moments later, just as Harriet places down a chicken salad in front of me. I grab my fork and begin to push around the green and purple lettuce leaves, then the chicken until I decide to pierce it. Right, he sits opposite me, clasping his hands together. Lex, I need you to listen to me. My eyes focus on his. I'm listening. We're going to need you to carry a gun at all times. I flex a brow. At all times? He nods without hesitating. At all times. You'll need one in your room when you leave the house, even when you're with us. This shit is serious, Caroline. Daxton isn't a nice person. He likes to play, he likes to get revenge. And right now we're not his favorite people, and I'm not taking this lightly. You need to carry a weapon with you, for your own safety. I slowly raise the fork to my lips and take a bite. Okay. Leandro exhales a sigh of relief. I know you're trained with guns, but we can go over some stuff later on once you've eaten. With the guns I'll give you, we can practice latch safety and the ammunition. Okay. He blinks once, then twice. Are you okay? I hum and take down the food in my mouth, going in for seconds. Now I realize that I'm starving after all that adrenaline. I could eat for days and it still won't be enough. Lex, he leans over to grab my hand. I look at him and his worried expression. He's always been protective, and I'll always love that about him. You don't have to lie to me if you're not. My shoulders raise to drop slowly. He's just a guy who threatened to kill me, I mumble. I've had plenty of men who have threatened to kill me, Leandro. I think I'll be okay. He runs a hand down his face, pulling back. He won't hurt you. I won't ever let him hurt you. No, because I'll shoot him first with my new training. Leandro stares back at me for a long moment, almost too long. Then he cracks a small laugh. All right, he leans back. If we're joking about it, then you must be okay. I eat the rest of my salad in silence. Leandro doesn't leave, and I don't mind. I quite like the company, considering that we're doing nothing but sitting here. Should I just run away? What? Leandro's voice raises. His expression crumbles into confusion. I sigh and push my plate further into the table. Run away from this, from Mom and Dad's life choice. I could head over to Spain or Canada and start fresh. Get my university degree, change my name, and then I can start something new. He narrows his eyebrows at me, cupping his tattooed arms together. Are you joking? No. Of course you aren't, he shakes his head slowly. I wouldn't advise it, Lex. Why not? Because you might get hurt. I bite down on my lip. But I might get hurt here, back home with Mom and Dad. I could get hurt anywhere. Don't you think if I'm going to get hurt doing something, it should be actually living my life? Leandro rests his head on his fist, rings pressing into his cheek. He studies me and he nods. I agree, you should be able to live your life. He says slowly. But you'll be out there on your own. People have amazing tracking devices now. I know you're smart, but you wouldn't last 5 minutes. Harsh, I mumble under my breath. Harsh, but it's true. He leans onto his elbows. The safest place is here with us. With people who are trained to deal with this shit. And once things clear up, when shit with Mom and Dad are fixed, I bet you can go off into the world and do as you wish. But right now it's about your safety, and I will never forgive myself if you end up dead. I stare at my brother. He means well, he has always meant well. I love you, he says loudly, straightening his spine. You're my baby sister, and I will protect you until I have to. My eyes flick down to the empty bowl. I love you too. I tell him sincerely. This time he leans over the counter and takes my hand in his. I'll get you through this shit. You'll get through this shit. I promise. And then you can do whatever you want, and I'll be there to support you every step of the way. What happens now? Housebound for the moment. I don't even bother to roll my eyes. I realize I have to. It's definitely the safest place to be. But we can train together. Maybe it would be a good idea to get you back into those self-defense classes. We could train you up on using knives, other weapons when guns aren't available. My brows crease at his words. We? Alessio too. I scoff at his words. Alessio will never train me. Are you joking? He already said he would. On the phone. My hand slams against the counter unintentionally. What? Alessio is a good fighter. He's also a good teacher. I learned all of my best tricks from him. So you can teach me. I trail off. Leandro raises his head to the ceiling slowly and smiles. Yes, I can train you too, but we're going to be busy. One of us needs to be working, and if we train you different things, we can cover more grounds. It's best that way. My eyes feel like they're stuck. Imagining training time with Alessio alone. Holy fuck. Alone? God, he's going to love that, bossing me around. I have no doubt he won't go easy on me, any opportunity to get me into the ground. He probably thinks that's where I belong. Sweaty, shouting, shirtless. Images flash through my mind, and I hate that I'm thinking about him at a time like this. Do you think it's a good idea? Leandro snorts. Harriet places down a coffee in front of him, and he thanks her. Might give you two some time to actually get along, rather than fight. I think we need this right now, some joint effort to get along. Alessio is already dealing with shit, he's doing you a favor by doing this. I guess I can't say no. He raises the cup to his lips and takes a gulp. Over my dead body, Lex. You need this. We need you safe. It's non-negotiable. Fine, I mutter. But don't blame me when we're the ones who kill each other. Leandro raises a brow. I'd pay good money to see that. Animal. Leandro spends the evening going over gun training with me. I now have a gun in my bedroom, in my bathroom. A gun that I need to carry everywhere with me, along with the spots in the house which some are laying around just in case. I listen to everything he has to say. Handling guns are a big fucking deal. At least I know how to shoot and aim, I've got that part down. When Alessio comes home, I make myself scarce. They probably have a lot to discuss, and I don't want to get in the way. Alessio studies me with those long lashes and dark eyes, like he's analyzing me under a microscope. But I don't let up on how I'm feeling. Leandro will most likely tell him that I'm fine. Something dumb twists in my stomach when he looks at me like that. Objective and knowing. I wish he didn't have to look like a man who would ruin my life, because apparently, that's my type, and in fact, I want him to ruin every part of me. I shut myself away in my bedroom and place my gun into my bedside table, matching the gun in my other beside table. When I flop down onto my bed, I glance up at the ceiling and do nothing more, just stare. Breathing in, breathing out. My phone vibrates in my pocket, and when I pull it from my bottoms to look at the caller ID, I almost choke when I see my mother's name flash across the screen. It takes me a moment to process what's happening. She hasn't even bothered to contact me since I've been here. Nor my father. I debate declining the call, but a part of me wants to hear what she has to say. I deserve that at least. They didn't even call or message to wish me happy birthday. I'm still gutted over that. I should haven't been surprised when it didn't happen. My dark painted fingernail presses to the answer button. I suck in a breath. Hello? Caroline, my baby? It's Mum. How are you? I hope you're doing good. I don't say anything. No words want to come out of my mouth at her preppy tone, and questions that make me think she has no remorse for the last few months. Absolutely none. How am I? I ask a little breathlessly. It was my birthday the other day, and you didn't even bother to call. She curses to herself. Oh, Caroline. I am so sorry. We're both so incredibly sorry. Everything has been so manic, we've barely had a chance to stop. I am so sorry, baby. I hope you had a wonderful day, regardless. I trust your brother took care of you. Yeah, I spit. Because he had the decency to remember his relative's birthday. Oh, Lex. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. I raise my voice. I find myself standing up from my bed, beginning to pace from the blood that is rushing through my body with sheer rage. I'm mad because I feel like no one gives a fuck but Leandro. You didn't even bother to say goodbye, or ask if I got here safely. You had your housemaid chuck me out. Do you know what it feels like to be an adult and have secrets kept from you? My mother heaves out a low sigh. It's not? It's exactly like that, Mother. You and Dad just can't help yourselves. Getting into even more trouble, and we've told you 1,000 times that this life, this job that you do, it isn't working out anymore, and sometimes it's okay to step away from it. Don't you think? She's silent for a few moments. It's rare that my mum is ever silent. She's always got something to say at least. We never wanted to push you away. You've already done that, I grumble harshly. I know you've always loved your job over me and Leandro, but sometimes I wish you could at least pretend you loved us more. It would have made growing up a lot easier. Tears have sprung to my eyes, and I wish she didn't make me upset. I hate crying. I hate feeling this heaviness in your chest and the tightness of your throat. It screams weakness in so many different words. Lex, please. I just wanted to talk. I really don't want to talk to you right now. I shake my head, not trusting my voice to crack if I talk for a second longer. I've got to go. Why? Bye. When I click off the call, I resist the urge to throw my phone at the nearest wall. If I do, my anger and frustrations would have won. It would have been nearly as bad as shedding a tear for a woman that doesn't respect her children and their wishes for life. I crawl into bed a few moments later, closing my eyes and wishing for nothing but a dreamless night.
Chapter 16. Alessio Romano. Caroline barely looks at me when I come home. Leandro watches her leave as she takes the stairs up to her room. I study the back of her hair as it begins to sway, but she doesn't look over her shoulder. How is she? I ask, as I shrug off my jacket and signal to Harriet to start making something for dinner. I have never felt so hungry in my life. My stomach gargles painfully, but I ignore it for the sake of this conversation. Leandro nods. She's okay, he says. Went over some basic gun training with her. Said that she needs to keep her gun on her at all times and one in her bedroom. She's fine with it. I mean, she's always had a tough shell, so I have no idea what's really going on in her mind, but I think she's okay. When I slide onto the seat opposite him, I do nothing but nod. We all know that she's tough, but sometimes things can get a little intense, and I know Daxton doesn't look like the friendliest of people. Despite the fact he's not a bad person to look at, he has this evil glint in his eye that can make anyone feel unsettled. What the fuck was Daxton even chatting about anyway? My hand raises, and I wave it off angrily. He's fucking bluffing. No one is running their mouths. He's trying to scare us. He already thinks he has one up on us because of the lost money, and now he's trying to toy with us. Leandro pushes up the sleeves of his shirt. How can you be sure? Because this is what he does. He makes statements with no evidence or information to back it up. He thinks that it still works on me, but it doesn't. He's trying to take our power, overrule us. I've known him for a long time, Leandro. He's not trustworthy anymore, and we need to be cautious about him. I don't know what his plan is, but we need to find out before he obliterates us. I speak in a low tone. Leandro hangs on to my every last word. After a few moments, he suppresses a displeased grunt. And why haven't we moved on to another companion in business? I know he's asking it rhetorically. We both know we can't just ditch him and find someone else to help bring in our income. The industry doesn't work like that. Gang culture really doesn't work like that. We'll never be able to drop him. I grit my teeth at the same time my fists begin to clench. It's an ongoing nightmare with him, but throughout this job, there will always be assholes I'll have to work with and endure. It's a sacrifice we have to make, along with our own safety. Leandro presses a hand to his forehead and curses. What is going on, Alessio? Things never used to be this bad or complicated before. I shrug and watch as Harriet prepares me something to eat, using the stove to cook fresh beef. My stomach flips at the scent that wafts through the kitchen. I'm absolutely going to devour that until there is nothing left. We'll get back on track. We always do. That's not a lie. And Daxton? I guess we'll have to see. Nothing might ever be resolved. Not until one of us dies first. Leandro clasps his hands together in front of him. Did you hear from Ray? He's sending me reports soon, I nod. Jace finally handed over the phones. Took him long enough. I was thinking of starting training with Caroline tomorrow, and then we could take it in turns, Leandro says, and I flick my eyes to him at the mention of his sister. We already discussed training her. She's going to need it. There is talent being able to shoot a gun, but if you can't fight or defend yourself, you might as well be dead anyway. That's good with you. I nod. I'll work it around my schedule. Thanks, Alessio, Leandro says sincerely. I know you two don't always see eye to eye, but I think this will be good for her and her loneliness. She seemed up for it when I mentioned it earlier, and I trust that she'll be a good student. My eyes harden. The thought of her giving me sass whilst we're alone in the training basement has my insides flaring at the challenge. I haven't seen that side of her since she sucked off my gun in front of me after her birthday, and a part of my soul wants to witness it again. Just so I can put her in her place, physically. Don't worry, I smirk to myself. I can handle her. I'll be the teacher after all, and I won't go easy on her. Leandro opens his mouth to speak, but Harriet presents herself. Would you like salad with your dinner, Mr. Romano? Yes, Harriet. I nod, and she dismisses herself. I gotta go and log some stuff that Jace sent over earlier. Leandro drags himself from his chair. My head bows in his direction. All good. The next morning I head downstairs, ready for a day of endless paperwork and calls. Hoping that Daxton decides to stay away and not pay us another visit without warning, that son of a bitch. I make myself a coffee with the machine and glance outside the large patio doors that look over the crystal still lake. My eyes find Caroline as she sits outside at the table with her laptop and notebook surrounding her. My eyes glance to the wall. It's barely 8 o'clock, and she's already studying. When I wrap my fingers around the white mug, I make my way towards the doors. I haven't spoken to her since the incident yesterday, and I'm not even sure if she wants me in her presence, but I don't care, this is my house. I slide open the door, and she glances up at me, glasses sitting perfectly on the bridge of her nose. She blinks once and then twice, she says nothing, and turns back to her notepad and bright green pen. You put on a good front yesterday, I praise with honesty. I'm sure I saw her back stiffen for a second at my compliment. But being like that could have killed you. Caroline frowns deeply and then swipes the glasses from her face, brown hair now slipping down her cheeks. Should I have acted scared? She recoils with confusion. I chew on the inside of my cheek, studying her. Were you? No. She's lying. It's obvious that she's lying. I remember how she sucked in a sigh of relief when he finally turned away from her yesterday. She was putting on a front and acting tough when inside she was freaked out to the core. She might not want to admit it to me, but she should at least admit it to herself before her overconfidence gets her murdered. My arms cross, being careful of the coffee in my hands, and I lean on the hinge of the door. You've got this tough girl act, I know. I say in the most genuine voice I can. I can see it, and whatever you've gone through in the past, it shows that you have thick skin. But this is serious. Caroline's eyes shine, but she backs down from whatever she's going to say, pushing her back into the chair. She drops her eyes from mine to the table, and for a second I feel cold, that or the fact it's freezing outside and she's here studying in the chapping air. I know that he wants to kill me, she says after a few passing moments. My hand tightens around the coffee. You could be a target. Caroline sighs like this isn't news to her. She presses a hand to the table and glances up at me again. Brown eyes showing no signs of fear or concern, and part of me churns at knowing how resilient she is to her own emotions. She might as well be a fucking robot. Nothing can break her by the looks of it. I'll give her 2 training sessions with me, and we'll see if she can snap open that mind of hers. Sometimes fighting without fear can be the most dangerous thing a person does, and I need Caroline to be smart if anything ever comes her way. It's something that she'll need to be reminded of, so that she can be in control of her own feelings, of the situation. It comes with time, but I have no doubt that she can do it. I've been a target my whole life, she mumbles, drawing her legs closer to her chest, the chill from the air catching her tan skin. This is nothing new to me. I stay leaning against the doorframe and keep my eyes closely on hers. I know it's not new to her, especially with the things that Leandro has told me that their parents have done in the past. They're absolutely lethal and have some serious people on their backs for the crimes that they have committed. With the guns that Leandro has given you, and training to be able to fight and defend yourself, I say slowly, everything should be fine. Daxton will keep his distance. Caroline breathes a short puff of air through her nose. Will he? He seemed pretty adamant that he'd shoot me dead right there. I've met guys like him, they mean what they say. She's not wrong, but I don't need the negativity. And Leandro nor I will let him do anything to harm you. That's why we're taking these precautions, because we need you to be prepared if something happens, anything at all. You already know how to aim and shoot a gun, you're halfway there. This time, Caroline flashes a small smile before she recovers from it quickly. When are we training then? Probably best to start sooner rather than later. We're training tomorrow, I tell her curtly. You've got Leandro today, but I'll do tomorrow, and then we'll sort out a schedule and a plan from then. Caroline doesn't fight me. She just nods, and I can't believe that we're having our first civil conversation without throat-grabbing or demeaning comments. It almost makes me feel like I don't even know this woman because deep down I don't. I know nothing about her, apart from the driven lust that controls my body. 8 o'clock. In the morning. A brow curls. That a problem with you? I copy her action. She sucks in a breath and nods. No, she rests. Of course not. I nod and lean up from the door, taking a large sip of my coffee. Caroline's eyes gravitate to my throat as I swallow, and I'm sure that a pink tinge cascades across her nose and cheeks, but she pushes her hair in front of her face and picks up her glasses to resume her studying. 8 o'clock down in the basement, I say again. Wear suitable clothes, and make sure you bring plenty of water because you're going to need it. Caroline turns to me one last time, dark eyes that are nodding back at me with understanding. I almost don't like this normal conversation like we're two good friends. I'm doing her a favor, and she's not snapping back at me with one of her backhanded comments. My head spins with the change of tempo, but deep down I know things are about to get heated in my training space in the basement, even if we don't want it to. There's only so much tension that can be added to the air when chemicals are released from exercising, along with being so close to someone and touching them to improve technique. I don't want to know what's going to happen, but a part of me is preparing for the torture.
Chapter 17. Coraline Dolce. It's safe to say that Alessio trains a lot harder than Leandro. The first session with my brother was calm and collected. Training with Alessio felt like running barefoot through hell. We've had 2 sessions since, and today will be my 3rd with the Mafia boss. It's clear that he likes to be dominant, call the shots, and order me around. At first I kind of despised it, but after a while I pushed away his authoritative tone and focused on the actual job at hand. I can't have him distracting me if I need to learn how to attack and defend myself. Even when he's wearing a skin-tight t-shirt that flashes off his perfectly carved biceps and triceps. He's pushed me to limits that I didn't even know I could achieve. When he tells me to kick, I kick. And when I do it, I pretend it's his face and it somehow makes me perform better. After my 2nd session with him, I felt sick with the tension that was flying around the room. Being stuck alone with him for 2 hours is good enough as torture. But those dark brown mysterious eyes that hold me hostage, his thick gravelly voice that shouts demands at me, the way my body wants to naturally impress him. It's far too much for someone who told him to stay away. Now he's right in my face, neither of us taking our eyes off each other for a stupidly long amount of time. But I keep telling myself that it's for my own benefit. Today I'll train with Alessio. Tomorrow I'm back with my brother, and it'll give me a chance to cool off. God knows that I fucking need it, or I'm heading straight to hell with the devil himself. What makes things even worse is that I've just woken up from one of the most delicious and mouth-watering dreams. My body again reminding me that it's been a hot fucking minute since I got laid. My mind is now haunted by visions of muscled men, powering over me, tasting me, taking me. Fuck. I need to stop. My head rotates to my phone and I press the screen. 30 minutes until training with Alessio starts. I groan and ignore the pressure between my thighs. I'll have to deal with it later in the shower. There is no way I'm going to chance getting myself off in front of the camera again, the one that has been reinstalled. I get dressed into black fitted leggings, a black sports bra and a thin top. I quickly grab an apple before heading downstairs to the basement where the training room is. I didn't even know this place existed until Leandro showed me the other day. You're late, Alessio's voice snaps across the room. I find my gaze floating to him. He's wearing a similar top to our other sessions. Tight-fitting. I'm sure I can see his rock-hard abs underneath the fabric. That's how close it is to his skin. I suck in a breath and find his eyes again, anything away from that body which could destroy me in a matter of seconds. My eyebrows dip, creating a scowl. No, I'm not. Are you calling me a liar? I don't miss the way his expression warps into something dark. He doesn't want to be challenged today, and I'm feeling extremely on edge and irritable. This is going to be fucking fantastic. It's 8. He raises his sports watch to his eyesight and narrows his eyes. Actually, it's 3 minutes past, which means you're late. My eyes roll, and I bunch my hair up into a ponytail. Alessio's eyes follow the action as I strap it with a hairband. I'm here now, aren't I? Alessio's gaze narrows. Don't be late again. It's eating into my own time, and I've been generous enough to be doing this with you. All right, I say under a hushed breath. I won't be late again. Let's pick up from where we left off the other day. He steps closer. Your legs are extremely weak. They are one of your best weapons when it comes to a fight, and you have almost zero muscle. I recoil from his words. Zero? He ignores me and turns away, grabbing 2 pads to slide on his hands, and he holds them up to his shoulders. Combinations with your feet, let's go. For an hour he runs me into the ground, almost literally. I am covered head to toe in sweat, kicking, punching. Never in my life has my heart ever beat this fast, and yet I feel like I am close to breaking point. Harder, harder, he yells at me. My teeth grit down onto one another as I look up at him, heaving to catch my breath in this suffocating room. So I do. I hit the pad with my foot harder, but he shakes his head. Weak? I said fucking harder, not softer. I almost growl at his words. Those deep brown eyes are fixed to mine. I'm not weak. Then hit me fucking harder. A low scream escapes the back of my throat as I swing my leg into the pad. I know it was harder than all my other attempts because even Alessio's hand flinches from the impact. But he still shakes his head and scoffs at me like what I did was pathetic. He drops the pads and I stand there, breathing like a possessed demon. Alessio sucks in a breath. You're not even trying. I shake my head, fists tightening beside me. Before I know what I'm doing, I've swung my leg. He's no longer holding up the pads, and the front of my foot collides with his ribs. His bones and pure muscle are a lot harder than the pads, but for some reason it feels stronger, harsher than anything else I've done today. His eyes strike with a flash of lightning, and suddenly his hand is around my throat, clenching as he draws me to him. Our noses almost brush as he stares down at me with an infuriated glare, nostrils flaring at my sudden attempt at a kick. I know my pulse is going crazy around his fingers. But neither of us back down. How's that for fucking harder? I snap at him. His curved features tense at my words, and he grips my throat tighter. My legs turn to jelly at the placement of his hand, and the death glare in his eye. Why do I like the idea of his dangerous side? It gives me a thrilling desire to be put in my place. It's all I've fucking wanted since I stepped foot in this goddamn house. There's that fucking attitude I've been waiting for. He glowers. It never left. Alessio's jaw tenses, and it gives me the perfect opportunity to admire his carved bone structure, along with the stubble of his beard against his tan skin. From here I can smell his fresh-scented soap from his shower, clean and fresh. Completely opposite to his dirty aura that he carries around with him everywhere. My pussy throbs, and I know I'm wet. I'm fucking wet because he's got his heart around my throat, and I feel like he's about to bend me over and spank my ass raw until I find my words to say sorry for hitting him without the pads on. What? I taunt him when he says nothing more. You can't take a girl having a good shot at you? The next thing I know, he's wrapped his vacant hand around my ponytail and tugged it backwards, exposing my neck, forcing my eyesight up to him as he towers over me. A pathetic whimper escapes my lips, and I pray he didn't hear because I am seconds away from exploding from the built-up tension. His grip is hard, punishing. He's trying to show me that I am not in charge, and I never will be. This is his space. I am here because he's given up his time, and if I waste it, I will be sorry. That is the story the expression in his eyes is giving, and now my knees are shaking. You try so fucking hard to be smart, he groans, breath tickling the edge of my jaw. But that mouth is going to pay. I tilt my head towards him, lips brushing unintentionally. But when they do, my eyes flutter shut and I suddenly can't breathe. All the air has been sucked out of the room because when he grips my ponytail even tighter and claims my lips between his, I am in fucking heaven. The kiss is hard and possessive. Everything I've dreamt of. Even my eyes begin to water as he angles my head to capture my lips better. His tongue invades my mouth, hand still around my throat and the other tightened on my hair. I can't go anywhere, I am completely submitted to him. Alessio exhales a low grunt into my mouth, vibrating straight down my core and into my throbbing pussy. I whimper in response and clutch onto his muscly forearms, gripping my fingernails into his bare skin. He walks me backwards quickly. I hit the wall with a thud, but he continues to claim my mouth, sweeping his tongue against mine and not giving me a chance to take control. I follow along because I am too busy enjoying every second of it. Blood rushes through my body, sweat now dripping down my back as it presses into the cool wall. He lips and he sucks at my bottom lip until I am trembling in his arms. Weeks if not months, I've been fantasizing about this. I've never been a massive fan of kissing, but if it involves Alessio, then I am sold forever. My heart pounds against my chest, and he pulls away, leaving me gasping for more. When my eyes flutter open, his are so dark that it looks like I'm staring into oblivion. Dark and cold, yet ready to devour. I can't wait to fuck that goddamn attitude right out of you. I'll talk. I murmur breathlessly to get a reaction out of him. And it fucking works. He rips me from the wall and forces me onto my knees on the mat. A hand presses to the back of my head and he forces my cheek down into the cool plastic material. He grumbles something from behind me, but I can't hear from the blood that is roaring in my ears. His hand grips my leggings, practically ripping them from my legs, leaving me bare. There is no time to contemplate what's going on before he lands a hard hand on my ass, the sound echoing off the walls. I jolt and gasp at the same time, squeezing my eyes shut. When a single finger slips down my soaked slit, I shudder and whimper at the sensation. Yes. 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 I beg in my head. I'm going to make a fucking mess of you, Principessa. I'm not sure if I'm alive right now, because I'm choking on my own breaths. So wet, he rasps from behind me, running the same finger along my sensitive core. Ragazza sporca. Ragazza sporca, dirty girl. I purse my lips to stop myself from moaning, but it's proving to be impossible, especially when he plunges the finger deep inside me. My back arches into the mat, and he chuckles harshly at my response to him. My body is physically answering to this monster, and I want him so fucking badly. He places another finger inside of me, pumping quickly. I groan into the floor and huff out a moan, my body beginning to shake. I've wanted a release since this morning, and this is not going to end well for me. The wetness from my core begins to drip down the insides of my thighs. Any other time, I would find this highly embarrassing, but I'm too horny to give a single shit right now. All I can think about is Alessio's thick fingers, and the way he's holding my head down with his palm. He speeds up, slows down, speeds up again. I'm a withering mess. Tears flowing from my eyes at the growing pleasure inside my pussy. So close already, and I want to come all over those fingers. When I'm close, and I mean, a second away from coming, he takes his fingers out of me and I suppress a scream. Relaxing back into the floor. I'm panting with my cheek plastered to the mat, trying my hardest to catch my breath. Alessio chuckles again, and I hate him for it. After a few moments, he enters me with his fingers again, fucking me with his 2 digits that I am screaming out nothing but air and pleasure. And then he stops. I exhale a loud, frustrated cry, biting on my lip to stop myself from moaning, but it's no use. This time he smears his thumb across my soaked core, using the pad to massage my throbbing clit. He hums, which sends a shiver down my spine. If you want it, beg me like the slut you are. I clench tightly. Groaning, I shake my head. I'll never beg him. I will never stoop that low. Alessio's fingers enter me for a third time, bringing me to the edge with only a couple of strokes. I'm panting and heaving until they're ripped from me, and I am ready to scream this house down. I maneuver my head and rest my forehead onto the floor, sucking in a breath. He won't break me. He won't break me. He won't break me. Instead of removing them from me when I get close to climaxing, he keeps them inside me. I mumble out a curse word and bite down onto my hand, shaking my head. His heavy breathing from behind me is enough to set me off, and I close my eyes to stop myself from falling any deeper into his trap. He tuts at me tauntingly. Caroline, he grumbles. No, don't say my fucking name. I thought you would be smarter than this. My eyes squeeze even tighter, clenching around his fingers for some kind of pleasure, but he doesn't allow me. Please, the word falls from my lips without my own consent, and I despise my mind for giving in so easily. What was that? I fucking hate this man. Fuck you, I glance over my shoulder. He removes his hand from my head and spanks my ass twice as hard. My body slumps into the mat, but my hips are still high in the air, his fingers still inside me. I'll do this all day, Caroline. Non-geocare con me. Non-geocare con me, don't play with me. I'm going out of my fucking mind. I can't. Not when he moves his fingers again, and I am screaming out at the sensation, muffling it with my hand because I can't take it for a second longer. He's about to destroy me, and there will be absolutely nothing left. Screw my pride. Please. Please what? I groan with deep frustration. My head shakes, counting my breaths and his tortuous strokes of his fingers. Please make me come. My eyes peek up at him behind me, he's smirking like a king. Yet he looks absolutely invested in giving me what I want. He better, or I'm about to commit a murder. When he releases a chuckle, he grips my hair again and pins me down. So fucking desperate. This time he slams his fingers into me, and I crumble in his grasp. He doesn't hold back, he keeps on going. Fucking me with his fingers, until I am screaming out in heavy pleasure. It rockets through my body like the speed of light, electrocuting every inch of me, until I am quivering into the floor. Tears spill from my eyes at the intensity. He keeps me there, thrusting his hand in and out of me even when my orgasm begins to subside. When he stops, I'm nothing but a bag of bones, and the room is nothing but loud from my quick breaths. His fingers slide from me, and I collapse onto the floor, closing my eyes and squeezing my legs together at the lasting seconds of pleasure. I don't plan on moving for a few moments. I physically can't. Alessio steps beside my hip and pulls back my head surprisingly, staring down into my red and swollen eyes. Open your mouth. He growls. My lips part, and he slips the fingers he fucked me with into my mouth. Now lick them clean. I swirl my tongue across his thick fingers. Tasting myself in the past has felt foreign and wrong, but today, I've never felt so exhilarated by the experience. Especially when Alessio stares me directly in the eye as I do it. As if he's never seen a woman taste herself before in his life. Something flashes across his expression. He's still wearing his hard gaze, but those eyes are darker than what I witnessed before. They're like something from a supernatural movie, and I shudder for the final time. He curses under his breath in Italian, but I don't grasp the letters. He plucks his fingers from my mouth and my head falls once more. We're done for today's session. He grumbles, before leaving me in a puddle on the floor. Chapter 18. Coraline Dolce. It's been a week since Alessio fucked me with his fingers against the basement floor. I've barely been able to look him in the eye, with my brother around. The deep shame of knowing what we did, or rather, what he did to me. Alessio acts like everything is fine. Of course he does, because he doesn't give a single shit about anything that isn't his job or his empire. Me, on the other hand, I've been absolutely freaking out about what happened between us because I am furious with myself. Furious that I gave in so easily. Furious that I actually begged him to let me come. I might as well drown in heaps of shame, because I'll never recover from this. My training sessions with him since have been tame. I didn't dare try to challenge him, and he's not been as harsh with his wording since. A mixture of my attitude and his grumpiness, the world will literally be torn in two, that or we'll end up fucking and ruining everything. A part of me knows it's only a matter of time before something forces us to clash again, ending up in a steamy night of regret. But something tells me that it will be worth it. If I get a taste, I'll be able to get him out of my bloodstream. Alessio and Leandro have been out all night, dealing with their business as usual. For some reason, I can't sleep. I've tossed and turned so many times that the duvet is half off the floor and the fitted sheet is no longer fitted. It's a mess. I groan and slam my hand down onto the mattress, staring up at the ceiling. My head twists and I glance at my phone. It's 20 minutes past 12, and I should be asleep considering I woke up at the crack of dawn this morning for absolutely no reason. I don't know why I can't sleep. I trained with Leandro, I did my studying. I even went for a run around the house, and I fucking hate running. I should be exhausted, and yet, my mind decides it wants to wander. When I glance out the window, I spot the trees in the distance blowing gently. I could do with some fresh air. I swipe my legs from the bed and latch onto my silky dress robe. Maybe if I catch the cold, it'll make me want to snuggle up in bed and fall asleep. I leave the room and head downstairs. All the nights are off, but I can see the luminous moon shine through the windows on the patio overlooking the lake. My fingers twist the key that is sitting in the lock. I take one step outside, my bare foot against the chill of the oak wood. I walk towards the banister and tug the sleeves of my dressing gown over my palms. When I glance across the still lake, the darkness swarms it completely. Knowing that I can't see that far into the distance makes everything feel slightly ominous, but I remember that I am safe here, even without Alessio and Leandro in the house. I suck in a breath and allow the chilly air to whip the bare skin of my legs and my chest. They should be home soon, they never stay at work too late. Especially not with everything going on with Daxton right now. I know they want to get back to make sure everything is okay. But it has been, and that's calmed me over these last couple of weeks. The wind begins to pick up, rustling against my ears, but I don't mind it. In fact, I find it quite relaxing in a weird way. I love being outside. I love listening to nature as it calls. It brings me hope that I will get the chance to explore the world, see parts that I have dreamt of. When my skin begins to rise in harsh goosebumps, I know it's time to go back to bed. If I don't sleep now, I never will. I turn back to the patio door and frown. I'm sure I shut it to stop the cold air from seeping in, but now it's slightly ajar. My head tilts, and I tell myself that I must be exhausted because I can't remember if I did either, to be honest. My bare feet thank me when I press them into the heated floors. I twist to the door and lock it using the key. I take one glance at the clock and sigh. I hope Leandro isn't being worked too hard by Alessio. It's so damn late. As I walk through the kitchen and towards the stairs, a sound of rustling charging towards me startles me from behind. I turn to the sound quickly, my heart spiking at the invasion. Suddenly I am tackled to the ground aggressively. I scream out loudly as my back hits the marble floor. I glance up to find a man with a black face covering across his mouth and nose. He's wearing a dark cap and a hoodie to mask his identity. His hands are trying their hardest to pin down my wriggling limbs, but I won't give in to this. This is what they've been training me for. Gun. 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 I think. I should have brought my gun. I curse myself and raise my knee to belt him in the ribs. He releases his grip for a split second, and I move from underneath him. My eyes dart to the kitchen counter. Leandro put a gun there. He put a gun there. As I run towards the drawer, something grabs my leg and yanks me backwards. I fall at an awkward angle and smack my face on the floor, blood now pouring into my mouth and cleansing my taste buds with a metallic tang. Get off me! I growl as I kick at his hand. He takes my shoulder and forces me backwards. I watch his hand as he leans forward to grab my neck and I scream in his face, fighting and thrashing against his hold. Instead of grabbing my neck, he grips my nightgown and forces a long tear through the middle. I exhale a low grunt as I widen my mouth, latching onto my arm as he reaches for my neck again, fingers brushing the delicate necklace that sits there. I clamp down on his flesh with my teeth, his blood now fusing into my mouth with my own. A yelp escapes his lips as he pulls back and I force my legs into his balls. He whines at the sensation and I stand from the floor with shaky legs. I have to get the gun now before he slits my throat for touching his private area. No man likes his balls being hit. I've definitely learnt that the hard way in the past. I can hear his harsh breathing behind me, but not before he lunges forward and wraps his fingers into my hair, tugging me backwards. A screech escapes my lips, and I begin to panic. Anything, I need to use anything. Stupid bitch, he grumbles in my head. You're going to pay for that. Panic flashes through me. Oh God. He's going to kill me. Before I know it, he slammed my ribs into the counter. I wince at the pain and grit my teeth. He does it again and again until I'm sure I hear one of the bones crack. Tears are slipping from my hold, but he's stronger than I am. His grip is like an iron fist. I breathe out heavily through my nose and glance at the counter. My fingers spray across the marble top, gripping onto the glass that I left there earlier. Without a second thought, I swing it behind me, the glass shattering against his face. Blood coats my hand as it pierces my skin, but he drops me and I pant desperately. I sprint forward, despite the fact it feels like someone has run over my ribs with a bulldozer. I groan at the sensation, my eyes flicking across the drawers. Which one was it? Caroline, think. I scream at myself because this might be the last breath I fucking take. He groans from beside me, his footsteps getting closer. I lurch forward and pull back the first draw. My body releases a sound of relief as I stare down at the gun laying at the bottom. My hand punches inside, and I retrieve the gun, taking it off safety and turning around with it in my hands. This time he's running at me, glass splintered across his face. His eyeball is bleeding and blood is smeared all over his skin. He's shaking when he notices the gun, and I don't think or I'll end up dead. I've seen far too many movies where the hero waits and ends up getting themselves in more trouble. Never wait. Always shoot. Leandro told me that the other day. So I do. I press on the trigger once and then twice. The bullets fly through the air and pierce him in the chest and the other in the neck. He doesn't even have time to register what's happening until he clutches a hand to his leaking wound in his neck. Soon dark crimson blood begins to seep out of his mouth. His knees buckle and he hits the floor with a thud, his blood pouring across the floor and towards my feet. I stare down at him in shock, the gun still between my shaky hands. I can't move. My eyes roam him, his face covering now beside his neck. I feel my eyebrows begin to wrinkle, and my ankles sway at the sight of him. I'm trembling now because he can't be a day over 17. He's just a child. He was a child because he's dead because I killed him. A small breath falls from my chest. Blood roars in my ears. I don't even notice the door swing open from across the room. I'm still staring down at his face. Blood everywhere. The smell suffocates the room, and I want to scream with tears, but I'm too frustrated to cry. People begin to filter in, but I don't look to see who they are. I suspect it's the security, but they're a bit late. Caroline, Alessio's voice is muffled in my ears. Everything starts to move in slow motion, even my breathing. I don't even know if I've taken a real breath since I pressed on the trigger. Caroline, look at me. He tries again. Kazo. Look at me. I can't. I scream in my mind. The young boy's face will haunt me in my dreams. I did that to him. I took away his life. He places his hand over the gun in my hands. I grip onto it tightly. Let go of the gun, he says carefully. Let me put it down. My chest shakes and I swallow harshly, my fingers plucking from the trigger and it slips from my hands. Alessio takes it into his own and places it on the safety latch, removes the ammunition, and places it onto the counter well away from me. I can feel my stomach begin to churn. The blood. It begins to reach my bare toes and I'm suddenly sweating. God, I might be sick. Alessio takes my face between his hands, angling his head towards me. This time he speaks, I don't hear anything. I can only watch his lips move as I stare back lifelessly. He frowns when I say nothing, my throat beginning to close up. Soon Leandro is beside Alessio, and I'm staring at them both through watery eyes. I never cry, but today I have crumbled. I've done something I said I never wanted to do, something that would change me forever because it means I am like them. I don't want to be like my parents. I don't want to be like Leandro. I want to be me. I want to be my own person without this streak of violence. My knees begin to buckle, and Leandro catches me between his arms. Alessio takes a step back. I desperately want to sleep. I desperately want my own space. Away from the dark blood that has now swarmed my toes and marked me as a murderer.
Chapter 19. Alessio Romano. When Leandro takes Caroline to bed, after inspecting and attending to her injuries, he meets me in my office shortly after. I had the house and perimeter checked straight after the incident, along with people to clean up the mess downstairs. I watch as he runs a hand down his face, frustrated that his sister almost got murdered but she got there first. I couldn't help but feel proud of the way she handled things, despite her bloody face and scratched body. But inside, I'm burning with fury. Things could have ended so differently, and the thought of coming home to find Caroline in his position, it makes my stomach churn. Daxton won't be standing for much longer, that's all I can say. I've already been on the phone and made sure that my men are keeping a close eye on Daxton, tracking his every move discreetly, and reporting back to me with any suspicious behavior. How is she? I ask genuinely. Leandro shrugs. I don't know. She said a couple things, but I think she's in shock. Her injuries aren't super bad. Her nose is pretty bust up, but I don't think it's broken. She wanted to be by herself, and I don't know if that's what she really needs right now. I twiddle a pen through my fingers. She needs to sleep it off. Wake up tomorrow with a new thought process. I'm gonna get the doctor in first thing tomorrow morning, he says after a few moments. What the fuck happened, Alessio? He shouldn't have been able to get into the house. My finger grazes down the stubble on my chin. He got into our security. I know. I saw the alert on my phone saying that the system went down. I rang Caroline, but she didn't have her phone on her. He could have killed her. His voice begins to raise, and I inhale a deep breath. That son of a bitch needs to pay. He wasn't here to kill her, I say calmly. Leandro's eyes flare. Then what the fuck was he doing in our house attacking her? Daxton's initiation techniques. I lean forward in my chair and press my elbows to the desk. You saw how young he was. He's trying to mess with us, frighten us, and we're not going to stand for it anymore. He's going down, Leandro, and we're going to get him back for this shit. Too right we are. He grits his teeth together so tightly I can see the bone twinge. I keep my eyes trained on him. It's clear he's struggling to contain his anger. I've already been on the phone to the security company. They don't know what happened or how it was hacked, but boy are they going to get the wrath from all this mess. I'm already processing, changing companies. We need something that we can trust. I'm not playing around anymore. He's declared war on us, and it's going to end in a bloodbath. Leandro curses under his breath. I'm going to kill that motherfucker. Rilas, I stand from my chair, but he doesn't glance my way. We're going to need to think about this logically, how to get him out of our lives. If we go straight for him, we'll have to deal with his gang. We need to be smart. Rilas, relax. Then what the fuck are we going to do? He turns to me with blazing brown eyes. You already said it'll be nearly impossible to get him to leave us. Even with our business plans, we'll lose so much fucking money that there will be nothing left of this empire. My back leans into the edge of my desk as I draw my arms across my chest. And we'll find new business partners. I've already been thinking of new strategies without being led by frustration. That's the last thing we need right now, to be making decisions with a newfound rage. That's when we'll make mistakes and more people will end up dead. Leandro stares out the window. Caroline mentioned that he was trying to grab her neck for her necklace. Daxton probably wanted proof, a memento. I state. Something to bring back to show what he accomplished. He runs another hand down his face. I've never seen him look this tired. I'm meant to protect her, Alessio. That is the reason she came here. And she put up a good fight. Meglio di quanto pensassi. Meglio di quanto pensassi. Better than I thought. That's not the point, he shakes his head aggressively. She could have been the one who was shot. I would have failed her. I suck in a breath and walk towards him slowly, dropping my hands to my sides. It won't happen again, I tell him. I promise you. We shouldn't have both been out. He turns sharply from me. One of us needs to be with her at the house, or Jace, or someone we trust. I nod in agreement. Then we shall do that. But Caroline is stronger than she looks. Leandro stares me down with his venomous eyes. Don't act like you know a thing about her, Alessio. A few weeks ago, you probably would have killed her yourself. He's not wrong. But things have changed. A lot has changed. What happened was fucked up, all right. I huff out a low sigh. But right now, we can't lose our heads about it. The last thing I want is Daxton trying to toy with us like some fucking mice. We're taking everything back that we owe. And he won't get away with this time. Leandro stares back at me, but nods after a few moments. Then what's your plan? My lip curls subtly. You'll see, Fratello. Fratello, brother. The next morning, the doctor is over to check to make sure that Caroline is okay. Leandro would not rest until he knew that his sister didn't have any serious injuries that we needed to know about. Downstairs in the kitchen had been cleaned, literally spotless. To think last night, this place was covered in blood and the dead body of a teenager. Such a waste of a life, and for someone who would have never cared about him in the first place. I've never agreed with initiation tasks. Daxton is one sick motherfucker, and I can't wait to tear him down, along with his empire that shall perish once I'm done with it. Leandro shoots out the house for a moment, saying that he needed to get something processed before focusing on his sister. I told him I'd be at the house, and with the new security being placed inside, everything will be secure. Harriet makes me a well-needed coffee after a night of broken sleep, but once the doctor gives Caroline the all-clear, she curls herself up in a ball on the sofa and watches some kind of reality program on the big screen. I raise my mug to my lips, staring from the kitchen all the way over into the living room. As the hot liquid slips down my throat, I carry myself across the house and towards her. When she hears my footsteps, her head whips to the sound. Her eyes are wide, and when she spots me, she relaxes a little. That's when I notice how bruised her face is. One eye has turned completely purple, and the other is swollen and bloodshot. Her nose is a little red with a cut on the bridge, but other than that, there is no severe damage. How are you feeling? I ask. Caroline flicks her eyes between mine. I watch as a look of shock and confusion flashes across her expression, probably because this is the first time I've ever expressed sympathy for her. But deep down, I want to know if she's okay. What happened last night would shake anybody up. Those dark brown eyes stare into mine for a few moments too long. Then she glances away and pushes herself up on the sofa, wrapping her arms around her legs and resting her chin on top of her knee. She looks so small and vulnerable right now. Even my cold heart twinges at the sight. Will I get over it? Her voice is so quiet and broken, I barely can hear her. I tilt my head slowly. Get over what, exactly? Caroline's mouth opens, and for a while she struggles to even get the words out, as if they're poisonous and could harm her in any way. But when she sucks in a breath and frowns, killing someone. she rasps and clenches her eyes shut. I walk towards the edge of the sofa and sit on the back of the arm. She still doesn't look at me. She's trapped in her own mind, and I hate to think what carnage is going on in there. Maybe, I admit. I don't know. Now, when I kill someone, it doesn't even make me flinch. It's a part of my blood, a part of who I am, and I don't think twice about the person because they have wronged me and my empire and are not worth my time. So I have zero empathy for them. Caroline sniffles, drawing my attention back to her. Eyes are now open and staring ahead at the wall lifelessly. He was literally a teenager. I exhale a silent sigh. I didn't say it would be easy. I don't know how you guys do it. She turns up her nose, but I don't take it to heart. Killing isn't for everybody. Sometimes I don't think it's for anybody, but it's about becoming desensitized to it, growing thick skin and pushing it to the back of your mind, otherwise it'll eat you from the inside out. I remember the first time I saw a dead body. That fucked me up when I was 7. My dad said that it would make me stronger to see a dead body. It probably would have helped if his guts weren't half splattered across the floor in some display of functional art. I ran to the toilet to throw up, and my dad was incredibly disappointed. We have to do it to protect ourselves. It's kill or be killed, remember that. Caroline inhales deeply and turns her burning eyes towards me. Do you remember the first person you killed? I stare at her for a while, and then I clear my throat. The first person I killed was a man who stole from my father and used his information to impersonate him. I say with a calm voice. How did you do it? My jaw clenches at the memory. One that I don't always like to remember, but if it's going to make Caroline feel better, then I want to share it. Even if my mind is confused with why, I want to open up to her. I don't get it either, but I can't physically stop myself. I slit his throat. Caroline doesn't even flinch. She shows no reaction. How old were you? My tongue extends to lick my bottom lip. 13. 13? She's breathless. Why would your father allow you to do that at 13? I shrug, but deep down I know why. He tried to train me from a young age, to start my own empire and take on his name. He wanted me to be lethal. He wanted me to be a leader, and he did not rest until he crafted me into his perfect puppet. Because he was a powerful man, and saying no wasn't an option. Caroline's mouth falls open in shock, and I shouldn't be focusing on her plump lips, one that is particularly swollen. I glance away because I'll start having flashbacks from that one training session, that one moment that I lost control with her. A line that I shouldn't have crossed. Were you okay after? I had to be, I admit. Showing my father any kind of resilience to his world, he would have brought me down with it. Caroline inhales slowly. But were you actually okay? I chew on the inside of my lip. Over time, yes. Now, it doesn't bother me. Her eyes close at my words, and I realize that she doesn't need a reminder that I kill people for a living, that taking away someone's life is something that I need to do to keep my empire in check. It's going to feel raw now, I say to catch her attention again. But soon, you'll realize that you had to do it to survive. It'll make you stronger. Caroline bites on her lip and sinks back into the sofa. I don't know if killing him will make me stronger or weaker. She whispers. I pull myself away from the sofa and stand over her, but she's not looking at me. Her eyes are back on the TV. Don't let it eat at you, I say deeply. Otherwise you'll be stuck in this mindset forever. She doesn't look at me again, so I take the opportunity to walk away and place my empty mug in the kitchen. Leandro will be home soon, and I pray that he can get her into a better mindset for the sake of her own safety.
Chapter 20. Coraline Dolce. It takes 3 days to stop having nightmares of the intruder. But it's not always him. Sometimes it's someone else not being able to reach the gun in time. Other times, I do reach the gun in time and I experience what I did over again. Then I wake up flustered and sick to my stomach. I try to take what Alessio said with a pinch of salt, that I shouldn't let it eat me alive. But I can't help it if it's haunting my dreams and forcing me to experience it again and again and again. Leandro pokes his head into my room early this morning. He smiles when he sees that I'm already up and places a hot cup of coffee on my nightstand. "Thank you," I say gratefully. Last night was the first night I dreamt of something normal, almost normal, and it was about Alessio. I haven't known him to be so soft as he was the other day when he opened up about his past, when he first killed somebody. Considering what we did in the training room downstairs, I didn't think our weird friendship, relationship, whatever it is, would now turn to consolidation. It's probably a one-time thing. Alessio is trying to make sure that I have my head screwed on, so that if something like that happened again, I'm prepared. But a part of me is screaming that it's not true, whatsoever. "How are you feeling this morning?" Leandro asks, leaning against my wardrobe and crossing his arms. I nod. "Okay. Slept well, so I'm ready to get my day going." Leandro purses his lips and studies me. "You sure?" "Positive." I flash him a forced smile. "All right." "Hey," I lean forward before he leaves my room. "I was thinking, I want to go back to training today. Will you train with me?" I watch as my brother's eyes narrow into slits. "Lex, you've barely given yourself time to recover. Your ribs are still bruised, and the doctor told you to rest." "But I don't want to forget any of my training, for it to go to waste." "Nope," he says loudly and pushes off my wardrobe. "It's not happening. Your face is still bruised, your ribs could take weeks if not months to recover. You need to rest your body, Lex. This isn't a game. This is real life." I sink into the bed and nod. There is no point arguing with him when he has that tone. He's taken what happened to me and used it to beat himself up with. He thinks that it's his fault it happened, that he should have been here. But the damage is already done. "All right," I mumble. Leandro breathes out a harsh sigh. It's obvious that he hates upsetting me, but he walks towards my bed anyway and presses a kiss to the top of my head. "Rest, study, watch a movie. We can get back to training when the doctor says that it's wise to. I'm only looking out for you, Lex. You shouldn't be in this mess in the first place, and I don't want your recovery to last longer than it needs to be." I glance up at him and offer a small smile. He means well. He always means well. He's the big brother who would go to the ends of this earth to protect me from anything that could harm me, whilst allowing me to fight my own battles at the same time. Leandro is the only person in this world that I trust with my life. I know, I finally nod in agreement. Just wanted to get up and do something. I've got to step out for a bit, but Alessio will be here. Jace might head over later too. So you won't be by yourself. I dig my teeth into my bottom lip harshly. You don't think Daxton would be as stupid to try and get at me twice? Leandro tries to hide his grimace, but fails miserably. He's always been crap at concealing his true emotions. He's an all-or-nothing kind of guy. If I'm honest, I don't know. I think he's trying to play a little game, but we're not having any of it. Alessio has a plan, and we're going to get rid of him. My eyes widen in shock at his response. How? I thought he's like some super boss. He tuts at my words. Don't even try to sing his praises, he brushes off shortly. Daxton is a fucking coward, and trust me when I say he's not getting away with this. But it's something that you don't need to worry about. I know you'd want to stay out of it, and the less you know the better. Yes, I rasp and bury myself back into the covers. I know. Leandro flashes me another smile, one telling me to be good. I'll see you later. Have a good day. Doing nothing. Yeah. I wave him off and wait for him to leave before I take a shower and head downstairs for some breakfast. I know Harriet will be open to cooking up a storm. I'm in need of the most delicious nutrients to help my recovery. To my surprise, Alessio is sitting at the kitchen counter with his laptop in front of him. For once he's not wearing a suit, and is in clothes which could be considered loungewear. His tight white t-shirt clings to his every muscle, accentuating his biceps to make them look ridiculously big. His gaze flicks up to me as I stroll towards him. He always looks handsome in a shirt and trousers, sleeves rolled up to his elbows. But this relaxed look, it does something to me. Harriet immediately pours me a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice, and I perch myself on the stool opposite Alessio. His eyes are still on me. They're dark, but they're not as sinister as I have seen them in the past. How are you feeling? I ignore him and cut to the chase. Can we train today? Alessio tilts his head and pushes himself away from the counter, straightening his back. Are you sure you're up for it? You haven't recovered yet. It's only been a few days. Then he folds his arms over his chest, and my eyes flick down to the building muscles and his tan skin, in contrast to the white material keeping together around him. If only it would tear off that body of his. I clear my throat and tear my eyes away from temptation. He's wearing a smirk when I meet his gaze again, he knows. Smug prick. But I shake my head. I think it will be good to try and keep up with some training before I forget everything I learnt. He studies me for a long period of time, and I can feel my body beginning to heat up under my oversized t-shirt and cycling shorts. Suddenly these clothes feel far too close to my body, and I'm turning redder by the second. The doctor said you need to rest. I roll my eyes. I don't care what the doctor said. I just want to go over some stuff. Nothing too intense, I want to keep up with it. Alessio's eyes bore into mine intensely. It hasn't been long, see? I don't care, I cut him off and he stares me down. I want to go over what happened the other day. You could show me what I could have done to help my situation? He exhales a sigh he had been holding. Fine. Meet me downstairs in 20 minutes. My eyes light up at his response. At least someone is on my side. After I get changed into something suitable, I head downstairs a little early. When I walk, it hurts my ribs a tiny bit, but it's mostly when I breathe and I stretch out my core. If we go over what happened the other night, I shouldn't put too much pressure on my bruises. That's if Leandro doesn't find out, and he tears me a new one. Alessio appears on time. He's still in his white t-shirt, but he's changed his bottoms into black shorts that flash off his muscular legs. I lick my lips and scold myself for doing it in front of him. Then when I meet him in the middle of the mat, he glances at me. Right, show me what happened, he says, and I nod. Okay, well, I was coming out of the patio door and walk through the kitchen. I start angling myself towards him so he can see my positioning. I heard these footsteps and I turned and he tackled me to the ground here. I touch my waist. And then we wrestled on the floor for ages. Alessio's eyes flick over my small demonstration, and he hums as I explain. So instead of doing this, he motions to what I said. You could have done this. He grips my elbow and raises it, showing me a technique that is good for defense and for sparing myself some time to get away. I nod at him and practice it again, until I show him more and he gives me new ideas. I keep them locked freshly in my brain. These could honestly save my life. After an hour of trying out different techniques, I'm exhausted, dripping with sweat. My ribs are throbbing painfully, but I don't tell Alessio. I don't want him to think I'm weaker than I already am. I have to admit, he says before chugging down some water, my eyes shamefully watching his throat bob. I admire your strength to get up and do more to protect yourself. I shrug it off. Like you said, I can't let it eat me alive. It would be a stupid thing to do. The corners of his lips curl as he places down his water bottle. Well, not a lot of people would get up and do what you just did so soon after. I know you put on this tough act, but you don't need to put on the act if you think like you did today. My head tilts at his answer. Maybe he's right. Let's practice that last one again, I say, clapping my hands together in front of me. Alessio nods and I repeat what he showed me, something I could have done to make him unconscious rather than shooting him dead. For me, that will always be the last resort. He holds up his hands and I lean forward to grab his wrist, but when I twist, a pang of heat and spikes of pain run through my torso. I release his grip and drop to the mat, clutching my hands to my ribs as I cry out in absolute agony. I know I've overdone it. I overdid it at least 30 minutes ago, but I stupidly wanted to carry on. Shit, I mumble through the excruciating pain. Alessio lowers down beside me. What is it? Your ribs? I nod, gritting my teeth as I fall to my side. Yeah, I rasp quietly. His hand takes the hem of my t-shirt. I try to push him away, but he doesn't budge. He throws up the fabric of the top, exposing my ribs that are covered in black, purple, and yellow bruising. Porca puttana, he hisses as his eyes roam over my skin. You needed to rest, not train. Porca puttana, fucking hell. My eyes roll. You sound like Leandro, I grumble before wincing at a sudden shock through my core. You need to ice this, Alessio's voice rockets through the room. I focus on his hardened gaze, but I shake my head. It'll be okay. His eyes darken heavily. I said you need to ice this. My lips part and I take a shallow breath. I can't take his tone or those eyes right now, not when he's been so soft the last few days. I've never seen this side to him, and I wonder what has changed. Fine, I mumble. I press a hand to the mat and attempt to push myself up. A small cry escapes my lips at the intense pain. My whole body shakes and I groan, gritting my teeth to use all my strength. Fuck. I've really overdone it. Alessio grunts from beside me and takes my hand in his, pulling me up into his arms effortlessly. I flop my head down onto his shoulder, exhausted and defeated. My eyes close, and I feel him carry us away into the house. His body is so huge, he holds me like I weigh a feather. I don't mean to press my fingers into the muscles on his shoulders, but I have to, otherwise I'll fall to the floor without holding on. But he feels good, he smells good. I sigh, and then groan when the motion sends waves of discomfort through me again. When we reach the kitchen, he stops by the freezer, dipping his hand down into one of the drawers. I could most definitely walk now, but I choose not to. Being carried around by a huge Mafia boss really is something. He walks us towards the living room, where he drops me down onto the pillows. My eyes glance up at him as he hovers over my body. I watch as he uses his fingers to flick up the t-shirt, exposing my ribs again. A look of frustration or guilt, or something of the two, flashes across his eyes when he studies the bruises again, this time in natural light. I've barely managed to look at them in the mirror myself, they're so incredibly horrific. Alessio places the ice pack to my ribs, and I clench my eyes shut at the freezing sensation. 20 minutes, he orders. Do it a couple times a day, it will help with the healing. I purse my lips and nod. Then when I open my eyes, Alessio slides into the sofa spot beside me, still holding the ice to my skin. I could easily take over, but he doesn't signal for me to, so we stay like this for a while. Thank you, I tell him after a while when the pain begins to subside. Please don't tell Leandro about this. Alessio inhales deeply and quirks an eyebrow at me. If he asks, I'm not lying to him. You practically lie and use manipulation for a living, I address. You can't even tell him one white lie? He's my underboss. My jaw clicks. You going to tell him that you made me come too? Alessio's eyes flicker for a second, his hand clenching around the ice pack tightly, but he doesn't press it into my skin any harder. Yeah, that you begged for it like a whore. I don't know why, but my pussy throbs. Fucking throbs. Goddamn this man and his smooth tone that drips with seduction. I'm such a whore for liking degradation this much, even without the intimate touching. He clocks my dilated eyes and my parted lips, my skin is probably flushed too. 15 minutes, he clears his throat and stands from the sofa, leaving the ice pack on my ribs. And then you can take it off. My eyes are glued to his face, but he doesn't look back at me as he turns away and walks out of the living room, leaving me with everlasting memories of our time down in the training room.
Chapter 21. Alessio Romano. When I head into town for the evening, I know I have a long discussion ahead of me. One of my old business partners, who was always a pleasure to work with, agreed to meet me at a private conference room at a popular bar. Holding meetings at bars has always been my calling. You're hidden amongst the young partygoers. Most meetings always look harmless, which give time for in-depth business discussions, especially for today. I know that anyone could recognize me, so keeping things discreet is the way forward. In which meeting with Zane tonight means that I can finally put into stone what I plan for Daxton and his pathetic empire. I grew up with Zane when my father trained me to take on my own crime-related business. I know his father did the same. We bonded over our unfair treatment, but it benefited us in the long run. Zane knows Daxton. Despises Daxton. That's where he falls into my plan. After I grab a whiskey from the bar and avoid the blinding disco lights and thumping music. Caroline's birthday will be the last time I ever step foot in a club for pleasure or a night off. I'm too old and I need to give up. Alessio Romano, I hear behind me. I whip my head over my shoulder and straighten my spine. My eyes fall upon Zane. He's bigger than I last saw him, filling out his suit with his broad shoulders and thick arms. He flashes me a quick smile before swiping a hand across his buzz-cut. Zane, I greet him and bring him into a hug. How have you been? He nods and glances at my drink. Then he steps towards the bar and waves down the bartender. Good. How have you been? You look well. I attempt not to grimace. I might look well, but there's an utter car crash going on inside my mind. He has no idea the shit that's been going down with Daxton and his petty games. I've been okay, I admit when he grabs his drink. Shall we? Zane nods, and we walk through the VIP section to the private conference room at the back of the club. As soon as the door shuts, I exhale a breath of relief. None of that thumping nonsense to give me a headache. I glance down at the 4 large off-black chairs that sit facing each other in the center of the room. I walk towards the furthest one, and Zane sits opposite me. Slowly, I bring my drink towards my lips and take a sip. I'm definitely going to need more than one tonight. What's been going on then, Alessio? My fingers twiddle the fancy carved glass between my fingers. I find myself smirking towards the golden liquid. Daxton and his games. When I flick my eyes up to Zane, his jaw clenches so tight it looks painful. You still not done with that slimy fucker? I suck in a breath. I wish to be. He's crossed a line, and I won't stand for it anymore. Zane drinks from his own glass and holds my gaze for a few moments. Let me guess, he's trying to scare you off your empire? A snort erupts from my nose. Scare me? He's a fucking psychopath. What did he do? Leandro's sister is staying with us and he found out about her. I start and glance towards the blunt fire pit. But a few months ago, someone sold information about his business with us to a small gang. We lost some of Daxton's money, but we got it back to him and his interest. But that wasn't enough for him. He had someone break into our house and attack Leandro's sister. She killed him. Zane's eyebrows rise. Daxton isn't going to stop. I know. Which is why I need to take him down, and I need your help. He flashes me a grin. I've always been a fan of revenge for people like Daxton who deserve it. He probably hasn't seen you in years, I admit, leaning back in the chair. Which might be great for the plan I've been brewing. Oh yeah. He raises an eyebrow. Enlighten me. I finish the last drop of my drink. The plan is to tear his empire from the inside out. You haven't seen him in ages, and I know he trusted you, despite the fact that you fucking hated him. But I want to take him down, so does Leandro. Zane hums in agreement. Can't guarantee I won't kill him first. My lip curls into a smirk. That would benefit me a lot, but I want to do it. Make that motherfucker plead and beg for his worthless life before destroying everything in his name. He might get suspicious, he says, which is true. Daxton doesn't take things on the chin. He analyzes every little detail. He might, I nod in agreement. But I've got a plan, and I think it's foolproof. Zane leans forward, pressing his elbows to his knees. I'm all ears. And then, you can do a favor for me. I twist my head. Deal. When I get home at 1 in the morning, I am physically exhausted. I went through every little detail, scenario and threat that could happen when going for Daxton, but if anyone is going to help me, it would be Zane. The thing that me and Zane have in common is that we didn't end up as brutal and grotesque as our fathers. We still grew up learning to be tough, how to run an empire with authority and respect. But the things our fathers did, I will never be able to forgive them. That's where Daxton is different. He became worse than his father. Using and discarding women like a sack of shit, killing innocents, playing with people because he likes to mentally torture others. I didn't really want to have Daxton as a business partner, but we needed the extra money at the time, and now it's the biggest mistake that I've ever made. As I shut the front door behind me, my eyes gravitate to the kitchen where I can see the patio door open. I clench my jaw. Who's awake at this time? Everyone should be in bed, and the security should have picked something up. Goddamn these shitty companies that cannot do their fucking jobs. I shrug off my jacket and proceed to the outside patio. I exhale a breath when I realize that it's Caroline. Her arms rest against the banister looking out at the shimmering lake. The wind laps through the trees in the distance. Caroline is wearing nothing more than a tiny blue nightdress. I approach the doors and she glances over her shoulder. When she realizes that it's only me, she takes a breath. Her skin is flushed pink from the coldness of the night, and I can see her breath in the air. Why aren't you in bed? I can't sleep. Come inside, it's cold. Caroline wraps her arms around herself, protecting her skin from the chilly breeze, but those little hands won't do much compared to what she's wearing. Then she flashes me a half-smile. I thought you didn't care about me. My jaw tenses as I study her expression. Bare-faced Caroline is my favorite. I didn't realize I even had a favorite. But when she's stripped back, exposing her natural beauty, nothing can beat this look on a woman. Nothing. You think I'd train with you if I didn't care about you? I flex an eyebrow. Caroline shoves her arms over her chest, crossing them with purpose. Yes. You're trying to protect yourself and your empire. You've said it 1,000 times before. That's not true, I recall from her words. Her dark brow flexes in my direction. Is it not? My nostrils flare at her defensiveness. She's back to feeling normal, I see. Insufferable as ever, and it drives me fucking insane. Believe what you want, Caroline, I grumble before turning around and walking through the kitchen. When I pause by my jacket to retrieve my phone from the pocket, I notice that Caroline stays outside. I want to walk away, but something inside me won't let me. I glare over at the patio door once more that is still wide open, the corner of Caroline's silk dress flapping in the wind. It's below freezing outside, and she's wearing a bit of cloth. Go to bed, Alessio. Go to bed. I shout at myself, but I don't move. Donna insopportable. I mumble under my breath. Donna insopportable. Insufferable woman. The wind whips through the air like a mini hurricane, and I groan to myself. I walk back towards the patio, her dark hair flying against the breeze. Come inside, per favor. Per favor, please. Caroline turns back to me, surprised by my reappearance. Her hand drapes across the wooden banister, and I lean forward to grip her hand, tugging her into the warmth of the house. I expect her to protest and cause a scene because, well, she's Caroline. But she doesn't. She allows me to bring her inside. Once we're in the kitchen with the door shut, I turn to her and study her messy brunette hair. My fingers raise, and I push a few strands behind her ear, her skin radiating the coldness into my hand. I drop my hand to her cheek gently, and Caroline's eyes flutter shut. My hand almost seizes up at the temperature of her skin. You're freezing, Principessa. Her dark lashes flutter open to show me those chocolate brown eyes. Why do you call me that? She tilts her head into my hand further. I release a silent sigh, flicking my eyes between hers. She relaxes into my touch, and I know that she wants this. She's wanted this for a while. Her body language gives it away, every damn time. Because I want to, I whisper deeply, dropping my face closer to hers. Caroline's eyes flutter shut again, as if she has to close her eyes to enjoy the intensity of my voice. Her throat clenches and her lips part, breathing slowly. I should go to bed. Yes. I lower my face even more, pressing my forehead against hers. They meet at the crown, and I tighten my grip on Caroline's face. I'm sure I can hear her heart pound inside her chest amongst the silence between us. But I don't want to pull away. I am enjoying her touch way more than I should. I just can't deny it anymore. I'm tired, she whispers. I know, I nod. Caroline's eyes flutter open, and our gazes meet. I dip my chin and catch her lips with mine. She exhales loudly as if she was waiting for me to do this all along. Her little fingers slide up my shirt along my biceps. I clutch her tighter and angle her head so that I can claim her lips between mine, diving my tongue into her mouth and listening as she whimpers when I brush mine against hers. She trembles in my hold, but my head is on fire from the heaviness of the kiss. Her lips are so fucking soft, and I want to destroy every inch of her body, including her lips, until they're swollen and red. Caroline grips onto my shirt and I shove her backwards, and she releases a whimper, my hand now closing around her throat. I can feel her pulse race against the pads of my fingers. My cock throbs inside my pants when she eases into my touch. She tastes so damn good, and I'd love to eat her sweet little pussy against this counter, like I've been starved. I feel starved, because I want her legs wrapped around my head until I ravish her and there is nothing left. What the fuck is happening? I never cared to go down on a woman. I walk Caroline backwards, her spine hitting the edge of the counter, and she attempts to stabilize herself with her hand. A noise rockets through the room, and I open my eyes to find her hand bashing the edge of the fruit bowl. It clangs against the marble top before crashing to the ground loudly. Shit, I curse under my breath. Caroline jumps away from me, attempting to smooth out her hair and rub her pink wet lips. I know Leandro is going to be down any given second, and he does not want to catch us with my lips latched to her sweet clit on the counter. As expected, Leandro is downstairs in a flash, wearing nothing but a pair of black boxers and his gun in hand. When he notices that it's just us, he releases his gun to his side and exhales. What the fuck? Sorry, Caroline rasped, clenching her throat. I ran into the counter, and the fruit bowl dropped. Leandro furrows his brows at his sister, and then glances at me. I just got home. Right, he scowls. What are you doing awake, Lex? Go to bed. Caroline bows her head and hurries back upstairs. She doesn't dare look back at me. I resist the urge to wipe my lips dry, but that will be far too obvious. I'll let you know what went down with Zane tomorrow, I say, changing the subject. I'm fucking exhausted. He stares at me for a moment too long, but eventually he nods. Sure. Good night. Good night, he nods, and I walk past him upstairs to my bed for a well-needed sleep. Even if my cock is still throbbing inside of my pants. Chapter 22. Alessio Romano. When my phone rings and I glance over as Ray's name pops up on the screen, I exhale a sigh of relief. One that I've been holding for the past week. I press my thumb to the green icon and hold the phone up to my ear. Ray, I say deeply. It's taken a while for you to bring these reports back to me. Apologies, boss, he says sincerely. Jace took a while to hand over the phones and information. But what I found out, I had to make sure that what I discovered was in fact correct and not a default of the phone. My eyebrows push together. What is it, Ray? Well, first of all, both the messages sent to Liam and Aaron were sent from the same mobile number, he starts, and I hum, leaning back into my office chair. The second thing I discovered was the fact that one of the text messages sent had the same IP address as your server at home. I wrap my fingers around my phone tighter. Eyes staring straight ahead at my desk. I resist the urge to throw my phone at the opposite wall, but I calm my breathing, biting down on my jaw to suppress a low growl. Whoever sent the messages, Alessio. They've been inside your house recently. A part of my soul deteriorates because no one ever wants to be in this situation. Can you forward all of this information to me immediately? I state, my voice growing louder by the second. I feel like I'm moments away from unleashing my wrath, but it won't help me, it won't help anyone. Deep-fueled anger races through my body. Absolute fucking betrayal. Ray hums, and I hear tapping at his keyboard. Yes, boss. I'll send it all over now. Anything else you need from me? No, I shake my head and lean forward, staring at my laptop screen. That will be all for now, but if I need anything else, I'll call. No worries, boss. The call is disconnected, and I lower the phone calmly. As soon as Ray sends over the information, I glance through the dates, remembering back to who was at the house then. I flick through my calendar to pinpoint the exact date, grumbling to myself when I remember that I had at least 10 of my men here then. I grab a pen and scribble down every single person who walked through that door on that day, including Leandro and Jace. My mind floats to Caroline, but there's no way it could be her. After a few long moments of glancing over each name, I stand from my desk and pace my office. What the fuck am I meant to do with this information? It's something I have to work out by myself if I can't trust anyone else. A part of me knows that Leandro wouldn't betray me like this, but I have no other choice but to be cautious. Anyone can have it out for you within this industry. Power-hungry, bloodthirsty, revenge-driven. And I know I haven't been a saint the whole of my life. I chew down on my lip, still pacing. I'm sure that my footprints are about to leave permanent marks on the floor. But when I turn to the wall, suddenly a wave of built-up rage crashes over me. My head lowers and I stare at the brick with hooded eyes. Before I know what I'm doing, I've released my fist and swung it straight into the wall, stupidly. Of course, stupidly. I groan at the shooting pains, but I shake out my fist and run a hand through my hair, over and over to distract my mind from my throbbing knuckles. Footsteps echo behind me, the door to my office creaking. I whip my head over my shoulder to find Caroline stepping into the room, a look of concern and worry across her face. Then she focuses on my heavy, anger-filled eyes, and for a moment fear flashes behind those brown beauties. She grips onto the door handle, glancing down at my hand that is probably bleeding, but I don't look. Her mouth opens once and then twice. I thought someone was in the house, she breathes out. I heard the crash and I inhale deeply, grinding my jaw downwards to feel some kind of crunch between my teeth. No, my voice is gravelly. No one is in the house. Caroline purses her lips as she stares back at me, looking from my fist to my eyes and then to my heaving shoulders. I need to calm down. I need a breather. I need a fucking drink. That's what I need. I snap my head away from the direction of the door and walk straight towards my alcohol cupboard at the back of the room. My fingers pull out a small crafted glass with diamonds carved into it, so small you can barely see them. Then I retrieve a canter of whiskey. I pour way more than I need, but if I want to get my head clear, I need a shock to the system. The presence of Caroline can still be felt behind me, but I don't shout at her or tell her to leave. I have other things I need to think of than wasting my energy on her. A flash of guilt rocks through my body. She ran in here thinking there was more danger, but it's just my head making irrational decisions. Has something happened? Caroline's voice floats through the room gently. I raise the glass to my lips and take down half of the golden liquid. It burns the hairs on my throat, but it's exactly what I want. Except I'll probably end up finishing the whole bottle, so I stop myself before I take a second sip. Slowly, I turn back towards Caroline. She's now standing in the middle of my office. Those big brown eyes are staring back at me with apprehension. She knows better than to bother me when I'm angry, but for some reason, it doesn't push her away. It brings her closer. Again, she's bare-faced and wearing clothes that make her look cozy and comfortable. I can't help my eyes as they remain glued to her face, her tan skin now flushing to a soft pink as she holds my unnerved gaze. I tear my eyes away and scowl pathetically at the wall. I guess I don't know who to trust. The glass is at my lips again, and I taste the spicy yet sweet liquid running through my veins. I have no idea why I just admitted this to her. She has no idea the stresses of being the boss, the absolute crap that we have to sort through when something becomes an inconvenience to our whole world. Caroline doesn't back away. She steps even closer. She pauses before my desk. What are you talking about? There it is again. That soft voice that makes me think she actually cares about my well-being. I grunt silently and slam the glass down on the side. She doesn't flinch, but it makes her take a slow breath. It doesn't matter. Does this have something to do with Leandro? Our eyes find each other like magnets in a field of distrust. I take another sip of my drink as I rip it from the counter, finishing every last drop. She folds her arms over her chest out of the corner of my eye. So it is. I press a hand to the desk and lean. Caroline's shoulders sag for a second, but she doesn't remove her hands from her chest. Her dark brows tug into a low frown, and she shakes her head at me. Leandro should be the only person you trust, if no one at all. He cares about you and your empire more than anyone. He's been nothing but loyal and respectful to you. Why do you think you can't trust him? I give her props for standing up for her brother, for speaking her truth. But this truth might not be my truth. I press a hand to my forehead and I close my eyes. Everything feels like a jumbled mess, and I wish someone out there would just tell me what the fucking answer is. I'm tired of working it out. I'm tired of being lied to, manipulated. Some people are hungry for power. Caroline's brows raise so high that her whole face changes. Not Leandro. He'd never betray you. What is this even about, Alessio? I curse something under my breath. For his sake, I hope you're right. I ignore her question. It's best to keep her out of this. The more people I drag in, the wearier I'm going to become. She chews on her lip with that look of concern again. I watch as she loops around my desk and walks towards me, my empty glass back down on my cabinet. She gingerly leans forward to grip my hand, inspecting the cut. Now I notice that it's bleeding, and I've busted open my knuckles. No shock there, considering it was a brick wall, and I'm not indestructible. Caroline rocks my hand between her own. They're so soft and delicate. The complete opposite of mine, rough and heavy. You should probably clean this, she says, before glancing up at me. I flick my eyes between hers and suck in a breath, ignoring how beautiful she looks from this small distance. I think I liked you better when you were spitting your silly insults at me. My heart pangs in my chest. It's true. That side of Caroline would infuriate me. It had me lusting after her in an animalistic sort of way. A desire to put her in her place, because she thought she could talk to me however she wanted. But now, I don't like this caring side of her. It fucking terrifies me. I want to run 1,000 miles from her to stop this warmth that is now building inside my chest. That soft caress of a voice. The placement of her hand in mine. I want to rip my touch from her grip, but a part of me won't let me. I can't. I've gone from being a gloomy asshole to a fucking weak-ass man for a woman I know I could never even be with. Caroline arches a perfect eyebrow in my direction. So, should I call you a dickhead whilst I clean this then? My head tilts back. Despite the current situation with my empire, for a moment I forget that anything is wrong. A laugh escapes me. A fucking laugh. And I can't even remember the last time I found something remotely funny. By the looks of it, Caroline is shocked too. Petrified maybe. The sound is so foreign to me that I had no idea my laugh even sounded like that. Not a sarcastic laugh or a forced one. A full-blown laugh that has that warmth spreading even more. My head spins as I calm my breathing and force myself to say something, to get myself out of this dreaded moment. What the fuck is happening to me? I think you should. The door to my office creaks open louder this time, swinging so that it hits the wall behind it. Leandro glares at the both of us, furious at the situation. It doesn't make it any better, as he glances down at Caroline's hands clutching mine. Well, shit.
Chapter 23. Coraline Dolce. You know that saying, if looks could kill, I'd be 10 feet under? If looks could kill, I'd have a bullet in my chest, most likely matching with Alessio. Leandro flicks his eyes down to our hands, Not before I yank them backwards and dust them off on my leggings, as if they somehow are poisoned from Alessio's skin. I can't even read his expression because it is beyond any frustration or anger I've ever seen, except for those eyes that are practically shooting lasers. What's going on? Alessio sucks in a quiet breath behind me, and I swallow down my clammy mouth. It was merely seconds ago that I heard his laugh for the first time. The first fucking time. And I've never heard anything like it. It was rough and deep, but at the same time it felt full of life. Like he's been deprived of a good laugh for eternity. He certainly doesn't seem like the person who would be caught watching a comedy movie, that's for sure. I heard a loud crash. I exhale slowly. I thought someone broke in again. Leandro's brows dip so low that I'm ready for him to start shouting, but instead he dips his gaze down to Alessio's split knuckles. What happened? I dare take a glance at Alessio out of the corner of my eye. Panic runs through me. Alessio stares at Leandro, and Leandro stares right back. My chest begins to shake from the intensity of their showdown. I think you two need to talk, I declare loudly. Alessio glares at me, but I don't care. If he doesn't trust his underboss, then he needs to address it. Not cower away from it. And I know deep down, Leandro would never do anything to betray Alessio. Whatever has happened, Leandro will have your back through and through. It's obvious you've got shit to discuss, and I know that it's none of my business. So I should leave. Leandro scoffs from across the room, folding his thick arms across his chest in an unimpressed manner. Already looks like you're in the business, Caroline. He grumbles with intent. Especially the tone of my name. He doesn't like this. One bit. Maybe he's never heard Alessio laugh either, and he thinks I've broken him. His gaze flicks to Alessio, who is still standing behind me. So go on. Spit it out, Alessio. I can hear his loud sigh brush my ear. They spike because, if anything, I am interested in what's going on with them, why Alessio feels like he can't trust my brother. Because whatever it is, it must be serious. Alessio clears his throat loudly and steps beside me, pressing a hand to his desk. I didn't want to stare into his threatening gaze, but whatever we shared a few moments ago is long gone. Almost as if it never happened. All right, he growls lowly. You want to hear it? Leandro hisses through his teeth, yes. Ray gave me information on Liam and Aaron's phones. Whoever sent those texts to them, Alessio pauses for a second. They've been at this house before. The IP address matches to this network. They sent the text message here. I turn to look at my brother. He's still standing with his arms folded across his chest. No fleck of expression at all. He's completely blank-faced, until he releases a slow and painful laugh. Like someone has cut through his stomach, and he's choking up blood whilst he chuckles. And you think that it could be me? Leandro's voice is so lethal, I barely recognize it. I should not be here. I should not fucking be here. I didn't say that. Alessio's voice is steady. But that's what it sounds like you're accusing me of. He takes one step forward, his tone becoming sharper. Offended, if anything. I've known you for years, Alessio. I've backed you at every given opportunity. I've gone to the ends of the earth for this empire, and you think I'd stab you in the back like this? Alessio's jaw tenses as he stares back at him. I've been thinking cautiously, that's all. Anyone could be a threat. And this is my empire, remember? It's not yours. It's mine. Leandro curses and presses his fingers into his eyes. Wow, Alessio, he drags out the letters. Then when I hear him exhale a deadbeat sigh, I know he's exhausted. This is a new low. You know everything, Leandro. How can you not expect me to be weary of everyone who has ever been here? I listen to my brother as he laughs to himself sourly. I can't fucking believe this. Shit. Alessio breathes out heavily through his nose. I'm not accusing you of doing anything, but anyone who was here at the time that message was sent could be a threat to us. Leandro digs through his pocket and raises his phone. You want to go through this and check if I'm lying? Don't be stupid, you'd never use your real phone for this shit. Alessio leans a hand onto his desk, brows pulled down tightly. Holy shit, Leandro glances up at the ceiling. I can't believe this is happening. I glance between the pair of them. Danger and fire dancing in their eyes. If they're not careful, they will be brawling on the floor in a minute, and I'll have absolutely no clue what to do. After a few moments of silence, Leandro steps even closer. All right, fine. Be wary of me. But that still doesn't take away from the fact that someone is out there, someone who is messing with the Empire. You think I'd want to mess with Daxton when I know Caroline was staying here? I'd never be that stupid to put her in danger, because I know what Daxton can get like with his petty revenge. Alessio straightens his spine and folds his arms over his broad shoulders. For a moment he flicks his gaze to mine, seizing up what Leandro just said. Anyone can see how protective my brother is of me. He cares, he knows that this is a dangerous life. He'd do anything for me, and Alessio knows it. His fingers press to the piece of paper on his desk, and he slides it across the wooden surface. Here are the rest of the names. We need to infiltrate them and figure out which lying bastard has done this. I don't want them breathing by the end of the week. Alessio's heavy and determined voice has me shuddering. I've seen him acting lethal and unleashed, but to hear his voice like that. God. I've never heard something so deadly and so sexy at the same time. I'll leave you guys to it. I clear my throat and leave his office without another word. Leandro watches me as I walk around him. He's still not happy. There is a glint in his eye that screams our conversation isn't done. But if they need to sort through their business, they'll need to do it alone. I head downstairs and grab myself some water from the sink. Harriet is there in a flash, and she smiles at me. Hi, I say as I draw the cup away from my lips. Good afternoon, Miss Dolce. Could I make you something to eat? Oh please, I wave my hand. Call me Caroline. You don't need to address me as Miss. My first name is fine. Harriet nods, her play falling over her shoulder with force. Okay. But I'm okay, I shake my head. I can make myself something later. My stomach churns, but it's not hungry. I'm anticipating everything that's going on upstairs with Alessio and Leandro. I hope whatever it is, it can be resolved soon. Along with Daxton, that man needs to be put in the ground. I glance back at Harriet, who is standing with her hands behind her back. Do they treat you well here, Harriet? Her dark eyes dart to mine, and then she flicks her gaze towards the stairs. She pauses. Yes. They do? And you get time off to see your family and friends? She chews on her lip, debating if she should keep talking, but sometimes when I see her, I feel sorry for her. She works day in, day out, and Alessio has ordered her not to speak unless needed. I don't have any family here, she speaks quietly. But when I get time off, I get to see my friends. I hum and watch her eyes gravitate to the floor, her shoulders sinking. How old are you? 28. And how did you get to work for Alessio? Her throat clenches. I'd rather not speak about that. Alessio doesn't like me talking about my personal life. My eyebrows clench together. Why? Because I did some bad things, and this is my way to repay for that. I realize my eyes begin to widen slowly. I see. Harriet clears her throat, eyes darting behind me. She begins to make herself busy with something in the kitchen, and I turn around to find my brother storming straight towards me. Oh God. Here comes the shit. What the hell was going on upstairs between the two of you? Knew it. I shake my head. Nothing. I literally heard a crash. I ran in and Alessio was fuming. I was trying to calm him down, and I saw his knuckles. I told him to clean them before they get infected, that's it. Leandro's eyes narrow towards me. A few weeks ago you were at each other's throats, and now you? He pauses to think. Do you care about him? My mind tells myself not to roll my eyes because that will not end well. He was so angry and I was concerned. I was just trying to be a good person. His loud scoff catches me off guard. I don't like this at all. Look, Leandro. We've spent a lot of time together when we were training. At first it was a bit of a struggle, but since we've learned to get along with each other, to not keep winding each other up. That's it. What else do you want me to say? I notice that his jaw ticks at my answer. So I lean against the counter and fold my arms over my chest, raising a brow in his direction. Be careful of him, Lex. What is that supposed to mean? He cuts himself off to swipe his thumb across his lip, pondering his next words. Be smart. That's all I'm going to say. I purse my lips and nod. Fine. I always am. Did you sort through your differences? Leandro laughs to himself. Who knows, but with this information, he'll soon realize that I'm not the one he should be weary of. Are you not fuming at him for not having your back on this? He's under a lot of stress, and I have nothing to hide. Too many people have stabbed him in the back, I understand, but it sucks because I've been his ride or die for years. He comments, and walks closer to the kitchen counter. So yes, I am fuming at him. I release a slow breath. He'd be fucked without you. Tell me something I don't know. I've got to study for a test, I say as I push off the counter. I've barely had time to think about it. Leandro nods as I walk past him. All right. I'll give you some peace and quiet. See you later, I tell him before ascending the stairs and towards my mess of notes that cover my bed.
Chapter 24. Alessio Romano. He's taken the bait, Zane says through the phone. I smile to myself. Great news. I always knew he was naive when it came to you. Daxton won't be for much longer. Not when we're going to tear him from the inside out and demolish every inch of his empire without remorse. I've already got my men ready for when we want to pounce. I hum and run my finger along the edge of my desk. Not yet. We need him to trust you even more before we invade. But this will give us a chance to get more information from him. Give us an advantage. Of course, Zane says. Dark Suite is almost ready, and we can meet there without being followed or suspected. Zane has just invested in his first luxury club. He's always been a man of taste, especially with the ladies and certainly the drink. But this gives us a new location to use with security, and it's something we will need for our own sanity. When will the launch be? The Saturday after next. I'll be there. Zane inhales slowly. It's good to be back in business with you, Alessio. I smirk to myself. Likewise. I'm done with men like Daxton. He doesn't make my job easier, and I want to continue working with people I trust. Loyalty is the first thing we learnt, he comments. And that's precisely what I live by. As for the launch, I was thinking of investing with external parties for the time being, and when everything simmers down, to then think Abu. A loud shriek, groan, or something you would class as a yell echoes from down the hall. It isn't a sigh of distress or fear, no, it's one of anger and pure hatred. I glance to my closed office door and roll my eyes. Women. Sorry, I clear my throat. What were you saying? Zane continues to speak, but before I know it, the door swings open aggressively, puncturing the opposite wall with fierce rage. Caroline emerges, dark hair swept up into a ponytail with her black framed glasses sitting delicately on her face. Despite the fact that she looks stupidly adorable, the expression on her face is not. It's like she could somehow set the world on fire with the blaze that is burning in her eyes. Zane is still talking in my ear, but I'm not listening at all, not when Caroline looks like she's about to rip me a new one. I'm on a call, I say through gritted teeth. Caroline scoffs and stalks towards me with heavy steps. Harriet just told me that you decided to drop the server, meaning no Wi-Fi, no data. Zane pauses on the phone, and I huff out a breath. I'll call you back later, Zane. I've got something I need to take care of. Her nostrils flare at my bored tone. Zane tells me that it's no bother, and cuts off the call before I get the chance to. I lower my phone and grumble something under my breath. I've got shit to deal with, Caroline. And I had a fucking test today. I was in the middle of my fucking test, and the network just dropped out. It's a test that I can't retake, and no one thought to warn me or tell me. She shouts so loud that I'm convinced the glass full of whiskey sitting on my desk might shatter to pieces around us. I press a hand to my face, exhaling a long sigh. I don't have time for your nonsense. Signore, abbi pietà. Signore, abbi pietà, Lord have mercy. Nonsense. My teeth grind down into one another. I had someone change the network, use it to find out more information about the IP addresses and if we can track it. Quite honestly, Caroline, I don't care about your test. I have more important things to be worrying about. Caroline stalks towards me. If I thought her expression before was mad, she's beyond furious. She might as well be the devil. You're a fucking asshole, Alessio. You have no idea how much this means to me. How much doing this with my life means to me. And you're just brushing it away like it doesn't fucking matter. Well, maybe it doesn't. Red flashes in her eyes. How fucking dare you? You're such a selfish prick. I snarl at her words. I see you've gone back to running your mouth with that stinking attitude. She exhales a deep sarcastic laugh, a laugh that has me shuddering because nothing has sounded so sinister to from someone so tiny. This is to keep you safe, to keep us all safe. Caroline's brows clench together, and she releases a growl. I also live here. Despite the fact that I hate that I do, and I know you do too. I live here. I should have been told. Now I forfeited a whole module that I can't redo, and it could cost me my degree. My eyes roll because I can't be dealing with her dramatics. Bore me later, please. I've got work to do. A hand slams down on my desk, and I drag my eyes up her tan arm towards her fizzing face full of emotions. I don't know what your issue is, Alessio. But you do not own me, you don't own my life. You might have kissed me, but that does not mean you can just make decisions and not tell anyone else who lives here. I did a lot more than that. She scoffs loudly. Barely. I step closer and grip her throat between my hand. Her breathing hitches. Keep talking, Principessa. Let's see where that gets you. Caroline flicks her eyes between mine with thick desire, but she won't back down. Neither will I. I use my other hand to drag her glasses from her face, brown strands of hair falling across her face gently. Her breathing increases, as does mine. Everything thumps, and the room feels like it's becoming smaller, harder to breathe with Caroline in my presence. You walk around like you've got this big dick energy, when really it's probably the size of a cocktail sausage, she spits after a few moments. Pathetic. I open my mouth to exhale, a low laugh that's more of a grumble. My fist wraps around her ponytail, and I yank as hard as I can until she's yelping. Don't cry to me when you're in pain. I lower my head and drag my nose across the edge of her jaw, close enough to hear her breathing hitch. Pain. She narrows her eyes. Doubt I'll be able to tell if it touches the sides. My fist tugs her hair harshly, pulling at the stands. Don't test me. I drop the hand that is around her throat, and I side my fingers down her torso, dipping them into the hem of her black leggings. Caroline glares at me, but I can tell from her increased breathing that she's anticipating this. Is this pussy going to be soaked like last time? I grumble under a harsh breath. Caroline's jaw tenses. No. I snort to myself boldly, as I slip past her lacy underwear and brush my index finger down her slit. She closes her eyes briefly, but I'm already smirking. Knowing. God, you're so fucking wet for me. What exactly makes you this wet, Principessa? Is it knowing that I'm going to fuck you until you forget your own name, or is it because you like testing me with that foul mouth? Neither. She snaps those dark brown eyes open at me. With the hand that is still firmly around her ponytail, I push her backwards and bend her over one of the black leather chairs in my office. Pulling down her leggings with the other, wasting no time in painting my handprint across her flesh. Caroline gasps at the connection, back arching into perfect submission. Try again. Her hands bunch into the fabric, knuckles turning white. I can hear her heavy breathing from here, and when she doesn't respond, my eyes flare. When she says nothing, I take the opportunity to slap her ass twice as hard. Fuck, she groans. Try again. Caroline's throat clenches loudly, and she sucks in a low breath. I like testing you. Her voice begins to wobble. The corners of my lips begin to curl. And that's why you need a good seeing to, I grumble before yanking down her panties to her knees, bunched up with her leggings. Am I fi impazire? Am I fi impazire? You drive me insane. I unbuckle my trousers with one hand, pushing down her waist with the other. That curve of the spine, her juicy round ass. Fuck. My cock twitches as I pull it free from my pants, slipping my finger through her soaked core again. She stifles a moan, but I still heard it. She can't help herself. I fist my cock with one hand, and use my other to part her knees, spreading her as wide as possible. She's squirming, and I'm going to enjoy every last second of this. I press the tip against her soaked entrance. I take one glance at her rounded ass and curved spine, and I bite my lip. With one swift movement, I push inside her. Instant resistance from the tightness of her pussy. Instant. Caroline cries out and presses her hands to the chair, trying to put some type of force between us, but I smirk to myself because she's struggling with my size, and I'm not even halfway in. I lean down, listening to strangled sounds coming from the back of her throat. My fist bunches in her ponytail, and I pull back her head, allowing her to slide down my shaft another inch. Her eyes clench with trembling lips. Bigger than what you're used to? I whisper into her ear. Then I use my vacant hand to slide down the middle of her back, skin like silk and pearls, until I meet her ass with my hand, and I land a punishing blow onto the pillowy skin. Caroline jolts and my cock clenches inside of her. And no. She splutters. A dark laugh escapes my lungs as I glance down at her body, my cock that is almost buried completely inside her. Then hold on, I say gruffly, wrapping her hair around my fist and clenching. Because I am about to ruin you. The sound that comes out of Caroline's mouth can barely be heard when I release my hips and slam straight back inside her, this time with my full length. She screams out at the sensation and bunches her fingers into the fabric of the chair, desperately clawing at something. I don't take mercy on her. No. I pound her sweet little pussy until all I can hear around the room is our skin slapping together, the sound of the chair rocking aggressively on the floor, and the sounds of her beautiful little whimpers as I wreck her into nothing. The wetness of her pussy clenches around my cock, making her thighs slick. I tug on her hair once more, and a quiet moan escapes her chest, eyes heavy and body conforming to my every touch. Look at you, I grumble, painting her ass red with my hand again. Such a fucking mess for me. Caroline whines and clenches her eyes shut, tears streaming from the corners as I pound her over and over, until I think we're about to wear a hole in the floor. I pin her hips down and mount her body, railing her with everything I have. She cries out, body beginning to coat in sweat as she presses her face against the cushion of the chair, mouth gaping and body trembling. I can hear her breathing begin to increase, knowing that she's close has pride burning through my chest with thick desire. My lips press to the curve of her ear, and I smile against it cunningly. Are you gonna come for me? I say, under a hushed breath. Caroline's jaw clenches. I hate you. Likewise, Principessa. You've made my life a living hell. And I need to get you the fuck out of my system. I groan through long and powerful strokes. My cock twitches at the sight of Caroline's spine curving. She's trying so hard not to come, but when I reach round and grip her throat, dilated eyes find mine, she bursts around me, crying out from her release. I fuck her until nothing falls from her lips but breathless moans. Her pussy clenches around me so tightly that I almost lose sense of myself, but I keep composure and focus on her quiet pants as her orgasm shoots through her aggressively. Her eyes flutter closed for a brief second. Look at me. Caroline's throat clenches as she comes down from her climax, using my slowing hips to take a second breather. She inhales through her nose deeply, but those eyes don't open. I grip her throat tighter. Look at me. Brown eyes meet mine, and she shakes as I seat myself completely into her, stretching out her tight little pussy. She shakes against my hold and stares back at me with thick and heavy lust-filled eyes. God. She looks perfect like this. A perfect fucking mess. Then I begin to move my hips, thrusting harder and harder. Caroline keeps her eyes on mine as I told her to, but she parts those swollen lips and heaves out a low whimper. She's trying so hard to contain herself, but she can't. She's lost everything. I angle her body differently than before. Now thrusting into another position, she's almost on her side. Alexa's eyes ping open, and she grips onto my arm, turning back to me. Alessio, she says in warning. My lips are painted with a permanent smirk. I push in firmer, hitting her G-spot with perfect precision, because Caroline can't catch her breath, and her eyes are almost rolling into the back of her head, but she tries her hardest to keep her eyes on mine. What is it right there? I taunt and begin to slow, and use my hips with purpose. Caroline gasps loudly, and digs her fingernails into my forearm harshly. Alessio, she pants. I smile to myself, at the sound of my name falling from her lips. Her big brown eyes are wide and pleading. I take long and powerful strokes, filling her pussy each time until she is shaking uncontrollably. Let it out for me, I whisper against her jaw. Tell me how good it feels to be fucked like a whore. Caroline grits her teeth as I grip her throat tighter, holding her in place. Fuck, she cries. Fuck. My cock grows bigger at the sound of her whimpers and curse words. All of it. This time I pound her with harder thrusts, her body jolting in the chair. Oh fuck, oh fuck. Caroline screams loudly as I continue doing what I was. Thrust after thrust, until her world shatters around me, and her legs are shivering, and goosebumps cascading over her beautiful tan skin. I nip at her jaw, still pounding her until her eyes are rolling back again and her head falls. I smirk against her jaw. Such a fucking whore for me. She clenches her pussy as the words leave my mouth. This time, I pin her down until I am on the edge of my own release. I'm surprised I could go for this long, especially with how annoyingly intoxicating Caroline is. When I am seconds away from coming, I rip my cock from her pussy and twist her in the chair. Eyes flaring with darkness. Open your mouth, I demand, and Caroline glances up at me through a heavy breath. Those pink lips part, and I shove my cock onto her tongue, her mouth closing around me. 2 strokes of her tongue, and I shoot my load down the back of her throat, fucking her face until I am filling the room with my loud grunts. Caroline sucks me dry, swallowing every last drop, as I feel sensations of fireworks lighting up in my body. I can't take my eyes off her, not when she looks so fucking good doing it. My cock twitches in her mouth, and despite the fact I just came, I'm still going to be hard thinking about this. Thinking about her. I slip my cock from Caroline's mouth, and she licks her lips. Her hair is a mess. Those lips are red and swollen, along with her clothes that are bunched up around her ankles and her t-shirt that is now creased. As I stare back into her eyes. My underboss's sister. My best friend's sister. I know what we've done is a mistake. A line that we should never have crossed, but I couldn't keep going any longer. I had to get her out of my system. And now, I should be free of her and her goddamn swaying hips. Strong emphasis on should be.
Chapter 25. Coraline Dolce. I don't know how my legs had the energy to move, but I somehow got myself into my bedroom, slamming the door of my ensuite. I barely had a moment to pull my leggings up and over my ass as I left Alessio's office. That was the last thing I was expecting. I can still taste him on my tongue. I practically flunked my test, and as a result I had Alessio fuck me into the next damn century. I'm still trembling as I glance at myself in the cabinet mirror. My hair is an utter mess, lips smudged with redness, even my skin is blotchy in places. I groan to myself and rest my forehead against the mirror. The throbbing between my legs continues, and I can barely wrap my head around the multiple orgasms, the way that my body gave in and submitted to his touch, his voice, his demands. My lips twitch downwards, and I close my eyes because I can't even bear to look at myself and the mess he's made me into. "You're a fucking idiot, Caroline," I grumble under a whimper. "What have you done?" "Indeed. What the fuck have I done? This wasn't the plan. This was never the plan." Despite the clear tension between us, I never thought it would result in a hateful fuck against one of his office chairs. Even though I highly enjoyed it, that's besides the point. It's fucking dangerous, and I know we're both playing with fire around my brother. I know deep down Leandro would murder Alessio with his bare hands if he knew that he touched me like that he fucked me like that. A pang hits my chest because I have absolutely no self-control when it comes to Alessio, but the only thing that is making this feel a bit better, he wanted it just as badly as I did. And that's saying something. I get myself cleaned up and spend the day in my room, trying my hardest to email my professors and beg them for a retake. I can't believe he turned the network off and didn't think to mention it. The thought still has my fists curling now. If this means that I can't pass this module, then I'll have to redo the whole thing next year. This test was important. It contributed to a high percentage of this term, and now everything could be ruined. Leandro calls me for dinner at some point in the evening, and I psych myself up to face Alessio again. I take a quick glance in the mirror before I leave to check that it doesn't look like I was destroyed by a mafia boss this morning, but with my hair fresh and my skin back to its natural glow, Leandro won't be able to suspect a thing. I wrap myself up in a dark cardigan, keeping my reading glasses on from earlier. The eye strain I have right now is excruciating, and I want nothing more than to eat and then curl up in bed. When I enter the kitchen, Leandro and Alessio are already sitting down, Harriet waiting at their beck and call. They're talking about business or whatever. Alessio doesn't even look up as I approach, but Leandro offers me a warm smile. "Hey," he says as I perch on the chair beside him. "How was your day?" I suck in a breath and decide to leave out all parts of my day, including my missed test and the result it got me for blasting my mouth off to Alessio. "Fine," I flash him a forced smile. "Same old?" Alessio looks down to his food, hunched over the counter with his forearm resting against the marble top, a fork in the other. Studying as hard as ever, though. "Right," I rasp as I turn back to my brother. Harriet places dinner down in front of me, and I thank her, my stomach twisting at being in Alessio's presence. Now, all of a sudden, I feel like I don't have an appetite. And yet he still can't meet my eyes. I find my nostrils begin to flare at the situation, and I have no idea why all of a sudden I'm becoming frustrated. I never used to care before. If anything, I was the one toying with him. Now why do I feel extremely cold? My fingers gingerly pick up my fork, and I begin to eat, all of us deathly silent. Leandro says something to Alessio about their day tomorrow. Alessio barely gives a sentence back. I keep my head down and focus on the food in front of me, picking out the salad pieces that are cold. I can feel Leandro's eyes flick from me to Alessio, and then back again. Did something happen today? Alessio's dark eyes finally meet mine for a brief second before he looks at my brother. "No," he grumbles. "Should there?" Leandro clears his throat and then narrows his eyes. "I dunno, this just feels very," he side-eyes me. "Tense." "I had a test." I blurt at the same time Alessio says, "I got information back from the network." At first he doesn't know where to blink, but then settles on Alessio because that's the more important matter here, and I hope he sees past our tension, whatever the fuck this is, because it's driving me insane. "What did they say about the network?" Leandro sits up straight in the chair. Alessio draws back into his and studies Leandro for a second. Ray was able to configure the IP address to a specific network along with the usage of our Wi-Fi. Then through the process of elimination, he drew it down to 2 people. "Who? Jace or Trey?" My brows pinch together. "Jace? Jace wouldn't do that, would he?" I find myself commenting without any right. This isn't my business. This is Alessio's empire, and he's made it very clear that I am and will never be a part of it. Not that I want to, and he knows that. He knows that I want to get as far away from this life as I can. Leandro and Alessio pause for a moment, and I don't like the change in the air. In this industry, who knows? Leandro says harshly, his voice like gravel. I glance back at Alessio to find him staring at me. Not that I can tell what he's thinking because he always wears that dark glare, eyes like a crow. I've already got people keeping an eye on them. I'm purposely excluding them from important meetings so that they stay away from any vital information. But why? I start. Why would he do something like that? We don't know if it's him, Leandro comments. And I don't want to believe it's him, but we can't let our friendships and our previous loyalty stand in the way of a biased decision. I've learnt that the hard way. We both have. He gestures towards Alessio subtly. I find myself blinking because to me it sounds crazy. The Jace I grew up with, the Jace who would beat boys to pulp for even looking at me the wrong way. He was like my big brother, always looking out for me. Why would he turn his back on people that clearly value him? So what's your game plan now? Leandro asks. I've got things set up with Zane, and through that, if we take down Daxton, we might be able to bring the mole down with it. I lower my head because even though they're talking about it directly in front of me, I know it's not my place to ask questions. I should stay out of it. I need to stay out of it because not being involved is the best place to be. I've got too much riding on me right now with university and my tests. I don't need a distraction. I need to work my ass off so I can get the hell out of here and start a brand new life of my own. We sit and eat our dinner in silence. The mood dropped since the mention of Jace, and I know that Leandro and Alessio have a lot to discuss in private, away from Harriet too. When we're all done, I decide to collect the plates and excuse myself from the counter. Hopefully it will give them a chance to talk if they're itching to do it. I place the plates in the dishwasher, and then reach up to grab a cup from the top shelf. I haven't drunk nearly enough water today. The sleeve on my cardigan rolls down, exposing my little crop top beneath. What's that bruise on your hip, Lex? I dart around towards him, lowering the glass that is in my hand. I glance down at the sliver of midriff that is on show, and I glance towards the purple bruising along my hip. 2 of the marks look like obvious fingerprints. For a moment I'm stunned as I didn't notice it before, but it can only be from one thing. My eyes shoot towards the counter. I look at Alessio as his gaze gravitates towards the growing bruise that was caused by his hands. Oh, I clear my throat. I hit it on the counter earlier. These edges are so sharp. Leandro's brow creases, and he studies it for a few seconds more until I brush the cardigan back over me. Be careful, he says slowly. You've taken a beating already, no need to do it to yourself. I roll my eyes at him. It's just a bruise. I'm fine. When I take in Alessio, he's staring at me with a glimmer of something I can't put my finger on. I'm going to bed, I declare. I need to study. See you tomorrow, Leandro calls out. Alessio doesn't bother to say anything. I take myself upstairs and towards my room, shedding my cardigan and rummaging through my drawers for some fresh pajamas, but there are none. I step out into the hall and walk towards the utility room, where I find my newly washed laundry I put on earlier. I bundle my clothes into the spare plastic basket and step out of the room. My shoulder barges straight into something hard and firm. I blink once, and then twice as I glance up at Alessio, who is towering over me. Those eyes are still glimmering, and I scowl at his intense presence. I attempt to walk around him, but he blocks my path, and I hate that when he bends his neck, I get a whiff of his delicious aftershave. It makes my toes curl just thinking about it. Alessio. Are you okay? My head pulls back, and my forehead begins to ache at the constant scowl I have when he's around. What? I said, are you okay? For a moment my heart stammers in my chest. Is he concerned about the bruise on my hip, because he knows he's the one who put it there in the first place? I'm fine, I straighten my spine. Alessio's eyes bore into mine for a long period of time. Dark and heavy. Even for a split second I thought he might be concerned, but that can't be the truth. He hates me, we both agreed on it earlier. He then glances down my torso, but luckily the basket is covering my hip so he can't inspect the bruise further. We fucked, I say under a hushed breath. That's it. I notice how the muscle in his jaw ticks, and when he says nothing more, I walk around him and head straight to my bedroom. When the door is shut, I press my back towards it and tell myself not to act weird. He has access to the cameras in my room, and I don't want to give him that satisfaction. Not when I have no fucking idea what's going on between us. Someone might as well have put a fucking blender in my mind and hit it on turbo.
Chapter 26. Alessio Romano. So what's your plan with Trey and Jace? Leandro asks as he shuts the door of my office. I'm already pouring myself a glass of whiskey, especially after the day that I've had. I can barely look at the spot on the chair where I fucked Caroline into oblivion, and those big brown eyes stared up at me with so much trust and undeniable lust that I might lose myself if I think about it for too long. At least Leandro didn't catch on, and it's safe to say we're now distracted with the new information. Caroline needs to be the last of my worries right now, because if someone like Jace can stab me in the back, then there is going to be a fucking war. We keep quiet for now, I say as I turn to look at my underboss, extending a glass of golden whiskey towards him. Leandro eyes the drink and then takes it into his hand, latching his lips onto the glass edge. And do what? Let it play out, I say simply. We need to make sure things with Jace stay the same until we figure out exactly what has happened. There's no point accusing and waiting to see how he reacts. If he is the culprit, then we need to catch him when he least expects it. So for now we act normal, and we have him suspecting nothing. I watch Leandro as he nods slowly. I know this is probably a lot for him to digest, considering he and Jace have been friends since they were kids. They grew up together like I grew up with Zane. To think that someone could betray you like that changes everything. If it is him, Leandro straightens out his spine. Why would he have given out Daxton's information to get back at you or the Empire? What exactly would have been his motive? For a moment I ponder his question, because deep down I don't know. I've never treated Jace differently to any of my other workers. Yeah, I'm blunt and sometimes an absolute asshole, but that's not anything personal. Unless they've done something that deserves a drop of blood. Jace knows what I am like. He's seen me at my worst and at my best. I don't know, I admit after a few moments. He's always shown loyalty to me and you since I can remember. But nothing sparks in my mind as to why he would do this, unless he's got another offer for a cash reward to do this. Leandro sets his glass down on my desk and shakes his head, crossing his arms over his chest. No, he says sternly. There is no way that he would do that. Not for money. He's the richest sod out there. You know the wealth of his parents. He wouldn't have done this for money. It was something else. I take a sip of the smooth alcohol that burns my throat with the right amount of spice. I guess we will see. I glance towards the window. I've got workers keeping a close eye on him. If he does anything suspicious, it will be reported straight to me. I've got a meeting with Jace tomorrow. Leandro starts, and I catch his eyes from across the room. Then keep your cool. Act normal. He picks up his glass again, and then downs the rest of the liquid. And for Trey. I smile at him, the corners flicking up. I'm going to interrogate him tomorrow. Then I guess we will know who has fucked us over once and for all. Leandro's head tilts with slight confusion, maybe terror. You seem awfully calm about all of this. There is no point losing my head when it can make things worse. Panicking and showing you weaknesses is what will cause more fuck-ups, and I refuse to let any of them tear this empire down. It's time for lethal calmness. That's what allows me to focus the best. I admit, pushing the sleeve of my shirt up to my elbow slowly. He raises his eyebrows and sucks in a breath. Well, I'm pleased to know that you still don't think it's me who has sabotaged everything for you. I stare back at the man who has been by my side for years, never once failed me, never once doubted me. Yet I doubted him. My fears of being betrayed become harsher and harsher as I get older. It's hard to know how to trust when you've grown up with swarms of men, purposely trying to bring down others for the fun of it, even people who were meant to be loyal to one another. It was a bad day. Leandro laughs sourly, his expressions twisting into something I've never seen before. A bad day. He scowls at me deeply. That's all you can say. The words, "I'm sorry," have probably never fallen from my lips in my life. Not that I can remember, anyway. It's not something I want to start. It's not something I want people to expect from me. But I know that I dented part of our relationship when I told Leandro that I suspected him. I had to suspect everyone. Leandro. Save it, he retreats and places his glass back down again. You might be incapable of manners, or for apologizing when you know that you're in the wrong, but at least I'd never shit all over people I care about. I know you don't care about anyone but yourself and your empire, that's obvious, but when I've put in so much for you, for everything you've worked for, a bit of appreciation goes a long fucking way. Leandro is out the door before I can say anything else, slamming the door angrily on the way out. I know he's been holding that in for days. I saw the hurt in his eyes when I accused him, and maybe I should have apologized, despite the fact it would have tasted like poison on my tongue. I plunk myself down into my office chair and stare ahead. I know you don't care about anyone but yourself and your empire. I suppose a few years ago that would have been true, but I know without Leandro and my workers, I wouldn't be where I am today. Even if I work them hard and into the ground, it's for all of our benefit. The glass twiddles between my fingers, and I breathe out a harsh sigh. Heaviness sitting on my chest, unexpectedly. My eyes fly across the span of my office, until they settle on that goddamn chair. I thought fucking Caroline would make things easier, but it hasn't. It's made things 1,000 times worse. Seeing her at dinner, I could barely meet her stare because being in her presence is like being electrocuted. And I know I would have made it far too obvious in front of Leandro. So avoiding her eyes was the easiest thing for me to do. Then I remembered the sliver of flesh that was on show for our eyes, those bruises across her hips. I left those. I put those bruises on her body. Normally that thought would turn me on. A lot of the women I slept with in the past liked it rough and hard to the point of evidence. But seeing it on Caroline's body, it made my stomach twist with an unknown emotion. Something that I don't understand, but it sure as hell is trying to understand me. I remember her face as she strolled into my office, furious that I dropped the network without telling her. I know doing well in her studies is her ticket out of here, and for a split second I felt bad for stopping her future for the bruises. A curse word in Italian falls from my lips, and I press my head into my hand. I can't seem to control the waves of confusion inside my head, my chest, my stomach. Every part of me can't grasp what's going on with my emotions lately, and it is slowly pulling me apart. It's something I need to start understanding before I am constantly distracted from what is truly important right now. The safety of ourselves and the empire as we take down the mole and Daxton's petty world. I haven't seen Caroline for days. Days. The last word she said to me runs around my head. We fucked. That's it. We fucked. That's true, but it certainly isn't it. At first, I might have initiated it to get her out of my system. Those long curly brown locks, and those punishing curves that make me forget about my own damn existence. But now, she is all I can think about. At a time like this. I have never been more furious at myself for allowing a woman to sway my thoughts. I don't know if Caroline is avoiding me on purpose because of the test, or the fact I branded her with my fingers, or if she is in fact done with me now. She gets a taste and it's enough to back away. But I get a taste and I fucking need her more than I can function. A taste. I didn't even get a taste in that sense, but I certainly want to. I've been craving it. Dreaming of it. Begging for it. And now I can't take a second longer of being avoided or ignored. Leandro is out, and Caroline is downstairs in the dining room studying. I saw her as I passed the kitchen earlier and haven't heard her come upstairs yet. It's approaching 10 o'clock in the evening, but I know she'll probably stay up late studying. I approach the dining room, poking my head inside, and then I rest against the doorway. Caroline's eyes are down, glasses sitting on her face softly. Her hair is tied back into a messy bun, dark strands falling in front of her face. She's glancing across her laptop, and then down to the pages before her, pen now between those rosy pink lips. Just seeing her like this undoes me. It strengthens my crave, my new desire for her. I can feel the tightness in my chest harden, and my eyes dilate at the sight of her. So damn beautiful, and she's not even trying. Slowly, she pulls the pen away from her lips and begins to read aloud the words from one of her textbooks. I have no idea what she's saying. Something about astronomy and the stars, but in technical scientific terms, she loses me after the first sentence. I glance down at her body in the chair. She's in her silk nightgown with her arms inside her lightweight dressing robe. Legs elongated in front of her, tan skin flashing beneath the legs of the table. Caroline's voice continues to fill the air until she glances up at the wall but then realizes that I'm standing here, her gaze springing wide at the shock, and she presses a hand to her heart that I know is thundering behind the thin material of her nightgown. "What are you doing here?" She sucks in a breath. I notice that her skin begins to flush, but she pulls her brows down. She's not pleased I'm in her space, but this is still my house. "You think we just fucked?" Caroline's expression tightens into a deep frown. "We did fuck." The corner of my lip twitches in amusement. "And you think that's enough?" Her pretty mouth parts at my question. Then I watch as her throat clenches. I push off the doorway and stalk towards her, Caroline's eyes trailing me with every step I take. Those cheeks become flushed, and I'll never get used to the sight of her blush, even if her eyes are determined and cold. "Keep reading," I tell her. She narrows her eyes at me in a challenging threat. "Continua, allegor. Continua, allegor. Keep reading." I can see her throat clench again, and she glances back down to the pages, her eyes scanning the words before she starts reading. At first she's quiet until I demand, "Louder." Caroline shoots me a glare from beneath her dark lashes, until she looks back down and speaks louder than before. I walk towards her chair, her back beginning to stiffen, but she doesn't stop reading. I sink down to my knees in front of her, those brown eyes gravitating to mine with wild confusion. "Keep going," I order her. She continues to stare at me for a few moments, until she shudders down a breath and reads from the textbook. I grip onto the backs of her knees, and I give her a little tug, her ass sliding down the chair until she's almost hanging over the edge. A sound rumbles from her lungs, but she doesn't tell me to stop. Instead, she's panting as I part her legs and press a kiss to the inside of her thigh, and then another. Her skin is softer than silk. It's tender and warm. Her legs raise in goosebumps, but words fall from her lips, reciting the textbook with fancy words that I've never heard of before. I kiss closer and closer to her core, only to find that no panties lay beneath. My eyes shut for a split second because she might not be trying to kill me, but she is. She's fucking destroying me, and every little bit of pride I have left. With her legs pushed back, I lower my face to her core. I extend my tongue to give her slit a quick lick, pleased to find her soaked through. Caroline's voice hitches, but she keeps reading, despite the odd word being stumbled over. I groan at the taste on my tongue. She's not like I expected, but even fucking better. There is no passing off her wetness as tasting like flowers or cinnamon. She tastes like a fucking woman, and I want to feast on her until there is nothing left in her soul to give. Until I am no longer craving her taste. Caroline shudders as I continue to use my tongue to lick up and down her pussy, paying attention to her growing clit as I use the tip to massage into it, rolling it around and feeling it throb against my tongue. Her eyes meet mine over the textbook, my hands latching onto her thighs for support but not enough to bruise. I don't want to be that guy when Caroline isn't just any ordinary woman. She's better than that. She deserves better than a cheap fuck. And now this is my silent apology. Caroline's lips tremble, no longer reading the words. I pull away, the wetness from her cunt now dripping down my chin. "I didn't tell you to stop," I demand. Continuare. Continuare, keep going. She settles back into the chair, shivering at my words. I can see the heavy lust behind her eyes, as she tries so desperately to keep herself together, but she won't last long. Not when I've got her exactly where I want her. When her lips start moving again, I lower my lips to her pussy and drag my tongue down the center slowly. She clenches at the sensation, but I don't stop because she keeps on reading, as I told her to. She becomes wetter and wetter by the second, her other hand now running through strands of my hair. The words barely come out her mouth as I focus on her clit, circling with my tongue until I flick it with perfect precision. Caroline stops altogether and throws her head back to the chair, her fingers tightening in my hair as she pushes me into her core. She slides her pussy against my lips, and I keep doing what I was doing to get her over the edge. A loud cry erupts into the room, and she moans into the open space, her legs shaking around my head as I lap up every last drop like a starved man. When I glance up, the textbook is now on the floor, and the strap of her nightdress is sunk down her arm, exposing her perky breasts and hardened nipples. I growl into her core at the sight, and take her waist between my hands as I stand up, taking 2 steps before I lower her down onto the dining room table. My own personal meal. She's still breathing heavily as she lays back, legs automatically spreading for me. As they should. I latch my mouth back onto her addictive core. That taste will be haunting me for the rest of my life. I feel her fingers knot into my hair again, her nightgown practically in the middle of her belly. Nipples still exposed to the cool air as I eat her cunt, ravishing her until she's moaning out my name, and her cum is on my tongue again and again. She might not know it, but it's an attempt at putting things right. Saying, I'm sorry through the brush of my tongue.
Chapter 27. Coraline Dolce. Alessio and I haven't spoken about what happened in the dining room a few nights ago. I know he's been trying to crack down on whoever it is that has it out for his empire, whether that's Trey or Jace. I pray in the back of my mind that it isn't Jace, not when I've known him for the majority of my life. Someone that I thought I could trust. And now the thought of him makes me feel uneasy. I know Leandro and Alessio have had meetings after meetings, discussions with new business partners and the distribution workers at the factories. But even when I don't want to think about it, the thought of Alessio's long and warm tongue sliding across my slit has me shuddering. A part of me has no fucking idea what the hell that was the other night. We did fuck before that. That's exactly what happened, so I'm confused as to what he was trying to gesture at. That this isn't just fucking? No. Alessio doesn't do short or long flings. He's a mafia boss who finds me extremely annoying, and trust me, the feeling is mutual. But when he slipped onto his knees before me, that did something to my mind. I'm sure the chemical balance changed, and suddenly I'm swooning over a man that would have killed me with his bare hands a few months ago. I haven't been able to concentrate on my studying for days, and that is the worst of it all. At this point, it feels like a stupid game of cat and mouse, reversing the roles when we feel like it. And now I have no idea what this means, what's going on inside Alessio's head. And suddenly, I don't give a single shit that Leandro could find out because a part of him is addicting, intoxicating. If he comes back for more, I don't think I can say no. Alessio has been out all day. I've been sitting downstairs at the kitchen counter. Harriet made me a late lunch, and I've been staring blankly at my laptop for the last hour. You good? Leandro asks as he approaches the kitchen. He shoves his gun into the back of his trousers and then straightens out his shirt, sleeves rolled so they flash off his patchwork tattoos. Yeah, I nod and draw back from the counter. This part is just hard. His head bows at my response. Take a break. You've been working your ass off far too much, you need some time to relax. I scoff. Relax? To a university student? Never going to happen. You put me to shame, he groans and then places a hand on top of my head. I scowl at him under my lashes and shove off his grip. His phone then buzzes in his pocket, and he takes it out to look at the message. I lean over to cup my coffee, and bring it to my lips. Shit. I turn to him quickly. What? His eyes are still reading the message, and then he winces subtly. I gotta step out for an hour. Oh, I nod. Sure. Leandro's dark eyes locate mine and he sighs. I'll tell him it can wait. He waves a hand, but the way his brows pinch together, it's clear that it can't wait. Leandro, I mumble. Go. I'll be fine. You said an hour, right? Yeah, he glances up from his phone once. But nothing, my head shakes. I've got the new security app on my phone. I have the gun in the drawer and nothing will happen. It's an hour and I'm fine. His eyes don't settle with my words, but when his phone vibrates again he groans, scanning the text message. 1 hour, he states loudly. Okay. 1 hour? Go, I laugh quietly under my breath. I'll text you if anything happens. I listen to him huff out a sigh. Fine, I'm keeping my phone strapped to me. Leandro stays rooted to the spot for a few moments, before he nods and takes a step away. All right, he says. I'll see you in a bit. He grabs his jacket from the coat hanger and slides his arms in it before leaving, waving at me once more. I chuckle and glance down to my laptop screen. I suck in a tight breath and force myself to read the text properly. I have another test next week, and I don't know nearly enough. I wasn't allowed to retake my other test that I missed from the network going down, but I was given some module credits to make up for with a paper at the end of the year. Better than nothing. 20 minutes tick by, and I've written down 2 lines of notes. I rip my glasses from my face and groan, a headache setting between my brows. I turn to find Harriet nowhere to be seen, my coffee cup empty. That's probably why I have a headache. I'm so damn dehydrated. I stand from the counter and fill up a cup of water, downing the whole glass in one. My phone vibrates on the counter, and I turn to see a notification from the security app. I'm instantly frowning as I bring it into my hands. Someone is at the door, and I rush to look through the cameras. I stop breathing altogether when I see Jace standing at the gate, looking confused and slightly angry. My finger presses against the sound button, and his voice bursts from the receiver. What's going on? He shouts. My key doesn't work. Did you change your locks and security stuff? Shit, I curse to myself. Oh shit. Jace steps back and glances at the camera. Lex? I can hear you. I know you're there. My eyes spring wide. Idiot. I'm an idiot. He could hear me. I quickly turn off the mic from my phone and rush to text Leandro. Camilla. Jace is here. I repeat, Jace is here at the front door, and I don't know what to do. He knows I'm in, and he's wondering why he can't get into the house. What do I do? I quickly swipe back to the security app, and Jace's voice echoes into the room. Lex, I need to grab something. Can you let me in? My stomach twists in knots. I shouldn't make him suspicious. I shouldn't make him think that something is wrong. It might make everything worse. Jace was a friend. Leandro's best friend when they were children. Alessio and Leandro both have the security app. They will see him at the door, and Leandro should be straight over. Even if he hasn't responded to my texts, he might be on his way back to the house. I close my eyes for a second. It might not even be him. I can just invite him in, let him grab what he wants, and then tell him to go because I'm busy studying. The longer I leave it, the more he'll become suspicious, and that's not what Alessio and Leandro need. So I take down a breath of air and buzz Jace in, because I can act normal. This doesn't have to be anything more than it is. It's open. I call out as I take it off mute and allow the gates to open. I push my glasses back on, and then push down the curve of my sweatshirt and leggings. Not that I have anything to fix, but for some reason I'm becoming nervous. Leandro still hasn't messaged me back, but maybe this is fine. He'll be in and then out. The front door turns and I pretend to glance up from my laptop as Jay steps inside, his blonde hair tousled against his head. Hey, he calls out. What's happened with the system? Hey, I flash him a forced smile. Oh, Alessio changed it about a month ago. Jace's eyes widen as he walks towards me slowly. A month? Wow. I haven't been here in so long. Guess I've been busy. I nod and continue to smile without making it creepy or look too placed. I think everyone's been busy. His eyes glance towards the papers on the counter. You've been busy studying? Yeah, I've got a test coming up again. Sorry, I was in the middle of something when you were at the door. I lie, but finish it off with a convincing huff to show him that I've been tired and busy. No worries, he waves it off. What did you need to grab? Jace's eyes sparkle in a way that isn't comforting, but it seems like he has something to hide. That he didn't need to come here at all. Oh, just something from Alessio's office. His office will be locked, I blurt suddenly. I have no idea if it'll be locked, but I don't want him waltzing in there, not knowing what he wants to grab. His brows crease. Really? That's strange. It isn't normally. Something in my jaw ticks, but I shrug. It was the other day when Leandro wanted to get in there. The lies keep falling from my tongue before I can stop them. Jace studies me for a moment and snaps out a low breath. Ah well, he lowers himself onto the stool in front of me. At least I can see you. It's been a while. How are things? Good, I nod and lower my glasses to the table. Same old, same old. When I stare at him, a part of me can't believe that he could be the mole. He's always been so caring, so kind. But I guess no one ever actually knows a person, because someone's intentions can always be hidden with lies and deception. His eyes fly to the back of the kitchen counter. Is it cheeky to ask for a coffee? My head shakes as I stand from the stool. No, not at all. I head to the coffee machine and relax my face. Pretending to be normal is fucking hard when being fake is something that makes your stomach churn. Latte? I call out. Please. My fingers whiz around the machine, putting in the pod and lining up a glass cup beneath it. So, you got plans for the weekend? I ask as I flick my head over my shoulder. Trying my hardest to make some small talk because I don't want him thinking that something is wrong, at least until he's out of my company. But instead of finding him looking at me, I'm drawn to Jace, who has a phone between his hands, my phone. I could spot it a mile away with the black hearts printed on the back of the case. My eyes widen as I quickly whip my gaze to Jace's stare. His nostrils begin to flare, and his jaw clenches as he reads over something on the screen. Shit. Messages from Leandro. I press my hands backwards, finding the drawer with the gun inside. My hand slams down on the counter a little too loudly, and I wince. Jace's eyes widen as he glances up at me. I must look like a deer caught in headlights. Panic shoots through me and I exhale a loud breath, giving me away instantly. The back of my neck becoming increasingly warm with the heaviness of my thick hair. But I keep my eyes on him, because I have no idea what he's thinking, what he's read. Before I know it, Jace has drawn his gun from his waistband and clicked off the safety within a matter of seconds, aiming it straight for the center of my chest. I notice that his hands begin to shake, but I'm sure my organs are shaking more. I keep my expression blank, trying my hardest not to look scared, but after everything that has happened, with Daxton and that guy who broke into the house, anything could be possible with these power-hungry bastards. Trust no one. Don't fucking move. Jace barks from across the kitchen, and I blink at his dark tone. I've never heard anything so deathly to fall from his lips. Words dipped in venom. So I don't move because his finger is pressing into the trigger with too much pressure that if I even flinched, he'd shoot. And that would be a sad way to end this story.
Chapter 28. Alessio Romano. Boss. I promise. I knew nothing. Trey pleads with his hands tied to the chair. I cross my arms over my chest, bored of the same words I hear when they're begging for their lives. I don't want pleas, I want answers. My steps around him are agonizingly slow, and he watches me out of the corner of his eye. So you know nothing about what went down with Aaron and Liam? No. He bellows, and I glance up at the two guards behind him who have their hands behind their backs, attention away from us. I huff out a breath. You're not really giving me what I want, Trey. His mouth opens and he groans. Because I know nothing. My phone chimes in my back pocket, and I release it to look at the notification. A security message from the house. I furrow my brows and quickly tap on the screen, the app popping up and showing the camera to the outside of my house. I can feel my blood run cold as I stare back at Jace trying to get into the house, but since we got everything changed for extra security, he can't. But I take a breath and remember that Caroline isn't alone at the house. Leandro is with her. They can handle it. After a few moments, I shove my phone back into my pocket, and I glance at Trey, who is already studying me carefully. Why should I believe you? Because I was just a small-time dealer who fell into your empire to make back some money, he breathes heavily. That is it. I don't care about anything else. Alessio, you have to believe me. I stare into his eyes and remember how both Aaron and Liam looked at me when they were guilty of trading off information and lying about it. Either Trey is a good liar, or I'm slowly losing my judgment. A loud noise echoes from outside the room, and I glance towards the door. Seconds later, Leandro comes tumbling in, eyes wide with fear. Why the fuck is he here? Jace, he pants like he ran up 6 flights of stairs. He's at the house with Caroline. I glance towards the guards. Keep him here until I say so. Yes, boss. We exit the room swiftly, and I rush to my office in the warehouse to grab my keys. What the fuck were you thinking, leaving her by herself? I roar at him as we make our way downstairs, taking 2 steps at a time. It was only an hour. I said, an hour. I didn't think anything would happen. I needed to grab some files, and then I was going to head straight back home. I suppress a growl in the back of my throat, and I shake my head at him. I'll meet you at the house, I say before opening my car door and driving off with Leandro trailing behind me. My foot hits the acceleration, driving as quick as I can. I use my hand that's not on the wheel to look through the security footage, my stomach flipping into my chest at the sight of Jace drawing a gun and pointing it directly at Caroline. Fatuto idiota, Leandro. Fatuto idiota, you fucking idiot. I barely have a chance to rip my keys from the engine as I stumble out of my car, Leandro right behind me. The guards are already on standby, but I don't want to irk Jace any more than he already is. This needs to be something that we sort between us. We draw our guns and head inside, rushing towards the kitchen to find Jace holding Caroline with a gun to her neck. Her eyes move from her brother to mine, pleading for us to do something. To get her out of his death grip. He'll be dead before he even thinks about hurting her. She shrieks as he presses the barrel into her flesh harshly, wriggling against his tight hold on her. Rage blasts through my eyes. My hand on my gun, ready to shoot, but I don't because his finger is against the trigger too comfortably for my liking. Jace, what the fuck? Leandro roars as we approach him. Put the guns down. He yells, causing Caroline to jump. This is the first time I've seen her in true fear. Probably because she knows he'll shoot. After everything that's happened, after toying with Daxton, knowing exactly how dangerous he is, I wouldn't put it past him to bury a bullet in Caroline's throat to prove a point to both of us. I said put them down or I will blow her fucking head off. Jace's voice booms through the kitchen. Never in my life have I heard him sound so lethal. Leandro glances at me out of the corner of his eye. Neither of us want to lower our guns because we know what could happen, but at the same time, I don't want to see Caroline's blood and brains splattered across the wall. I don't even want to think of that possibility. I can see Leandro shake with pure hatred beside me as he takes in Jace again. We lower our guns at the same time. Good, Jace sneers. Now put them on the fucking floor. Leandro's hand jitters but Jace notices. On the floor. He presses the gun further into Caroline's throat, causing her to whimper. Okay, Leandro spits, and we place our guns on the floor. Jace takes a look at the guns and then shakes his head. Kick them over to me. Now. Neither of us choose to ignore him. Not when I can see the pad of his finger pressed into the trigger more than I'd like to see. One jolt, one movement, and that gun is going off and there is no saving her. Let her go, Leandro hisses through his teeth. If you've got an issue with us, with Alessio, the fucking Empire, then let Caroline go. She has nothing to do with this. Jace's eyes flare with something a tormented monster would portray. But what's the fun in that? He drawls. I know how much she means to you, Leandro. Your own flesh and blood. Maybe this time you too will actually listen to me. I narrow my cold eyes towards him. What is this about, Jace? He tips his head back and laughs. What is this about? Do you know what's so funny? Is the fact I've been planning this for months, got away with this for months, and it took you and your lousy empire so long to figure it out. Why did you do it? I keep my voice low and harsh. Jace twists his head and flashes me a smile that has my stomach churning, the gun nudging into Caroline's neck once more. She's going to have a bruise, but she doesn't dare resist. She knows the cost with his finger so firm on the trigger. Because you both treated me like I wasn't an equal. Leandro's jaw ticks at his comment. Then Jace's hollow gaze turns to me. There is nothing but hatred behind them. You think the sun shines out of your ass. You've always favored Leandro over me, no matter how hard I tried to work my way up. You still treated me like a goddamn dog. Do you know how pathetic you've made me feel? How pathetic you've both made me feel. I want to turn my nose up at his comments because if he thinks this way, he has no idea what it's really like to be a part of a gang. If he existed in Daxton's gang, he would have been dead by now if he dared to open his mouth or voice such opinions. I've known Leandro for a long time. I've known him longer than you have, Alessio. So don't give me that shit, he spits, saliva flying across the kitchen counter. Caroline noticeably shakes in his hold, gripping onto his wrist that is forced against her chest. Leandro earned his position, I say calmly, trying to avoid Caroline's terrified eyes because it will make me react. Leandro worked hard for where he is, and if you think I didn't give him shit along the way like I've given you, then you're more delusional than I thought. His teeth flash in a fiery grunt. Disliking my comment, he shoves the gun into Caroline's throat harder. She chokes at the sensation as he holds her there, and Leandro steps closer. Jace clocks him and flares his nostrils. Stop this, Leandro tries again. Stop being a coward and using Caroline to get back at us. She has nothing to do with this. She has everything to do with this. You've done this for what, power? You've fucked up everything you could have had, Jace. The guy they first met in school, this isn't you. You always wanted a life that excited you, a life that challenged you, but didn't you stop to think that getting it wouldn't be easy? Leandro states, lowering his tone. Jace keeps his eyes on Leandro, sizing up his words. I glance at Caroline, and I raise my eyebrows in a silent conversation. My eyes flick from her face to Jace's crotch and again, until Caroline's eyes move up and down, understanding what I'm trying to gesture. I'm a dead man anyway, Jace laughs sourly. So what's the point? I was never going to get where I wanted to be, because you saw me as nothing but a coworker. You got this power to shove it in my face. We were friends for so long, Leandro. With Jace distracted, I slowly reach my hand into the back of my waistband. I pull out the spare gun I had hiding in there, full of bullets that could make this kitchen a bloodbath. I lower it to my side carefully, but Jace isn't looking at me. He's staring at Leandro with heavy emotion in his eyes. His grip on Caroline loosens a tiny bit as Leandro steps forward, holding out his hand. We have always been friends, Jace. We could have spoken about this. We could have done something about it, instead of you going and stabbing us in the back. The gun on Caroline's neck has now slipped off, and it's angled at the wall. I stare back at her, those dark brown eyes full of terror, but she knows what she has to do. She's strong. I give her the smallest nod with my thumb flicking across the safety latch as Jace starts talking again, muffling the sound. You all paraded your lives in front of me. He bellows again. You got this house together. You got those goddamn cars together. Yo! Caroline's hand slides from Jace's wrist and flies to his crotch where she squeezes the life out of his balls, until Jace is screaming from the pain. I raise my gun towards him, taking a second to aim and shoot as the bullet flies out towards them. But then I hear 2 gunshots. 2 gunshots. Jace and Caroline clutter to the ground in a loud struggle. Caroline releases a loud cry as they hit the floor. My hands shake before me. Everything is now moving in slow motion as Leandro yells, picking up his gun as he rushes over to the scene. Dark red blood pools around the corner, and bile rises in my throat. I have no idea who is hurt. I don't know who is bleeding out on my kitchen floor. I don't know if Jace hit Caroline. I don't know if I hit Caroline. To be continued. Book 2, King of Ruin. Available now. Caroline Dolce was never meant to belong in this world. Bloodshed, betrayal, and the weight of an empire, none of it was supposed to be hers. But the moment she stepped into Alessio Romano's house, she sealed her fate. Now, with danger closing in and the past clawing at her heels, she has no choice but to fight for the life she thought she could escape. Alessio has built his kingdom on power and control, but Caroline is the one thing he can't contain. She's chaos wrapped in temptation, and when the lines between love and war blur, he'll have to make the ultimate choice, his empire or the woman who could bring it to its knees. Enemies are circling. Secrets are unraveling. And in the end, only one truth remains. Love may be the most dangerous game of all. This time, there's no turning back.